side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
Welcome to the play. to the lost and found, dear. Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift the game rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground. ashes and blood.
Hey, what's up? You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in your eyes, shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. Feel the warmth of my
switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel Feel the rush, feel the tide. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rip the pain, wash it away, and send again away.
G2, the perfect teammate. They take it all. Here comes the Crows storm. Knocked back into Coma, puts it. What is people? Oh my God! Claps, everybody. You know the story. You know the legend.
Chat, I'm gonna shave my eyebrows if MKOI loses this game, okay? Okay, I don't know how KC won this game. MKOI, you suck! MKOI, you f***ing suck! What the f***? I look like an old man! Oh my god! What the f*** is this? Oh my god! What the f***?
BB TPing LeBron. And I don't think this is going to end well. Forsaken Jace getting in there. Patrick Ford's flash over the wall. Q over to the skies.
And it needs it then for Fnatic. Whereas SK, like, Kadui's been in a great spot.
They're going to have double stopwatch, double render wins, lock-it redemption. I think GG. I think GG. Unwinnable for SK. Oh my god, they got to connect on Rakan. Wait. Wait. Wait, what?
Literally, Axiom gonna ult.
Oh yeah, 1-on-3 is going a bit deep here.
He can't keep getting away with it. He can actually do no wrong.
DP from Adam. I think he might have done wrong. He might have did a big wrong.
Your goat is undefeated.
Amazing.
Nice lane, like, thank you, like, really good.
I hate you. I have to play these matchups with someone like you. I wanna coach my eyes out.
And that is just week 1. Welcome back to LEC Spring 2024, live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. I don't even know what to say, guys. Yonkers doesn't have eyebrows anymore. Everyone is losing their mind. And we just had 1 week of games. I'm Laure. I'm back with the Scandinavian duo, GB and Finn. And Roslatones, coach, assistant coach. Hi.
Hi,
How are you doing?
I'm a rat.
You're a rat now, officially.
I'm here to watch some banger games, and honestly, the reactions from the co-streamers is pretty much sums everything in a nutshell. I mean, especially Karzi's language was something.
Yeah, I mean, my highlight of the week that we had was probably you losing to Baus as well. We didn't have that here, but that one we won was certainly
just
something.
missed that one.
Yeah, we did miss out. We should have included that, but
okay, guys,
we can have it illustrated on that.
It's fine, right? Okay. Let's leave that in the past.
Well, you were not with us last week, so tell me, what did you think about the madness that unfolded between our eyes last week? Let's take a look at the standing and see what happens, because this should not look like this. Like things should not look like this, guys. Like what is this?
Production is doing them dirty, but SK should be rank 1 uncontested best team in the league, coming from, you know, being the 10th place last split into having, you know, such a performance, especially against Fnatic. Even though Fnatic might be cursed nowadays, it was still a great performance from them.
I mean, I see SK, I see Heretics, and I see Vitality, and I'm like, stop the count. first place, stop the count, let's stop things here. No, but look at it. Like, these are 3 teams that I feel like there was not a lot of expectations around coming into last week. Different picture. I'm thinking about SK things first. What have they been eating? Who they implemented in the roster? Are we excited about SK?
I mean, I'm extremely excited about them. We heard going into the first week that their scrims wasn't looking too good, but honestly, I think their macro was quite good against Fnatic, even in the position where they were losing. Old SK, they would have rolled over and they would have just died. There would have been no cross map. It would have been take a fighter on Dragon where you 2k behind, lose again, and then just the game will be over. But this time around, they're consistently looking for outs in the game or finding ways to still get a lead while they're changing or trading objectives. So I was actually very pleasantly surprised by watching SK.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why we're down a lot of like teams like Rogue, because we don't see any signs of life. But when you look at SK, at least you see those proactive seeds being sowed early in the game, and they're very, very active. And I think especially Bukada.
What do you mean you don't see any proactivity from them? Okay, so hear me out here. Cue up the banger music. But Rogue had good early game showings. They got 5k gold up, sure. The Drake objective set up. Man, it's like Voldemort. It's like Voldemort meets Jack Sparrow, right? This rocks. But Rogue had a lot of activity in the early game. I felt like in at least 2 of their, you know, losses, they were in positions where they were fighting for the soul, or at least, you know, to deny the soul. And they had 5k gold up, and then they just like let it slip. You can't just say that Rogue is just rolling over and dying like last split. They've been doing a lot more this split.
Well, the biggest role assessment comes out. It goes from fighting for soul to wait, enemy's about to get soul. We have to stop them from
getting
it.
A small technicality, okay? Don't do that. Don't do that.
All right, I have to open the Spanish team's case, because what is this after these 2 weeks?
I mean, that's wrong.
Hey.
Hold up.
Hey, okay. One of them is not like the others. You cannot say that Movistar Koi is in the same basket as Rogue and Giantix, considering especially their schedule.
Yeah, because they played against, hold up, where are they? They played against G2 and they played against KC, top 2 of last split. That's not fair.
Okay. Do we have any hopes for them?
Yes, baby! 1 month free on Nidalee, 1 month free on Nafiri. Where is he? Where is he? Right at the top. #1 in the league, undefeated in the spring split, and I think they just come in and they're thirsty, they're hungry, and they came out swinging in week 1. And I think we see new life in this team.
I think I just
Irrelevant back in lane, solo killing Adam back to back to back. You know, those kills start to stack.
I'm not buying it.
You should buy it.
I'm not buying it.
I'm not in.
They seem like the team they were last split.
Exactly the same.
I don't see any evolution for BDS, so sell me BDS.
Come on, salesman, do it.
Smoke the daughters, the whole pack. Nuke was in Euphoria. I watched it, by the way. He was speaking about how it feels like it's a new team. They have some struggles, they have some growing pains, but I believe the individuality in this team and the mechanical prowess they have at their peak, at their apex, can compete with any team in the league.
What about Heretic, though? Honestly, for me, they were surprised. I mean, they're still, maybe they lack the individual star power, but for me, they have a clear identity, right? I think in both of their games, they got the soul. Shio, I feel like he's doing the thing that he's been doing at BDS. Well, technically, what BDS is missing right now, I think to be a little bit of a better team. I think that swap was not a dub. I think they're performing great, especially considering what I was expecting from them coming to the split.
I feel like we left the banger for the end. Who wants to press the buzzer on Fnatic?
I'm not. That button is so scared right now. I don't know
I'm not touching that one. I'm not touching that one.
Casey?
No, but we have to address what happens, like, because they show strong in the first day of. All right, Jimmy, you're doing it.
I don't know what's happening with this team. This is the most bipolar roster I've seen in so long, and we've always said that with Fnatic, that they're an emotional team. But I don't even know what emotion this team gives me right now.
When I saw Razor Flash W minion, it gave me a lot of emotion.
Pain. Oh, it gives a lot of pain. I think that's the main thing we're feeling watching it, and I think it sucks because if I just saw any other team that was at the bottom of the pack multiple years in a row, I'd probably go like, yeah, sure, it's the same. But it's a team like Fnatic where the conversation is always, how do we get to the top? And when they revamped their roster, building in all the new pieces that's going to fix the issues they had last year, and then some of the issues still being there, I mean, I think that says a lot.
It still shows that they have a lot of communication issues, especially in Game 2 against SK. you know, a little bit more serious. Now, when they have a Nashor for free because the jungler is dead, and then Oscar just turns early, and then everyone's like, okay, Oscar went in, we need to bail him out. It just became a roller coaster of mistakes.
But it just always comes back to discipline, doesn't it? It's just always they have the game in their hand. Laura, what do you think?
I don't think anything. I just have questions. I just have questions about this roster, honestly. Like Oscar was saying it in game, we are cooked. How cooked are they for the rest of the split? And I know it's like mega overreactions because we only had 1 week, but that is my question.
I still think like the fact that we've already moved into best of 3s and the adaptations of veteran players, as we're seeing of Fnatic, are not happening from one bad game to the other. I think that's scary, because in best of 1s, sure, it's an overreaction, but I think in a best of 3, when you're playing against SK, who's not a strong team last year, and they had substitution, but they're still very new, I think you're expecting a lot more from a team.
I mean, sometimes, you know, the hardest games are against the weaker opponents.
Why? Because you have ego coming into it?
No, because you expect the free dub, and the dub is not happening, so you're just mad.
I guess ego? No.
Well, you would tell me, can you?
Closing thoughts on the standings and how mad things have been so far. From the surprises that we had in week 1, which teams or team do you think is going to surprise the most?
Giant X.
Positively or negatively?
Now that I don't know.
Okay.
Because
it's up.
But they will have something.
the curse has been planted, you know, in winter when Giotto did the interview where you know, G2's not going to make Worlds. I feel like it's been a downward spiral, and I feel like now is the time for them to kind of come back, because they've been on a big losing streak.
And the time is 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago. We're waiting.
But I expect to see a lot more from them, especially because they have such bigger aspirations that they've been showing so far. You know, even Jackie said at some point, this is a roster that needs to win at least one split, even though they had a change in the roster after that. I still want to see it happen.
Yeah, they set expectations themselves. Some teams didn't set expectations, but kept on surprising in week 1. I'm excited to see what's ahead of us here in week 2. Shox is now standing by with Adam from Rogue in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame check-in. So let's check it out, because yeah, Rogue has been difficult last week.
Adam, another day, another game. I feel like whenever we have these interviews, it's like, it's not going too well with the team, and I want to say maybe it's similarly after Rogue's first week. But are you all healthy again? Let me ask that first.
I'm healthy, so I'm really happy, you know, really happy.
The energy's back.
I mean, yeah, because I'm also sad because, I mean, I think maybe if I was not sick last week, maybe we could have won against BDS. Like, I could not play as I wanted to, so I'm like a bit sad regarding that. But hopefully this week is like better, you know?
Yeah, there were some games where you were playing so well that it really looked unlosable. I think the Gwen game is a good example. What does that do to you? Because obviously you're part of a team, but you also need to prove yourself continuously, and then a game like that is lost. Do you blame yourself?
I think I don't really want to look for like the specific person or to blame and stuff. I just want to... We should just blame it on ourselves, like the team, even like coaching staff included, like everyone, including the team, who's around the team, should be blamed for like our performance. And we should just try like to make it better for like the next games, trying like not to mental boom too much, which was like hard for me in the past, but like now I deal with it a bit better.
It's better?
Yes.
I've been through a lot, obviously.
I've been through a lot, but I mean, I'm trying just to make like the best out of it.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I would describe it like. You're trying to make the best out of everything. How do you feel the group responds to a loss and recovers from a loss?
I mean, I would say that we're recovering pretty well because we've already reached the bottom in winter. So it's like we've seen everything right now. So
can't go worse.
It cannot go worse. So we're trying like to keep good mental, especially now. Like the format is a bit like longer, so it's not as stressful as it was in winter. So we try to keep it chill until it's actually lost.
The only way is up, unless
it's going down.
You're 10 again. it can't be any worse, that's true. We see you putting a lot into your personal development. You, of course, went to Korea to boot camp. May I ask, did you like pitch to the rest of the teams like, hey, do you guys want to come? Or did you really want to do this by yourself?
I think it's like I just did that by myself. I didn't really ask for like anything in the team. I do believe that it's important for like each individual after such like disappointment in a split that everyone just reflects in themselves how they want to. Just like it's important, I feel like, to not put pressure on like anyone, so that they do what they feel is the best for them to come back in fresh for the spring. So yeah.
Okay. since you said it yourself, but you've gone through a lot, right? You've had definite ups and downs. There was a time where everybody was talking about you, and we had the Worlds and the Garens and everything, and now it's like a completely different environment. Do you feel because of all of that you've become a better teammate?
I mean, I would say probably like this off-season that has been going for me and how this year is going, I would say it's like pretty humbling for me. Because I mean, like I believe that I'm a player that like deserves like the highest peak of League of Legends, and I try like to reach that high by putting like so much effort into everything that I'm doing. So yeah, it's like pretty humbling. It's making me reflecting on so many things that I should work on, and so many weaknesses that I still have that can be like in the game and even outside of the game, of like what it actually means being like a teammate in League of Legends, and what it actually means like helping your teammate when they need you and vice versa. So yeah, so much questions going on in my mind, and I just try to work everything out.
Yeah, it's the new Adam arc, the self-development arc. We'd love to see it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Great to hear from Adam and from Shox to kick off the day, but to kick off the action, it's Vitality versus Rogue as players take their way to the stage.
Take their way, do they?
They take their way to the stage. That's what they're doing.
We're going to start off the day like that, are we?
Just before we started this cast, you said to me, hey, we're going to be super professional, locked in.
It would be nice if you used actual English. That would be nice.
Take is an actual English word.
It is. In this context, didn't make any sense.
Didn't make any sense.
We're going to be jumping onto the roof for our first best of 3 of the day.
Oh, we're going to be jumping, are we ready?
We're going to be jumping. Oh, we're going to be jumping, Medic. We're jumping for joy because it is a day of exciting League of Legends here in the LEC. Reminder that it is triple best of 3 days this Saturday and next Saturday as well, which means that we have all the League of Legends action that you could possibly want. Rogue versus Vitality. The pressure already starting to mount for Rogue. Their schedule is not an easy one, and I don't mean that by the difficulty of their opponents, I mean by the sheer quantity of games they're playing. In week 1, they had to play double best of 3, and they're doing that again here in week 2. While they do have a game day break, they kind of have to just... The pressure is on for them, you know? And Vitality, they're only playing one this weekend against Rogue. They can put all of their focus into this matchup. And last week, we saw strong performances from Vitality. Of course, still some question marks around Niski's performance. Yep. Chayak in the mid lane really stepping up for the team.
Had an absolute banger last week. Didn't die, as far as I remember, in their games. Absolutely smashed it on the rise as well. Let's get into game 1 of this fearless best of 3. Ivan, Bandaway, Maokai, the trees are no more. Who will speak for them, Vedi? They have gone timber. Apparently, according to you, Lilia is a tree champion as well.
Yeah, she falls under that category.
I don't think she does.
More like a forest champion, I would say.
I can give you a forest champion, but you could argue all junglers are forest champions.
I agree. Great methodology. Now, Ivan and Talia are going to be taken away on the side of Rogue. We're on patch 25.7.
We are. So the patch on the bottom of the screen is actually incorrect. That should be patch 25.07, which means slight Neferi nerfs, some Yorick buffs. He's looking pretty strong at the moment.
I mean, we were talking a lot about that. Seeing it pop up in the jungle. Curious as to whether or not any of our pro teams have been experimenting with the pick, but that's the beauty of playing on live patch. You get to see a lot of interesting things very quickly, and perhaps some teams can look to abuse some changes faster than others. So far, the bans seem relatively standard. Iskana going to be joining the pool on the side of Rogue, Maokai, Azir. What will be the follow-up here? Things like Neferi, Gwen, all still available. I definitely think teams are a lot more willing to leave the Gwen open if Jax is also open. So just because it's such an effective counter, and with the Aurora being banned away, now there's a lot of these proposed power picks, but after the nerfs, I do wonder how priority Neferi is actually going to be. Is the Rumble locked in for Adam?
Immediate AP top laner for Adam. There were also some catalyst changes on this patch that I'm wondering if we'll see some more of those tank mid laner builds, like the Ahri with the Rod of Ages, or any AP mid laner really can build that. Galio as well works really well with it. Instead, for now, we're going to have Vitality lock in Varus, widely regarded as the best AD carry on the patch, and then the Pantheon likely going into the jungle, immediately answered by Rogue with Sejuani and Yone.
I mean, I like the top side of Rogue a lot. A lot of teamfight power. very valuable skirmishing power as well, just because of how the champions synergize with Sejuani's passive. But reminder that Yone did get nerfed on this patch.
Thank God.
The E now applies that stun duration. He can't just break out of that CC. The Ahri going to be used as an answer into it from Jayak, which gives you such a powerful mid-jungle duo, both Pantheon and Ahri. Really good at setting up for plays, looking for these skirmishes. I'd love to see Lintus invest in early mid ganks to burn that flash early from Larssen and then utilize the strength that this Ahri Pantheon combo does have. As a result of this, it means that Vitality can really start to pinch that bot lane pool. Given that they've already locked in their AD carry, I was expecting AD carry bans to come through, but maybe they argued that given Varus is just so much stronger than so many others in the bot lane, let's just pinch that support role instead, prioritize getting themselves the Rel. They could look to ban away the Leona here as well, maybe even forcing Rogue into a Rel ban.
I do also think there are just a few too many good AD carries at the moment. Like, Varus obviously stands above a little bit, but what are you getting rid of here that doesn't have a third or fourth pick that's equally as good? So Ezreal's still available, you have the Kai'Sa, you have Kalista, you have Caitlyn if you want to play that, you've got Draven, you've got Jinx. Like, there's enough options for Rogue that only having 2 bans towards it would make it a little bit more tricky to really isolate that pool. Alistar and Poppy banned away though by Vitality.
So Rogue either has to ban Rel here, or they leave the Rel open and then respond with something like a Leona, or maybe something else that they've got prepared. Rel, I would imagine, has to be the lock-in here from Vitality, given both Alistar and Poppy and Braum have all been banned away. Question is, what bot lane will Rogue consider? You talked about the Ezreal as an option. He got nerfed in the last patch. Didn't really influence his priority, I would say.
It's pro Ezreal as well, right? Like, the ability to be so safe in lane, the ability to do damage from long range, contribute to a poke comp as well. Even if Ezreal is a little undertuned for solo queue, he's still very powerful when it comes to professional play. And Patrick had a really good game on him last week as well.
Certainly did. I think also he's good weak siding, gives you a lot of safety if your support wants to roam. And there's that Leona that we were talking about. So Rogue looking to try and match now. How will Vitality round out their draft in the top lane as an answer into the Rumble? Galio is something that we've seen played before. Nako could go back to something like the Gnar if you want something a little bit safe. Even if you do have a weak earlier laning phase, gives you a little bit more teamfight value. They could also just go for a straight tank if they wanted to. Oh, he's going for a counter pick. The Akali, often used as an answer into the Rumble. Your ability to skirmish against the Rumble can be very effective. You will have kill threat later on into the game. Early, it's very rough. Very rough. You will get pushed in a lot. You will get bullied a lot by the Rumble. But as the game progresses, you will start to gain that kill threat back towards the Akali. So Vitality going for a heavy side lane threat type of comp. A lot of skirmishing power in their kit. A lot of single target damage as well. Pantheon, Ahri, Akali, all about finding that single target, looking to lock them down, execute them. Ideally, Vitality want to be trying to find these picks prior to starting up these objectives, because Rogue, full-on teamfight. Look at the AoE, look at the engage that they've got. Rumble ultimate, Yone ultimate, Ezreal ultimate, the engage that comes through from both the Sejuani and the Leona makes it very easy for them to enter objectives, makes it easy for them to start teamfights. Overall, Rogue is poised to look for these 5v5s.
That they are. We'll see how well they can do it, because last week they had a couple of good games, but weren't able to close out as the game went on. Ended up losing both of their series. Vitality only played one. They won that 2-0 versus Giant X. And I think for Vitality fans, they're looking at this roster and saying, it's not just the veterans that are playing well. Nako and Chayek were standout performers last week. Can we keep this momentum going? A series against Rogue should be seen as a very likely win for teams like Vitality if you're challenging for those playoff spots, if you're looking to get into that top 4. Can Rogue stand in their way today? I do have bad news for Vitality fans though, Vedi. Nako, 3 games on Akali all time.
Yeah.
Has won 1 of them. Ooh. And that was back in 2022 when he was playing on Fenerbahce. Nice. So a long time since we've seen Nako crack out the Akali in the top lane. Oh, Adam! Double glowing moat start. Okay. Extra cooldown reduction, obviously really nice, or ability haste. You get 10, 5 from each of those glowing moats. Hasn't got any pots either.
Love that
he's still in base. Is he waiting for gold to upgrade into something?
Wait, I can check real quick for you.
Because he's just dancing around in base right now. Okay, he's sold both his glowing moats and bought a Doran Ring and a pot, which is a little more conventional.
Do you know what I think he's done? Wait.
What? Do you think he tried to build? Do you think he right-clicked an item that he wanted to build next?
No,
and it brought him to
I think he wanted to start stacking up his heat meter earlier, so he leveraged the additional CDR from the glowing motes in his base. He then used his E to get slightly more CDR back, and then he returned them both, bought his items, then started going to base. And now he'll return to lane with, well, you can see a good amount of heat meter.
Well, if he loses the lane now, it's all doomed for Rogue. That's all we can pontificate on that, or we can assume.
I mean, that is like proper min-maxing.
I mean, yeah, I love it. That's what I like about League of Legends. Like, I'm 8 years into casting this game and still see these little things that I haven't seen before. I'm sure there's many Rumble players, many Rumble mains in Solo community like, of course, I do that every game.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time I've actually seen it, so I hope I am right in my theory, but I think it makes the most sense. In any case, we kind of return to the lanes. We return to our standard early game with both junglers starting on the top side of the map. Early vision invested from Vitality to spot out Marang, so they will know that he's pathing towards the bot side, but Rogue doing a similar thing where, given that they've got that early ward on the blue buff on the bottom side of the map, they know that Linces is likely starting on his top side. Rogue able to get that early push in the bot lane 2 versus 2. Nothing too crazy happening there. We're on the top side of the map. You expect Rogue to also have priority. So Marang has a lot of options in terms of pressure in the early game, thanks to the control that laners have provided. The only problem is going to be in that mid lane where Chayak, in the early laning phase, will be able to bully out this Yone and get that mid prior.
I actually heard Nuke talking a little bit about Larssen on Euphoria, saying one of Larsen's strengths in years gone by was his ability to find pressure in the lane, to win out the laning phase, to push his enemy laner back. Hasn't been able to do it as much this year so far. We'll see in this game how well Larssen is able to deal with Shayak, who has had a very solid start to Split as well.
He certainly has. I was really impressed with his performance last week, especially when he started strong in winter and we were singing his praises, and then he wasn't really able to have the same impact throughout the rest of the split as Vitality fell further and further in the standings. So for him to have another strong start in spring makes me optimistic, and I'm hopeful that we get to see that performance maintained from him as he continues to find very nice trades in the 1v1, doing exactly what he needs to do.
Doing a really good job of positioning well while still putting out quite a lot of damage. He had almost 900 damage a minute in the game against Giant X last week. And we'll see if he can maintain that form today. As for the moment, Larssen is very much chunked. You can see that Dawn shield, probably running Font as well in his secondary runes, just to try and get as much health back as possible. Linces jumps in, lands the stun on Patrick, who will cleanse to get away from that Pantheon. Only level 2, or force back at a 3rd HP as well. Execute trying to catch the wave, will be able to get himself up towards level 3, which gives him a bit more power. Question is, can Patrick step forward far enough to get back to this wave? Malarang is waiting around the corner in the jungle. Vitality have the vision control right now. Execute doing a good job of holding the wave just outside of tower range, so Patrick can work his way back immediately. Niski engaged, though, once Execute flashes away. Ignite and Flash used by Niski, Execute down to 150.
The W and the level up onto Execute made it a lot harder to kill Nako. He's in kill range here.
So close. Yeah, Adam has to respect it. Flashes away from the 5-point strike.
Very nice trades there. But you can see as the lane continues, that Akali starts to get a lot more kill threat. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, just fantastic play from Linces. The idea behind not necessarily forcing a kill, but just denying Patrick so much farm. In order to get that first push in, he actually lost a lot of CS. Just on the bounce back, Kazi was able to accrue pretty significant CS advantage, and then to lose an entire wave off the back of that as well. Patrick already finds himself, what is that, 260 gold behind, nearly a kill's worth in terms of a deficit.
Charm used by Shayak, out of range of the Zenith blade, well played by him to escape the clutches of Larssen Execute. I think this is more just to try and get the wave in for Larssen so he can... Oh, he's actually not going to recall because he's already got those triple daggers.
I mean, the wave's in an awkward spot for him now because it's going to start slow pushing towards Chayak. He's going to need more assistance if they want to try and fix this lane.
Execute's looping again, you can see. Chayak is level 6, and this is on the top side of mid right now. Execute just hovering. Doesn't have that flash, with Shayak having the Spirit Rush. It's very hard to gank him.
Good. Keep your eyes on the minimap as well. An early swap has already come through from Vitality. A lot of the conversation I've been hearing is that swaps are likely to occur more often, especially given when you have the winning bot lane, you want to prioritize getting those early growths, but sometimes in losing bot lanes, you just want to swap them out as quickly as you can so you can claw back some of the deficit that you find themselves in. Vitality set their sights. Ooh.
Oh, Execute going to follow with the Zenith Blade. Knock up onto Nako here as he tries to get the perfect execution out, gets into the Twilight Shroud. Looks for that 5-point strike again, will dash away with the R2. Linces, meanwhile, is taking the grubs away, and good play from Nako to stop the Drake from Rogue. They'll get nothing out of the fact that they have a man advantage on the bot side for now.
Completely. I mean, that's a great summary, Medic, as Nako, while he did have to expend some resources, the cross-map now can't happen for Rogue, which gives Vitality the ability to play for the Drake themselves. But Linces, he has his eyes set on the top camps. You can see the pings coming down. Top wave is getting pushed in by Kazi, meaning that Adam needs to go and respond. No flash on the Rumble as well. Means that blue buff should be easy pickings. Gonna secure that one. And again, the top side is just going in favor of Vitality as they continue to accrue advantages.
Already almost 1,000 gold in the lead. Execute on Vision here, well placed by Vitality to spot him as they know the wave's going to be pushing in. That's the sort of hiding spot for a Sejuani or a Leona to look for the engage. Hex Flash in. Shayak and Niski will know. Then it's by Niski goes back in, gets first blood. Shayak gets another Spirit Rush charge in. Niski's going to fall though to the tower. Execute takes him. Another rush away from Shayak will get him out of the clutches of Melray.
Wow. So support for support.
Yeah.
A bit of support.
And both the support's got the kills.
Yeah, not quite the way that either team would have liked it, but it ends up working out as, crucially, Larssen dying there, just more advantages gained for Chayak. And we're seeing Chayak just absolutely school Larssen in the matchup. Beautiful charm connects to start off that play. With the follow-up coming through from Niski, there's very little that Larssen can do to escape. He had his flash available, but there was no window for him to use it to get away. And unfortunately, it was an electrocute proc into an ignite tick that ended up being the kill secure for Niski.
You say unfortunately. As a support main and as a Niski stan, I think it's very fortunate that this has happened. Niski's had a really good start to the split. Obviously only one series, you can see, did fall behind on experience, which I think was the big thing we pointed out last week, where he wasn't catching enough XP in the lanes, he was kind of being pulled everywhere. But 90% kill participation, highest kills and assists at the 8-minute mark for supports. Guy's up to a blinder in his first split as support.
I mean, stats-wise for sure, but he himself said that his first game was a little bit shaky.
Stats don't lie, Betty. Except they always do.
They definitely paint a picture.
Yeah, he was definitely shaky. I still think he had a really good start.
For sure. And I think that's the key takeaway, because the big question mark around Niski was, okay, what does he provide? Yeah. And one of the things we were excited for was his synergy with his jungler in particular, and already we're seeing him work very well with Linces, setting up for these early plays and making things happen for Vitality in the early game. We'll keep an eye on his individual mechanical performance and his laning as time goes on, but for now, you're completely right that he is definitely having impact in the games, and so far, Vitality find themselves with a 1k gold lead, and just look at that mid lane difference. We were already talking about how Chayak had a good week one, but he is just outperforming Larssen in the lane.
It didn't die at all in week one, was laning better than Jackie's for the entire series as well. Really off to a stormer so far, Vitality, and we kind of want to see that keep going. I will say, caliber of opposition is always something you have to look at in these sorts of positions after only 1 week and after only one series. Giant X did not come out swinging in the LEC spring, nor have Rogue, so you want to pick up a win here if you're Vitality. We can't say that you're going to place first in the regular season or even make playoffs just off of these first two series, but it would be a very good start for them.
I think, yeah, in terms of the schedule for Vitality, if your goal is, I mean, everyone's goal will be top 6 at the end of the split, right? But if you expect yourself to have to ramp up over time to build that synergy with Niski, this type of schedule is definitely the one you want. You could argue that this is the opposition that you have to beat, so maybe it's more pressure, but Nako, he sees an angle here.
Adam flashes away early. Nako goes back in with a shuriken flip. Perfect execution, not enough. With that Q2 to kill off Adam.
I think Adam may have held on to his W in that fight to try and mitigate as much of the R2 damage as possible. Still though, gets the flash. Ooh, forced to back away as Linces was looking to get himself that kill. The timing is nice though, as the grubs are about to respawn. More farm is being denied, and just, I mean, credit to the solo laners of Vitality finding advantages.
Nako's behind the wave here. Doesn't have flash, doesn't have the perfect execution, and as you said, timing was good. Nako greeted for an extra wave. Is the top lane alive as the charm goes down onto execute, but the Shattering Strike does not follow up. Vitality will have to give up these grubs.
nice TP from Larssen as well. Recognizes that they've won position thanks to the kill they were able to get onto Nako. Doesn't want to waste any time. Immediately moves to bot, gets that wave pushed in as quickly as he can.
Also, Vitality might challenge for
Alan's
one
alone
out of
now.
these. As you say, Malrang is alone. Adam has the equalizer in the top lane, hasn't moved yet. There's the charm onto Malrang. Magnet Storm coming out as well. Malrang very tanky at the moment. Has the flash and an Arctic Assault. Goes for Shayak. He Spirit Rushes forward, gets the kill. Padri now beginning to open up another Spirit Rush available for Shayak. The cleanse away into the charm. Shayak still lives through the equalizer burn. Niski flashes the Mystic shot, and Linsus comes over the wall to take the fourth grab. Dodge this! True shot barrage through the heart of Niski.
Patrick able to at the very least trade 1-for-1. Rogue getting themselves the 3 kills in total, as they still find themselves at a bit of a deficit. I mean, the good news is they're able to get 2 grubs, but still 4 secured for Vitality. I think Vitality isn't too unhappy with that. Chaya gets a kill, they get themselves a grub. I guess the crucial thing is Patrick gets some gold back for himself. Given that the deficit he found himself in after the early laning phase, much needed kill for him, and a potential win condition for Rogue. Definitely not out of the game just yet. Remember, the big strength of their composition is the team fight.
Yeah.
Vitality's composition is very much about the skirmishing, the 1v1s, the 2v2s, hell, the 3v3s. They want to find these smaller fights where they have a lot of outplay potential with the mobility and their single target damage. So for Rogue to find themselves a little bit behind early on into the game is nothing too surprising. It's a question of how much of a deficit they find themselves in as they get closer to these bigger team fights.
Importantly for Rogue, no one started the dragon stacking yet either. That first Drake of the game is still available. So even if you do need to cede some pressure, give up the first couple of Drakes of the game, you're still looking at a 30-35 minute clock before you are staring down Soul Point. Action's been more around that top side, around those grubs, and currently those sit 4-2 in Vitality's favor. Looks like we're going back to relatively standard lanes, or at least standard for post 10-minute mark. AD carries match up in the mid lane, top laners up in top, and the mid laners down towards the bottom side. Malrang and Execute just hovering Larssen right now, who has been struggling, about 30 CS down. It's about 5 ways for the Yone behind the Ahri right now.
Keep an eye out on the minimap. Look at Linsus.
Oh, Grand Starfall. He's looking to make a Starfall in the top lane. Adam, the target, stunned immediately. And he is just deleted by Linsus and Nako. Meanwhile, Shayak, his first death of spring. He will fall the shutdown over to Malrang.
Nice plays across the board. This will open up the dragon for Rogue as well on the bot side of the map. As Niski, he's got to be very careful here. Maybe overstaying is welcome.
Yeah, he definitely is. He does have that crash down, can use it across the wall here to get back to the tower range. Larssen will dash forward, lands the Q3. Magnet Storm Larssen snaps back to reality. Niski, he's falling. Oh, here comes gravity. Underneath the tower, Execute will die to the tower shot and the ignite. Not quite, he survives. Niski does not have that same luxury. Larssen takes the kill.
So Rogue get themselves another kill on the bot side of the map. They get a pick onto Shayak, they convert it into the dragon, they get another pick onto Niski. And I think they wisely shouldn't stick around for this tower. They need to get the reset off, get back to base quickly, start spending that gold. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Vitality did unlock that tower. Nako completing the Leandries. This Akali definitely starting to run away with that top side matchup. But overall, the game in a pretty interesting spot. Even though there is a goal difference in favor of Vitality, Rogue showing that they still have moves to fight back.
Yeah, they definitely do, and getting Larssen back in the game as well. That Blade of Ruin can complete on the Yone. As you said, did get nerfed slightly this patch, where if you are CC'd during your Soul Unbound, when you snap back, that CC isn't all cleansed. You still get crowd control. Damage didn't. Actually got slightly buffed.
Yep.
His passive no longer has a 10% crit damage reduction on it. Instead, he just does the crit damage that every other champion, well, not every other champion, because some people scale with, most other champions would do with that amount of crit.
Dragon 4 minutes. We've got the Rift Herald in about 45. Right now, both teams looking to gain control over the side lanes. Rogue hovering around Larssen as they can look for a potential play onto Shayak, but he has support of his own. Mid wave has been completely exposed, and notice what Adam is doing. Realizes that he can't really do much against this Akali.
X-Flash, Shadowing Strike goes wide. He's too tanky, Niski, I'm afraid.
That's an old school meme, but I got it.
You remember who it was?
I do.
Yep. It's just a Vitality support thing, Petty.
I mean, look at Nako in the top lane. He is a problem. I don't really think anyone can 1v1 him right now. Maybe Larssen could. Maybe. but it would be a close matchup that I would definitely favor the Akali in. I mean, Rift Tower should be the next objective that both these teams look for as the resets come through. Chayak does have TP, so it makes sense that he would want to pan towards the side of the map. Maybe Rogue say they're not ready for a fight, so instead they just want to secure that bot tier 1 tower, which they should be able to grab right now.
Kazi is playing so aggressively in this mid lane, dodging all of Patrick's abilities, even the W, Essence Flux. No, Essence Flux, can't remember the name of Ezreal W, but it has such a wide hitbox at the end that I was surprised it didn't quite click. It is Essence Flux, I'm a genius. Look at that. But because he's dodging all of these, as you can see, taking no damage, forcing Patrick to cleanse, still getting the tower in Patrick's space. Kazi has always been a very good carry when playing aggressively, often to a fault because of how aggressively he does play because of that, but there we see why it can do wonders for his team.
Well, Vitality with great position on the map right now. They've secured the top and mid tier 1 towers. They've got themselves the Rift Tower. They have 4 grubs. The dragon stacking, as you highlighted earlier, been significantly delayed, given that Marang's first attempt was interrupted by Naknako, who, again, with a 1-1-0 scoreline, you may think doesn't seem that scary, but this Akali, against what he's playing into, it's a pretty interesting situation because fragile is Akali. So when the CC connects, it's very easy to shut her down quickly. Getting Leandries gives you a little bit more HP, making her a little bit more durable and harder to kill. But in isolated 1v1s, she's just very difficult to manage. She has so much mobility, she has so much stalling. So if you over-invest on that side of the map as well, there's cross-map options for Vitality. It's also easy for Vitality to collapse because Chayak has TP, the Pantheon has his ultimate. So Rogue have to be cautious about what fights they take. And it was a really good play of them earlier when they made the cross-map happen. They see 2 people top, immediately force the play bot, knowing that they can guarantee a play where they won't be at a numbers disadvantage.
It makes a lot of sense overall. Next Drake up in a minute's time. Artican in 2 or so. The Rift Tower was picked up by Vitality. Linces has that in his pocket. At the moment, Vitality using the mid pressure that Kazi is developing to get Niski into this side of the jungle. You can see there's actually a lot of attention being paid towards the mid laners who are playing through bot. Even when Chayak had backed in a bush, Rogue had a control ward behind that bush, so Larson pinged it out and said, hey, can someone come and help me check this bush in the middle to make sure that Chayak isn't just waiting here, lying in wait, trying to catch me out for a little bit of a pick. Next Drake in 30 seconds. Rogue have no vision past the halfway mark of the map.
You'll notice as well some interesting itemization coming through. The QSS completed for Larson. Patrick doesn't know he's on a ward.
And immediately he's caught out. There's the Magnusword follow-up, and Patrick goes bye-bye. Execute's now going to flash the wall towards the red buff. Larson is here as well. The charm from Chayak lands, a double spear rush forward again from the Ahri, looking for a little bit more, just forcing Malrang and Larson out of the jungle.
Nice timing from Vitality. Just as the dragon is spawning, they catch Patrick on a ward. Remember that Kazi had already burnt the cleanse from Patrick earlier on when pushing into the mid tower. So few defenses left for Patrick. He is chain CC'd, he is locked down, and Kazi's able to pick up both kills.
That's a mistake we have seen from Patrick in the past, especially in spring, just getting caught out on rotations, not anticipating the enemy team being a good spot to find these picks. He's on a ward, as you say, walks towards Marang, then's like, oh, I need to catch the mid-wave as it comes forward, let me be the first one to walk, and Vitality are lying in wait.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he should have been a little more suspicious because, I mean, the old school rule is you look at the mini-map and you count.
How many circles do I see?
And I saw 2 circles, and so I was like, that brush seems very suspicious to me. And I mean, props to Vitality. They find a pick. They secure their first dragon of the game. Now Artican finds its way onto the rift.
They also get 2 items apiece on their main 2 carries. Obviously, Naknako getting towards that spot as well, but Chayak has the Belfire Torch and the Leandries, and it's a Ginsu's Blade of the Ruin King on hit here for Kazi.
You'll notice no Rod of Ages on the Ahri as well. Something that we've been seeing a lot more in solo queue due to its high win rate and overall performance, so the logic being that you can't really one-shot anything anyway in the current strength of Ahri, so go for a little bit more of the sustain. And I think Chayak is emulating a similar idea. He's just abandoned Rod of Ages and said, I'm just going to go for more burn. If it's going to be more of a drawn-out fight and I'm going to chip away at you, then I'll add more value to my chip damage instead.
It's interesting with Rod of Ages being buffed slightly this patch. Oh, Artican started here by Vitality, spotted out with the True Shot Barrage. Larson has teleport. Any wards for him to get to? Doesn't look like it. Vitality already have the Artican down to about 4,000 HP. Shy is keeping Malrang at bay. As you say, Vitality will get it, but there are petals afterwards. They need to try and clear all of these before Rogue can step forward. They get most of them immediately on the spawn. Niski stunned up, locked up. There's the solar flare into Larson. Niski draws his last breath. So does Linces. Kasi falls to flash away. And the rest of Vitality couldn't join the play. Now, Kasi, where are you going? You have a cleanse, but Execute has a bunch of CC to work with. There's the Shield of Daybreak into the Zenith Blade. Kazi will get Execute out of the exchange, but Adam gets a juicy shutdown. Nuko jumped on immediately, stunned up with the Permafrost, and there's another for Rogue. In the end, they get 4 for 1.
Definitely not a bad fight for Rogue. A tower, a bunch of kills. They even got a few of the remaining petals. So while the proactiveness was promising from Vitality, it doesn't quite pan out the way that they would have liked. A nice gold swing for Rogue will also equalize the score. Now, crucially, with the Archon falling, notice how separated Vitality is. Nuko actually has to go back to base before he can TP in. And at this point, the fight has already started. A beautiful ultimate from Larson locks up both Niski and Linces, meaning that the front line just collapses immediately. As Rogue is stacking up as a 5, these skirmishers can't really find the angle to get the pick that they were looking for. Now, some of you might be confused as to why Nuko even considers this play, but he's thinking, I have ultimate, I have Shroud, I can get at least another kill here, but crucially, this knockup from Malrang and Larson means that he just doesn't quite get the opportunity to do that, and he loses his life as well.
Yeah, really nice far side alteration into the bush there as well, as Larson was snapping back towards it, so they saw Nuko waiting around the corner, and Rogue take the gold lead for the first time this game. It's a Drake apiece. Rogue have equalized the game out mostly. 2 items on Patrick. He has the Manamune and the upgraded to the Mirror Mana and the Triforce. 2 items now on Larson when Immortal Shield Bow second. Niski going in. There's the Magnustorm. Equalizes to follow up and Adam goes pop. The Solar Flare from Execute does land onto Linces, but the rest of his team is nowhere to be found. It's a double again for Vitality. Niski, oh, he looks for the flash. Going forward, Chain of Corruption dodged by Patrick, but Linces has a flash of his own. Meanwhile, on the backline, Larson jumps on Kazi and should be able to mow him down. Patrick escapes. Nuko starting to collapse, but he can't get onto Malrang and Larson. Rogue do find a kill out of the end of the exchange.
A chaotic scrap, but I'm not really sure what Vitality can get off the back of it. There's possibility looking at the bots tier 1, but the waves aren't in a great spot. They'll need to answer those, and also the HP bars aren't the best. Quite a lot of flashes were committed on the trying to kill Patrick, and while they did get his summoner spells, look at this. Hex Flash over the wall, drops the control ward, they lock down Adam, and he is given no recourse for a counterplay. Meanwhile, again, you look at the minimap and you'll just notice that it's a numbers differential. Larson wasn't there, and it was good awareness from Vitality to force the fight. But crucially, the idea behind the fight, cool, okay, maybe a pick, but at this point, you've gone way too deep. Just way too deep. Larson finds a nice pick of his own onto Kazi on the back end. Ends up being 2 for 1, but crucially for Rogue, like, nothing was really lost. You know, they didn't lose any objectives, they didn't really lose much vision, and it's Rogue immediately back with control over the river.
Patrick did lose his summoners, but as you say, 2 flashes were burnt to get those summoners out. Shayax and Linces. Niski's flash, I think, was burnt more for Adam, so you can argue either way where Niski's flash went, but still, a bunch of summoners used by Vitality, and Rogue will have the setup around the Drake. Second of the game for either of these 2 teams.
Now, for Vitality, it's a difficult thing to face check into this composition because you're fishing into both Leona and Sejuani. You're very reliant on your Pantheon and your Rel in order to try and create space, and this is what makes it difficult because you're also just walking into the poke of this Ezreal. They've been able to find an angle through the bot wave. The chip damage continues to come down. Good from Larson to push in this mid wave. And again, it's Vitality that's in the awkward spot. Rogue can play the patient game because they can just play for the mid tier 1. Really good positioning here. Very patient play from Rogue. Now they can use the mid wave to immediately move back towards the dragon, and the rest of Vitality have to respond to the waves. So it's an uncontested objective, just well executed, and a great demonstration of how you can, with your composition, you just exert pressure. You know, like with Vitality's composition, Rogue is very aware of how much harder it is to enter an objective. And so as long as they play it patiently and don't overforce, then it makes it very difficult for Vitality to really do anything. So they get themselves the mid-tier 1, they get themselves the dragon, and again, we find ourselves in an equal gold state.
Yeah, we do. It does feel like Rogue's comp, when it comes to team fighting, just generally better. You talked a bit about in draft, a bit about in the early game. Vitality looking more for those skirmishes, and with an even game state at 26 minutes, you've got to be pretty happy this situation as Rogue, especially since Larsen's laning phase has been overcome. He's now 1,300
100%.
gold ahead of Shayak, who has been playing really well, but just hasn't been able to be funneled as much gold as Larsen has. Larsen with 4 kills on this Yone. It reminds me a little bit of his LeBlanc game last week, where he struggled to have a huge impact later in the game. Here on the Yone, has all the tools to have impact.
I would say this game is very counterintuitive if you're familiar with Larsen's history.
Yeah.
Because he's typically always been known for his laning.
100%.
And then his... Ooh, Lensis, he's going to die.
Burning. Malwan coming in as well. Yeah, Lensis is just dead.
He's just dead.
That's a lot of damage from Adam with the Flame Spitter. Lensis without, well, only got the Merc
that's a-
Transform magic resist. Is that Baron?
That is Baron. I mean, the jungler's dead. Why not? Just force it. You know you have a stronger team. You use nothing to get that kill. Patrick just burned his ultimate, sure, but that doesn't really matter. Yeah, force it, 100%. Here we go.
You can see Larsen working his way through mid lane. Nako is answering the bot wave right now. Shayak looking for that flank position. Niski doing the same, has Hex Splash and Magnet Storm. Everyone grouped up for the Baron. It's a perfect opportunity for Aurel to go in, but where's the follow-up if he does? TP from Nako. The Baron already down to 4,000 HP. Marang just sitting in the pit. Niski jumps across. There's the equalizer. Follow-up. Marang lands the smite. There's the Baron. Execute goes forward onto Niski. He Magnet Storms out, but the Solar Flare finds him as he lands, and Adam will burn him where he stands. On the backline, Larsen's diving further forward. Shayak dashing away to escape, but it's gorgeous for Rogue. They find the kill at the end with the Ignite and the Leandries burn. Rogue get a delayed ace as Linces has just come back alive. They get the Baron, they have a 3,000 gold lead, and 28 minutes in, it's all coming up Rogue.
A single pick has just given Rogue full control over the game. Such a delayed engage, nice double knockup from Larsen into the Rumble ultimate to kind of separate the fight on two fronts. They focus the front line, the CC comes through, they get rid of Niski as quickly as they can. And again, it's one of those situations where, okay, Larsen fumbles a little bit, and crucially, this stun that comes through from Marang to keep Patrick alive. So much was happening in the fight that even I couldn't keep track of it all, but ultimately, Rogue, good target selection, played the fight patiently, they only lose a single member, they get the Baron off the back of it as well. And now, they're in a game-winning position.
For Vitality, you've seen it slip away through your fingers, right? You got a Pantheon, but Gods aren't answering right now, as he's been struggling to have an impact since the early game. Patrick pushing through mid here. It's a 4-1 split. Larsen's going to base, has TP, will go to the bot wave. They're looking for all the tier 2s to kick off this push. Already 5,000 gold out of the Red Bull Baron power play, and a 5,000 gold lead. Grand Starfall into the Solar Flare. Patrick cleanses away immediately. Equalizer coming out as well as Nako tries to get onto the backline, and he does exactly that. He will shut down Patrick. Larsen is not here for the follow-up. Rogue lose one. It's their AD carry, but they could look to turn around the play. No Equalizer, no Glacial Prison, no Solar Flare. Makes it a tricky endeavor.
I mean, this is the idea behind Vitality's comp. Find these picks. If you're able to catch someone out, you create the numbers advantage and you immediately alleviate a lot of the pressure that Rogue is able to generate. They're able to get that kill onto Patrick. They get both of his summoners, and this time they didn't have to commit as many resources. That doesn't take away from the fact that there's still a Baron buff on Rogue and they're still in a winning position.
Oh, Larsen! Oh, Larsen! Oh, Larsen, yes!
Oh. You're conflicted.
That was nice!
No, I can tell, because you think the play from Larsen's good, but he did do it on Yone.
Okay, yeah, that's true. But he QSS the chain of corruption so he could snap back.
Oh, I mean, Larsen is playing incredibly well. Again, his laning phase wasn't very good, but you can see his impact later on into the game. 6-1 and 8 scoreline. He's been involved in, if my math is correct, 14 of the team's 16 kills.
That's good maths.
I mean, he's having an impressive game. 3 items completed with the QSS on top of that. Again, this is just a quick reminder that Rogue's still in a winning position even after losing Patrick in the mid lane.
Yeah, 4,000 gold ahead, and they have 10 seconds left, 5 seconds left on this Baron now. They will get all the tier 2s out of it. Obviously would have wanted a little bit more, but there's still a large gold infusion straight into their veins, and with the pushing lanes, they can turn their eyes towards their 3rd dragon of the game. An Ocean Soul would be monumental for them if they can secure it. Vitality will do everything they can to stop that. Question is, what do they have left in that toolbox? Do they have a spanner, a wrench to throw in the works?
Well, they're going to have to find one, because Rogue's composition, we've already seen how it plays out in the team fights. Vitality just have so much single target damage, but now Rogue have too many threats. Okay, you invest all your resources into killing Patrick, cool. Larson and Adam will clean up the fight. Okay, let's break this up into smaller 1v1s. But how are you going to do that in a 5v5? You know, it becomes difficult, which is why it was crucial that Vitality play through sides, find picks, leverage the fact that you have a Pantheon ultimate to maybe, oh, I don't know, if Adam is clearing a wave in bot lane, you send the Akali, maybe have the Ahri Shadow, you find that pick, and then you convert it into a bigger team fight. If you don't do that and you're just playing straight front to back 5v5, well, Rogue just has the better position.
Yep, game's hard at that point. Game is hard. Vitality grouped up as 4 here. It's Nako pushing out the side lane. Adam has a Zhonya's Hourglass finish now, so Nako has much less kill threat. In fact, both the top laners at 3 items apiece. This tower should fall, though, with Nako having a sizable wave here. Adam is just going to accept that the tier 1 in the bot lane is not long for the world as it crashes and crumbles into rubble.
Looks like Rogue is just going to play the patient game for now. Baron spawns in 1 minute and 25. You can see that time in the top left of your screen.
Rogue playing the patient game?
I know. Shocker.
Ooh, I've been surprised by so many things today.
Now, the problem with that is that in this position before, we have seen them fumble once or twice.
It does happen.
It does on occasion happen. Now, I don't want to bring back Rogue time, but if it happens again, there may be some precedent.
But Rogue time wasn't it between 15 and 25 minutes?
Yeah.
So we're officially out of Rogue time.
Yeah, I'm just saying there may be a new definition.
Do you think it's going to be like New Coke, where they brought in a whole new recipe and it was actually just worse than the original?
Who knows? We're going to find out. Okay. That's what's going to happen. Let's see if Rogue can close this game out. Again, for all intents and purposes, they should be able to win.
Hashtag go Rogue.
It's just a question of also if Sally's ulted at this point. I don't know if there's any really counterplay.
I don't think Sally would ever ult in a Rogue game. In Rogue's favor, I'd say. I don't think that's ever going to happen. I think he's learned his lesson. Jankos had to shave his eyebrows. I think they've learned. Oh, TP behind here. As Nako's looking to the flank. Magnustorm in by Niski, only really landing onto 1. Chayak still chasing forward here. Larson able to get out towards the backside. Execute escaping as well. Patrick's opening up. And already Nako, Lince is trying to dive onto Patrick. No, Nako is dead. Lince is going to fall as well. But he does get Patrick in response. The flame splitter from Adam. Larson now trying to re-engage Chayak, Niski, and Kazi. All relatively low. Adam has to flash away. It's a 2 for 2 in the mid lane.
That was a 2 for 2. Vitality are able to find an angle after forcing a full-on 5v5 fight.
Yep.
I'm going to need to go back and see this replay because initially I thought that this was just a losing play for Vitality. I thought that things were going to fall apart here, but then they were able to get some decent damage down. I want to say it was because Nako found a good angle. Hang on a minute, they've TP'd back in. They're just going to force the Baron, and they can do this. Sejuani's already on his way back.
So Shayak does have teleport.
Doesn't matter, there's no smite. Unless Kazi can do the Gumayushi.
Can he do it? Well, they'll see it. That control ward, though, denying any further vision in the pit. The Baron already down to 2,000 equalizer. Okay. Kazi. No.
Not going to happen, and that's a Baron secured.
Bring in Smash. Sub him in.
Okay. That is okay. Well, I'm not going to touch that. Baron secured for Rogue. So ultimately, the fight did end up going negatively for Vitality. Let's look. So the TP flank comes in to start off the fight. Larson QSS is early. Nice engage overall from Niski as he draws a lot of the focus. Execute gets shut down very quickly. Now Nako dives onto the backline. He then becomes the next target. And then Chayak and Kazi just have the freedom to free hit in the fight as Linces trades his life for Patrick. So understandable why it ends up being such a close fight. But of course, losing our jungler means there's no smite. And now Niski, is he overextended?
Nako's there as well. Solar Flare does clip Niski only for the slow. Nako almost killing off Adam. It's enough. Nako gets him. Will pay for it with his life. You have to feel. In the Zhonya's, sniped out by Patrick at the last possible minute, but that's only 4 Barons are left for Rogue. Adam is down. Top wave is pushing in, but with Drake up in 30 seconds time, no one's going top. QSS away from the stun. Larson no longer has that tool at his fingertips. Rogue still stepping forward. Shayak doing everything he can. Look for those charms in this next fight. Niski, no flash, does have that Magnustorm, the true shot barrage. There's the charm again, only on to Execute. Shadowing Strike as well for the follow-up. CC, the dive in by Linces. Execute doesn't have an opportunity to breathe. Magnustorm on the backline. Linces gets the kill onto Execute. Shayak has the Spirit Rush, goes forward. Ring, ring. Hello, Patrick. This is Vitality! They slam Rogue into the dirt and only Larsen's left alive.
We're looking at the Sally Ultimate live, and it's happening in real time. Rogue, they fall short in the fight once more. The dragon being secured, the soul will be denied. 36 minutes into the game. I mean, oh no.
New Rogue time.
Oh, no.
Do you love it? What a tasty flavor.
So we look back at the fight, and this ulti from Patrick was huge onto the two carries as well. And you think that the fight should be done and dusted, but the charm comes through. Execute the front line. I mean, he gets executed to start off the fight. Niski then chain CCs the front line. Chayek and Kazi again are left untouched, and they just turn it into a single target fiesta. Larsen is forced to ulti away, and Vitality find the picks they need to deny the soul.
And now for Rogue, you're wondering how have these last couple of fights gone so wrong? Kazi
We would be asking
huge.
the same question.
Yeah, Kazi is huge. 4 items, Yak Show complete now as well. Has been untouched in the last 2
You're
fights.
completely right.
Still has both of his summoners. The on-hit Varus obviously does so much damage in the late game
Yeah,
compared
if he's
to...
free to hit.
Exactly.
And that's exactly as you're highlighting, Medic. He's been given so much freedom. That threat from Larsen that we've seen a lot in so many of the other previous fights has been there in the last few. Execute hasn't been able to connect that ultimate onto Kazi, who still has both of his summoners up. Now, crucially, a lot of summoners are coming back up for a lot of players across the board, which means that this next fight is going to be a big one. It just becomes a lot about getting that mid control, gaining access into the river. But a reminder that Baron is still 2.5 minutes away and Dragon is 3.5. So both these teams are just going to keep clearing waves as we get closer and closer to full build.
And one of the problems for both the teams is the engage is so fast that if you put someone in a side lane, in the time it takes for them to teleport into the mid lane, the fight might already be over. We've seen that happen for Vitality earlier when Nako's TP was a little bit late because he based a little bit late and they just lost the top side fight around that Arakan. Poke coming out from Patrick with the Mystic shots. Nako looking for the flank. No real vision for Rogue on that top side, so they don't know exactly where Nako is. I think he showed on the wave here. Niski goes in. Shayak there with a follow-up base seal coming out from Larsen. Shayak dashes back in with the Spirit Rush. Larsen snaps back. Now Nako will fall, so will Larsen. Now it's a 4-for-4. Niski low, Lince is low as well. Shayak has one more Spirit Rush. Patrick opens up. He can't quite land. That extra bit of damage. It's a true shot, and it goes through the uprights, but now Kazi's the target. Cleanses away, can't get away from death. 2 more kills over the Rogues. They look for Shayak. The flash forward into the charm. Flash away from Shayak. Patrick misses the Mystic shot. The Essence Flush lands onto Niski. Shayak almost down as well. Patrick was looking for those final couple of shots, but Shayak and Niski will limp away.
These death timers are very long, and given that Patrick is still alive, Rogue can look for the end. I don't know if Shayak is enough to stop the Rogue siege.
What can you do, Vitality? Can you hold on? Right now on the precipice, Solar Flare, Equalizer both used, Shadowing Strike out from Niski, Shayak down to no HP. The minion wave though almost cleared out. Niski will fall, still 2 minions here. Patrick takes a couple of tower shots, and Rogue will not be able to break the Nexus towers.
We go
TP's behind,
again.
we go again straight away, mate!
Straight back into the action. Adam and Patrick, they're gonna get collapsed on.
Nako, what can you do in this sort of situation? Shayak does have the Spirit Rush. He's got to run away. Okay, less exciting for Vitality, but perhaps for Rogue, the opportunity to find a tasty fish in a barrel. Nako,
the
who
blue
dashed the wall,
trinkets.
has the oracles on. Hide behind the Crocs, they'll never know. Oh wait, they know.
There's a blast cone!
He can jump across. Perfect execution, into the perfect execution, into the blast cone! Patrick dashes in, executes here! And Patrick will take the kill. He's on a rampage now. Nako dead for 60.
Oh, okay, so I thought the E over the wall was really bad because I thought Execute was someone else. But it was completely fine. He ended up getting that kill onto Nako. Now both TPs from the solo laners are gone, and crucially, Baron up in 10 seconds. That's going to be a 5v4 around the Baron, and Vitality have to fight it. I don't know how they're going to win out on this fight without that backline threat from Nako. But Rogue, again, I think this is their 3rd Baron of the game.
Okay, I'm not going to pretend that during Rogue games I don't go into a fugue state, okay? Everything for the last 20 minutes or so has been a blur. Afterwards, people will say I said things, and I'll have to listen to the VOD to make sure I said them.
You can't say that this hasn't been entertaining.
It's been great fun, mate. It's just a fever dream.
We go again. Rogue now with the Baron. The Soul spawning in 20 seconds. Nako will be alive for this contest. He
Doesn't
should
have
be able to
TP.
get there in time as well.
Sprinting out.
That is a flank angle for Niski, and they don't know. Oh, they know. They know.
The flangle has been discovered. Solar Flare into Glacial Prism. Niski's going to jump the wall. How much can you delay? Larson used his ultimate as well. And the QSS here to make sure that Niski's dead. Soul for Rogue is their prize. I wondered if Vitality might bite it, knowing that all those ultimates are down, but without their key engaged tool, they're not going to go for it.
Now, Baron plus Soul. Surely nothing bad will happen to Rogue. Surely.
Stop trying to be Sally, man.
I'm just saying, like, logically, based on all of the evidence presented,
Uh-huh.
it would be highly improbable that from this position, Rogue would lose.
Hypothetically, yes, that would be the case. And
I feel
through this paper, I will discuss why that's not been the case on many occasions.
And this paper, yeah, that's a good one. All right,
So,
let's see.
Rogue pushing through bot. Naka looking for a flank position. Could just be catching the next wave as well, but it is a super minion. Now he's going through his own jungle, but it has been warded out by Rogue. Niski is alive, has the Hex Splash, has the Magnet Storm.
They don't have the wave clip to stop this. This should be an uncontested inhibitor.
It's definitely going to be the inhibitor tower. I wonder if the contest might come a moment later, Betty. There's the inhib. Nexus tower has regened a little bit, but only up to a third of its health. Nako has the flank. There's the Magnet Storm for the follow-up. Equalizer on the back line. Niski's so low, but look at the damage coming out from Shayak and Nako. Larson down to half HP. He's got a GA executes. The first one's go down. The Giant Guardian's Angel for Larson will bring him back to life. And the Charm and the Shadowing Strike do not connect. Adam burning Nako. Shayak and Linsus to the ground. Shayak forced away. The GA popped on Kazi as well, as Rogue will win the fight. And after 42 minutes, they will claim the first game of this best of 3.
An exciting back and forth, a comedy of errors, but Rogue will secure the final team fight. The Soul proving so valuable in that final fight as well. Vitality just didn't quite have the damage, even though they got a fantastic engage. Wow, what a banger for game 1.
The banger, man. It's like 3 p.m. on a Saturday afternoon. I was not ready for that, I'll be honest. Rogue coming out swimming. Shox is standing by for an interview. Let's hear from her.
Indeed, with Patrick here on the sidelines, they just did not want to die. So how did you eventually kill them? Because they were gunning for you every single fight.
Yeah, this game was super hard for me. They always managed to just click on me and kill me. And I feel like we misplayed some of the fights. So yeah, I'm just happy we managed to win at least like one really good fight and then end. Or like get Nash and go for end.
I see that you're careful, that you're trepidatious. Of course, last week we know what happened. The first game was won, then the series wasn't won. Sometimes you gave up an advantage. So is there kind of a new directive to make sure that you can bring it home, that that Rogue time is a thing of the past?
I think Rogue time still exists, sadly. It's you know, something we are working at. I feel like so often we are in good position and then we just run it down and lose. So I just gonna get better with time, I guess, and everyone needs to be super mindful about you know, going for revive fights or getting caught and stuff like this.
And we'll look at that for the next game. Thank you so much, Patrick. Hopefully you can bring this one home, and we'll be back right back.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
one.
The GOAT.
Niski flashes the Mystic shot, and Lincers comes over the wall to take the 4th grab.
No! Not the GOAT. As Ronald.
I flash somebody if he comes again.
Yeah, wait for us. Okay.
I'm pink to this. We can force the file. Go on.
Leona, she will flash.
I will go.
Go. Just send it, okay? Deep.
One more maybe.
Nice.
If that doesn't take away from the fact that there's still a Baron buff on Rogue and they're still in a winning position.
Oh, Larson! Oh, Larson, yes!
You're conflicted.
That was nice!
That was really nice.
Oh, Larson,
indeed,
yes.
actually. For Larson, yes, yeah, from Ginger Dog to Ginger God again this week. Rogue takes it, guys.
It
And
goes back
that's
and
what
forth.
matters. It doesn't matter how they did it. They got the W. It wasn't clean to begin with, though.
Oh no, it absolutely wasn't. I think this game still looked very dire for Rogue, and I think some of the main issues we've seen from them has been their early game struggles. We saw it last week, and I think we're still seeing it again this week. I mean, specifically for the solo laners, I think Larson had a really rough time, even in the 2v2. Yeah, it's a 1-for-1, but he loses the wave. And I think for Adam as well on the top side, individually, he's been struggling a bit this spring split of LEC. He had one good Aurora game, and some of the others has left a lot to be decided.
Yeah, it's just when your team is struggling, especially after the winter split, it takes a little bit of time to figure out what actually went wrong and how to adapt moving on. And I think this game, it was just Vitality making good plays. I felt like Niski, especially for the early game, he was exactly where he needed to be, putting a lot of pressure on the Yone. Yone prefers a little bit more of an isolated matchup, but to be honest, even in the isolation, he was struggling. He was not doing great.
Yeah, and I mean, big kudos to the Vitality solo laners. But man, if this Rogue roster needs to keep the improvement going, that early game, man, that gotta be fixed.
Outside of the early game, what is it going to be about? Because I remember Vitality in Winter, and we were like, they need to get more stability. They didn't get that stability quite yet, but I want to praise Rogue for seizing those opportunities that just Vitality handed out to them.
Oh, for sure. And I think that's really where we see a lot of Rogue strength as well in the mid game. They still have good team fights when there's an area set up there for them. I think that Arakan specifically is where Larson actually shows his veterancy and actually has a really good team fight.
Yeah, because the game was quite lost for Rogue now, and now Larson just finds a great engage here, layering on the CC, and the Pantheon kind of still CCing and trying to jump in. And for me, this was a big turning point, and this is when Rogue Teamcom starts becoming online, because even though in the early game they struggle a lot, in the mid game they have a lot of tools to keep forcing fights.
Is Rogue time positive again? Because I'm really lost here watching this.
I lived through all of the Rogue times. I went through the Rogue time where it was positive, then it was negative, and then it was positive again, and now I'm still more on the side that it's negative, because okay, if we go back and we think about last week, there were many times where they approached Drake and were like, okay, this is going great. Nothing can go wrong. And then guess what happens? They lose. But now we flip the clock again. We're on the positive side, and now I'm just dying to see what's happening next time, to be honest. But ray of sunshine for now.
Oh, for sure. But I mean, we still see some planning as well. I mean, the game just from that point wasn't really wrong. What do you mean? Won from Rogue sides just from that, because they still had a deficit. They had
we did see the micro throws at every single objective.
I mean, we did see, and I think that's why I have some main criticism from Vitality, but also Rogue who managed to get a pick on Lincers as well that led into that Baron later on, because just the fact that they've set a trap up on those wolves with the vision really allowed themselves to find a position where then, okay, enemy jungler is down. We're now going to be able to then find the Baron. I think it's unfortunate with Lincers. He's already used his E in this scenario on the wolves. You don't see it from his point of view right now, but he was visioned the entire time from Rogue.
Like, let's look at the waves. Everything is pushed, and it feels like you have so much control, and then Adam just sneaks a catch out of nowhere, and oof, yeah.
Yeah, it's rough. You know, you get that Baron, and I think Vitality is just really here to look around. And I think that's probably the struggle that Vitality is going to be facing now, because as you said yourself earlier, Lo, they have found some stability in the early game, but now it's the mid game that suddenly becomes a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, and it feels like a symptom
what a
of...
gold graph.
I know it's a discussion that we had in Winter, bringing a new component to a team, especially on the support role, where there's a lot of responsibilities when it comes to communication, organizing plays. Niski check here. How do we feel like he's doing and also implementing into the systems? Because I feel like some of the stability that we want Vitality to have might be due to the fact that it's his new role and he's getting used to the systems as well.
Niski is prime Schrödinger support for Vitality, where
what? Where are you going with this?
Because he's at the same time both better and worse than Healy, right? Because he brings stability in some of the times where Healy would not, in the sense where, you know, there's this sort of neutral objective dance, this dance around the mid waves. And all of a sudden, you know, Vitality chair is sitting and they're like, what's happening? Is something going to happen? And then Healy sends it.
The
But
element
now,
of fear is gone.
the fear is gone. And it feels like now it's a lot more stable. You don't really have this X factor where you feel like everything can go downhill because Nisqy's building this, because it's also his whole playstyle when it came from coming from mid lane. He was always this kind of guy where he wants to push, he wants to move, he wants to control, he wants to trap. And he's doing that perfectly. But now, when I look at Nisqy, the end comes from the fact that he's walking into places where he shouldn't be. He doesn't have the backing up from his teammates at all, and he's walking in alone, and then he gets caught. So now it's a little bit of a trade-off where I feel like in the long run, because you don't have this sort of X factor where you feel like anything can go wrong at any single moment, it can still improve from here, but now it's just growing pains.
Yeah, you're completely right, and I think we still see some of those, you know, good fundamental plays and links up. I think the early game with Nisqy and Chayek was phenomenal because Nisqy did put a lot of his early game time around that mid lane to make sure his mid laner was doing okay. And it was also really good link up with Linsas in the mid game to get a few picks. I remember the one specifically around red buff where they get a really good team fight. The game looks really won from there, and then you still obviously have those improvements.
But this is just the Nisqy buff, because he was a mid laner and now he knows what when he is mid lane or when his mid laner is mid, he knows exactly what he would want from a support. So now he's giving it, because I didn't really feel like he was overdoing it, where he was looking for plays or looking for catches or kills. He was mostly playing for the pressure and just backing him up so that he keeps having this winning lane going on for a long time.
So to sum things up, better early games from Rogue, more discipline from Vitality is what we want to see here in this game too. Casters, what do you want to see from each team?
League of Legends, I'm going to be honest. You give us Chaos?
Yeah, that one.
I've heard that somewhere before.
Yeah, you probably have. I don't want the teams to improve at all. I want to see this more often. Many throws, horrendous Baron setups. That's, for me, what is entertaining League.
Larsen's having a nap.
Get into the right mindset, Larsen. Channel the int. I want everyone in that mindset right now. I know, it's just fun League for me.
It is fun to watch. I do like it when there's, like, mechanical goodness.
Listen, man, it's one of those things where, like, are we as good as Korea? No. So just accept it. We are who we are, you know? Bivint, that's us.
Yeah, I find often if you are hyper competitive and want to be the best at your craft, you see someone better than you and just like, screw it. I don't need to get any better. I could just be mediocre for the rest of my life.
Mr. Pessimistic. We're week 2 in the regular season.
Yeah, but they should still be trying to improve, Eddie.
Yeah, they can improve.
You said you don't want them to.
No, I just, in this game. Then game 3, they can. Yeah,
okay.
Deal?
Sure. But what if Rogue win this game?
Well, then that ruins all the fun.
Because if they say exactly the same, the logic dictates Rogue would win game 2, because they won game 1.
Come on, give us game 3. Yeah. I want this matchup more. I'm having a great time. Now, Talia and Ivan taken off the board from Rogue, Azia, and Aurora. Ooh, looks like bans are largely just going to be the same.
No Maokai ban yet from Vitality. They did elect red side as well, so maybe they're going to leave that open and try to get some power picks for themselves. Gwen's still available as well. Obviously, all the champions picked in Game 1. You can see that series ban graphic just above the middle of the scoreboard. That shows you who cannot be selected in Game 2. I think, by the way, we should do Giga Fearless, where on any day, you can't play any champion that's been played that day in the LEC.
But then, like, if you're last in the day, you just have a mega disadvantage.
If you're last on the day, best of 3s, 80 champions are gone. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. We're not putting you on the decision-making team. Corki going to be locked in for Rogue, a powerful bot lane 2v2. Of course, you do have the flexibility. Larsen, known for his Corki to some degree. And there's always that possibility with the Kalista locked in. After Varus, Kalista still a very powerful laning bully, especially in the hands of Kazi.
Okay, early wave pick here.
Ooh, my instincts was like, I don't like an early mid pick here, but it's Nisqy support, which means that there is the possibility that it is not a locked-in mid lane pick.
There was a little while when Hui support was being played.
Yes.
I remember playing it and accidentally pressing the buttons way too often. I don't think we have seen it that much recently. I'm having a look currently at LOL VVV to see how often it's being played. Not very often at all. Nisqy's played it last month.
A month ago?
When he was practicing. He's played it, yeah, twice last month he played it. 1 win, 1 loss. Luden's companion.
Well, I'm just going to leave it open there. It's a possibility. Right, sure. The Maokai locked in already. Rogue have got a very solid draft. I mean, Sejuani game 1, Maokai game 2. and they're going to lock in amid that. Okay, now this is very Rogue.
Yes.
This is about as front to back, scaling, team fighty, very much a Rogue style of composition. You kind of have that guaranteed late game insurance. You got strong team fighting. You imagine that Adam's going to play some sort of front line. Into Kalista, Garen is something you really have to be cautious of.
Do we get the Pengu Garen?
I don't think so.
Please tell me.
Competitively,
I really want to go Nuke.
I think the skin is banned competitively.
Yeah, but I saw it in my ranked games, and they said it wasn't going to be in ranked, so...
Oh.
Who knows? It would be... it's probably banned because of model changes on the tournament realm, but that would be fun.
But I don't know. Anyway, we'll only worry about that if Garen gets locked in.
I'm worried about
Vitality
it right now,
might even ban the Garen. I think it would make sense. Mundo being locked in, we assume that this is in the jungle. We saw it come out from G2 in week 1. It's been popping up elsewhere as well. I think it's just a very strong tanky jungler. And in particular, it's into mages, traditionally, like part of the reason why it's so good into Zyra is just because it's a stats check.
Yeah.
Right? You have to have some way of dealing with Mundo, and most mages typically can't.
Also, how do you CC him?
Very true.
Like, he runs at you, you're like, oh, here's a gravity well. Good luck. And he just runs through it.
Very true.
Goes where he pleases. Renekton is a ban here from Vitality, so it could still be a Mundo top. Of course, the way we're debating whether Niski will crack that out in the support role would be range support with Kalista, which is something we often see. Usually things like the Renata are put into that slot. Nautilus banned away by Rogue, so they very much think this Hui is going in mid.
Yeah, I'm not sure what other mid laner you would necessarily pick into the Victor anyway. Like, I think Hui is a perfectly fine matchup into the Victor, and if it was a flex pick, then this is the value. You get to see what your opposition is drafting, and then make your decision based on that. The Poppy banned away. What are they thinking for top lane? Are they thinking about Jax themselves with Gwen ban? Why would they ban Gwen if they... Ambessa, probably, yes. Renekton, Poppy, Ambessa, definitely the pick. Good awareness from Rogue. That was a nice ban. I think that makes a lot of sense. Now what direction do you go if you're Vitality? Do you still want to lock in your top laner? Because if they were able to get the Ambessa there, it would have been a relatively safe blind. Nope, but that's what confirm it for is Alice locked in, means that the Hui is going to go into the mid lane, and Alice down bot.
Very purple comp on the side of Vitality.
Very true.
Trying to wonder, like, what jungler or top laner would you pick to make it more purple, Veddy?
Cho's probably a little bit more too
He's a bit
red.
reddish, isn't he? Yeah, kind of ruins the,
but there are purple
theme.
skins.
As LS would say, currently we have a purple mid-range deck coming out on the right side here for Rift-bound players. Play your Mundo in attack mode. Rakan is the lock for... Sorry, I've gone off on this draft.
Certainly
apologies, yeah. Rakan is the lock, going to be Corki Rakan in the bot lane. Rakan okay into the Alistair. Obviously, if he combos you, but you can use your Battle Dance to dash out. And if he has already used his Headbutt Pulverize, which Niski was very aggressive in using last week, it does make the engage a little bit easier for you. Jace is the final pick.
I think Rogue were in two minds about the Jace, because you can blind pick the Jace, but the... Again, like, how do you deal with the Mundo? They were probably considering...
Ooh. Okay.
Oh, he's going for the Yasuo again.
Yeah, so
okay.
He played this game 2 last week. I will say it wasn't him that won them that game.
Yeah, I don't know if I really like it that much. I think Cho would have been good. I think Camille also would have been good. I don't know if I like the Yasuo that much. You've got Alistair for knockups, you've got Kalista ulti for knockups, but my biggest problem with Yasuo, right, is that he's susceptible to CC, and that might seem like a weird thing to say.
No, I get you.
But it's just one of his biggest strengths is, oh, I get to dash around a bunch, I have my wind wall, I get to stab you, I do a bunch of crits, blah, blah, blah. I'm really good in 1v1s. And
have you met my friend the tree?
Yeah, exactly. And so, like, Gravity Field makes that really difficult. Maokai W makes that really difficult. Rakan Ultimate can also make it really difficult because, again, he's very short range. And that's kind of my concern with Vitality's composition, at least on paper, is that you've got Kalista that's also relatively short range. You've got Yasuo who's short ranged. You've got Alistair trying to engage onto a Maokai. You're kind of very reliant on this Mundo, who shouldn't really be punished by Maokai and should have a relatively free scaling, but yeah, we'll see how the Yasuo pans out. I think there could have been better picks. I think I would have preferred a Cho'Gath a little bit more. In any case, Rogue is very much about scaling. They have good poke, they've got really good range. Corki, Victor, Jace, they're going to be hitting you from afar, and they've got a great front line to play around as well.
I'm let's get into game 2 of the series. Rogue's laning phase in game 1 was a bit of a struggle. They fell behind Vitality, about 3,000 gold or so. Vitality looking to keep that laning phase going, get those early leads again, but maybe close it out with a victory in the end. Linsus here running fleet footwork on the Mundo. Is going to be Mundo jungle for us.
Keeping my eyes on whether or not there's anything. Ooh, look at Nisqy in the top lane.
Is he going to gank? Is he just placing... so what he's doing here is a second level mind game, as we call it in the business, Vedi. Often, when players are playing a ranged into melee matchup in top lane, they will place a ward in the second bush, they will have their support place a ward in the second bush, so Naknako doesn't have a free bush to stand in the wave to soak XP and just dash out of so he can avoid those ranged auto attacks. Here, Nisqy was like, oh, I will outsmart you outsmarting by coming up here with an Oracle's Alteration to clear out any wards that were there. There weren't any placed by Rogue, so he doesn't get any, but he can switch over to his warding totem on his recall and wait out the cooldown of that before he can place a ward.
Makes sense. Put a boogie in.
Can we go back, guys?
Did not
Return me to the boogie.
Did not know that Mundo had his own theme song where he danced.
He's a businessman. Of course he does.
He's got business to take care of. Yeah. Yeah, so... Ooh. Nice. Nisqy with the thumbs up. Gonna knock back Patrick. Deny the E from doing any significant damage is... So for those that don't know this mid matchup, Victor is a lane bully, or he definitely can be in many matchups. Just because of the shielding that you get on Q means that it's very difficult for a lot of mages in particular to trade back against him. And then when he gets his E, it just outranges most things, and it's... I would describe it as very erratic in that because of the many angles that it can attack you from, and that there's no like cast trigger, it's very difficult to dodge. So you just get bullied a lot. So Quate will likely concede priority. He'll likely lose a lot of HP in the early laning phase. And you can already see, you look at the farm, Triac down about 3 minions, Larssen at perfect CS so far. And again, remind people, this is very much the style of play that we know Larssen for. He likes playing control mages. He's very good at getting advantages in lane when he's playing those control mages. And Triac is just going to have to do his best to farm as much as he can for now.
Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Patrick and X trying to get this under tower. Headbutt pulverized from Nisqy. Does have the aftershock pot, and I think he had bone plating there as well, so won't take too much damage on the snapback. Triac is going to get a ward towards the middle of the river, but Malrang's up towards topside doing a full clear, as is Linsus. He's a little bit ahead, about a camp ahead overall on that Mundo.
He'll set his sights on the topside crab. I think it's a little risky given the wave stage. You can see Naknako about 50% HP. Triac not really in a great healthy spot himself, but he does have a mana advantage over Larssen. This is the downside, of course, when you focus on trading in lane. Oh,
Naknako has the shield
from his passive.
In the wind, it's very nice.
The wind.
He's a wind brother, isn't he? A wind bro.
He is.
Gathers some wind up, makes a shield out of it. Is that not how it works?
I don't think so.
Pretty sure.
Pretty sure he actually gets that shield from jogging a lot.
Ah, okay.
From sliding, I guess.
How does he slide, Betty? Is it because the wind's on his side?
No, he's very athletic.
Ah, okay. Years
He's going to have to be athletic to get out of this one.
Maron goes in with the twisted advance. Once again, the wind shield and the wind wall, but it won't be enough. Adam flashes forward. Naknako trying to flash away, but Adam is having none of it. First blood to Rogue.
Nicely done. Linsus going to steal away the Raptors respawn. But yeah, it's very difficult to dodge around when you get rooted in place. A nice flash came out from Naknako. Made me believe for a second that there was an opportunity for him to actually get a trade kill back. Well, the bot lane of Rogue do not want to allow these Krogs to go.
Linsus not going to get knocked up there. Battle Dance back from Execute. They're just trying to trade onto Linsus, but they will keep the Krogs alive, which is nice, or at least that big one there. Linsus will pop a potion. He'll be okay. So Maron comes across, picks up his Krogs. Very happy that he didn't lose out too much from that gank on top.
So the top matchup early on already pretty bad. Now there's a serrated Dirk. It doesn't get better. I mean, it will get better later, but not right now. It's not better at all. It's not better at all.
Good knocker from Naknako. Yeah. The wind has left his lungs, Betty.
Yeah. So, kind of happy I started talking about that, but I did. That was a nice solo kill from Adam.
Niski going in, looking for the stun. We'll get it onto Patrick. Execute with a knock-up. Kazi, though, starting to put those spears in.
Nice barrier and nice shield from the Battle Dance is enough to keep Patrick alive. No jungler in the area to threaten a dive, though. So while they'll gain a bit of an advantage in the 2 versus 2, I don't think there's really any threat onto Patrick's life. Top side of the map, though, already starting to go very well for Rogue. 22 CS to the 43 of Adam. Remember that the wave was slow pushing away from Naknako when he died. So not only did he lose a wave when he died under the tower dive, but he then lost another wave when he got killed on that slow pushing wave. So it's not good for Naknako on the top side of the map, and this is part of the risk of running a champion like Yasuo. There will be a point where he can win this matchup.
It might not be this game.
It just, the rate at which you get to that point is now very delayed, and Adam can accelerate the advantage that he has, and as long as he remains an item ahead, it doesn't really matter that much. Maybe at play of the Ruin King, we'll see how things change, but for now, Adam with full control over that top lane matchup.
Linces is soloing out this Drake, though, knowing that Mawang part towards the top side. He can go for those Void Grubs if he wants. Adam trading onto Naknako again. Accelerated Shock Blast into that extra damage. Adam just absolutely melting through Naknako's health, but he is on a struggle bus for 1 in that top lane. I think the rest of the team realizes that if they play around bots.
The other thing is, for the Windbros specifically, is they never build things like armor boots or merc treads.
Yeah.
They always have to build Zerka's Greaves, which means that, especially if you do get that early lethality, many other top lane matchups would have just built early armor to help mitigate some of this range pressure. But he's not going to do that.
He can't do it, really. Like, Zerka Greaves you have to have on Yasuo or Yone, and also having your flash kind of a prerequisite to not dying. So Nature's Cross first. See you where you're going to win wall. Well, he didn't give over an assist, Benny. Yeah, it's getting better.
That's pretty much the best thing you can do in that situation. The downside is you did give full solo experience to Adam.
3 out of 10.
Yeah.
We're a third of the way there, Vitality fans. Gonna be okay. Meanwhile, bot lane, we have seen Linces going in, stealing that bot side jungle, forcing Patrick and Execute to be a bit more respectful, which has given Kazi about a 2-wave, 3-wave lead overall, so he is in an okay spot. Shayak has been able to start pushing Larson back in this lane as well with that lost chapter start. Larson's trying to farm up. Actually went Sork Boots first on the Victor, at least as his first completed item, and misses a couple of minions underneath that tower.
He is 3 off of his E upgrade, which is going to help a lot for the wave clear. And Vitality have now committed to the swap, trying to get Naknako out of this matchup.
Surprise! Rogue can swap as well!
Yep.
Importantly, though, they do shove in the wave quickly, which means Patrick is going to lose some XP. I agree with the immediate swap back. Arcane Storm coming out with the Gravity Well down as well. Shayak on the wrong side of that trade. Takes about half his health in total. They do swap back immediately, so it's just about getting Naknako a wave wherever they can get Naknako a wave right now.
Pretty much. He is just so far behind. He knows that he can be solo killed. It's a very rough spot to be in. Like, the itemization difference is just massive between the top laners. And Adam is definitely the type of player. The problem is, Maokai quite likes tower diving.
Yeah, I think they might just go straight for Naknako again. Adam's opening up through mid. Mawang, they're waiting. Puts down a sapling. Will start to tank. Execute looking for the knockup. There's the last breath as well. The Twisted Advance to drop the tower aggro. Naknako ignited. The wind wall down. Nature's Grass coming out as well. Linces will block it for him. Naknako survives with 120 HP. Importantly, Kazi and Niski continue to push in the bot, but Linces is here. Adam's here for the fight as well. Linces has his ultimate. He can go for that maximum dosage. There's the quickness, double charm, double knockup, double dead for Rogue. They find 2 and should take the tower to boot.
I mean, it's a clean dive from Rogue, and the game plan has been so well executed. Focus Naknako, punish the Yasuo pick, and just propel Adam as quickly as they can. 4-0-1 the scoreline now for him. He's gonna secure the top lane tower. That'll be the first of the game. They'll get the feat to strength already once they secure that tower to boot. And
Adam is the gold lead. He's 1.9k ahead, and Rogue are 1.9k ahead. Now it's going to be 2.3 as he does manage to take that first tower. 5-0 as well for Rogue. The only small spot of red is Kazi, who's about 400 gold ahead after taking some plates in the bot lane. Hey, Naknako!
Naknako, it gets so much worse for him because
he doesn't have flash either. Adam could just flash. Red buff's like, oh, just walk. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe Linces is on his way. Adam flashes the knockup, misses the shock blast. Trying to get away from Linces now, who has a flash of his own, goes in. Look at that blunt force trauma. Adam, how are you going to get out of this one? Linces still chasing him. He dodges away from the infected Bonesaw. Naknako dashing back in. Adam trying to get away on about 600 health. The knockup from Naknako doesn't land. Naknako dies to the tower. And Linces follows. He was there at the beginning. It's Adam, the first man, the only man in the top lane.
Oh, it falls apart for Vitality. If they could get that kill, it would have been massive for Naknako. The shutdown, the experience, potentially power plates as well. But then they overcommitted. Naknako drawing the tower aggro. The E from Adam was flawless underneath the tower, and he converts it into 2. 7-0 now, the kill lead. And Adam is monstrous.
Vitality struggling so much, we can't even use the Brazil meme about them right now. They haven't even picked up a single kill. 11.5 minutes into this game, a 3,000 gold lead for Rogue. 6 grubs, next Drake up in 2 seconds time. They can contest if they want. Adam has TP, Naknako does not.
But, I mean...
just push. It's second Drake, who cares, right?
My question is, do you care? If you're Adam, you're probably better off just continuing to play for you. It looks like that's what they're going to do. Yeah, just concede the dragon, take all the topside camps, keep punishing Naknako. There's already a 2-level difference, and this isn't like this is a full 2-level difference. Yeah. If Naknako dies again, it will be 3.
It's almost 2.5, yeah. Oh, so Niski is going to come and try and save Naknako. Mauro and Execute do not want that to happen. And they might just look for the tier 2. They'll get it. Adam should be able to pick this one up with those 6 stops.
Now what you do is something that a lot of people will regularly see is like bot lane becomes your point of strength, right? So like you move them around the map because they have numbers advantage, and so then they use their numbers to create towers. Adam is the point of strength.
Yes.
So Patrick is now the side laner. He goes wherever Adam isn't, and he's allowed to farm. Adam, however, will be given all of the resources, and basically whatever objective is in his way is now what the team plays for. So Larson will likely just stay in mid lane. They'll bring Adam towards bot, and they'll set their sights on this bot out of tower. It depends how much they care about the Herald. I mean, that's still 3 minutes away, and this bot tier 1 is just a very easy objective to play for. And already you can see Maurang clearing out his bot side camps. I imagine he will likely abandon his topside camps for now, and instead utilize the pressure that they have on the bot side to then threaten an invade onto Vitality's bot side and secure those camps that way.
You can see how much vision Vitality have invested around this area. Execute and Adam
This is a smart play from Vitality.
They're looking for the pick on Execute here. Gleaming Crow round the corner, goes in with the quickness. They're trying to get up to Adam with the last breath. They will, but he manages to escape their clutches. Nature's Cross used as well by Maurang. There's the TP coming in from both the mid laners. Vitality cannot kill off Adam. Didn't have a summoner to burn, but he did have health. Execute saves him. Larson flashed away at the end there as well.
The reason why I like that play so much is because Vitality had the same awareness that we did. They knew exactly what Rogue was going to do. They knew that Adam would be the point of pressure, so they just lay in wait for him to arrive into the bot lane so they could get that pick. Unfortunately, they couldn't convert it into a kill, but the idea was very promising.
It was, but great ideas without the execution do not a win make, Vedius, because off that play, Rogue were able to take the tower in the bot lane, their 3rd of the game. Vitality still without a turret, still without a kill, and a 5,000 gold lead looms over their shoulders. Actually, Execute, the player with the 2nd highest gold lead on the team, about 1,000 ahead on this Rakan. I think he's just been around when plates have died.
Yeah, but also, he was there for the top tier 2 tower die and the top tier 1, and so he's just been getting a lot of gold from towers specifically. So now the easiest play for Rogue is to play for Herald, because rather than going this long back and forth of just waves being cleared in mid, if you can get a bit of chip damage down in advance, it makes the Herald play even easier. But Herald is your most reliable way to unlock that mid-tier 1. So you imagine that'll be the next big objective that Rogue will set their sights on. Larssen doesn't have TP, so he'll likely push in this bot wave and then look to regroup with the team as they get ready to contest this next objective.
See Rogue setting up around here right now. They might even push for the tier 2 in the bot lane, trying to keep Nako at bay. They have the easier path, the shortcut through the jungle here. Kazi and Niski can't really do anything about it. Nako does have flash, but he's level 9 with a Vamp Scepter, a dagger, and a little baby sword. He's also got some boots. I don't think that's enough for him. Kazi dodging away from Patrick. He can't really dodge away from the Gatling gun unless you're behind it, so he will get clipped by that. Patrick going in with the Valkyrie, looking for the damage on Kazi, uses the barrier. Kazi!
It's a rocket.
There's the rocket. It's still got the kill. Patrick secures the 1v1 in mid.
I mean, things are just falling apart for Vitality. And the thing about the bot tier 2 play is it's also not any wasted time. You know, the Herald is now respawned. Admittedly, I think it's going to be very difficult for them to now contest it, given that a lot of time was spent securing that bot tier 2. But just more gold is funneled into their pockets. 3.8k is now the individual lead for Adam. And this is just, I mean, it's such a stomp. Rogue are so strong at this point. They will lose the Herald, so a bit of reprieve for Vitality. But Rogue will just come back out onto the map and set their sights on this mid-tier 1.
Makes the most sense for them. For Vitality, you're really looking at Shayak and saying, hey, how many waves can you clear? Can you get these waves before they get close enough to start harassing our towers? And I think the answer is most likely not. He can only be in one place at a time. Currently, he is in mid lane. Importantly for Vitality, they've got 2 dragons, so they've delayed any possible soul from Rogue. They've also got the Rifto that you were talking about, Vetty, which delays the taking of this mid-tier 1. Adam going to get a little bit more gold, and you can see Larssen going down towards the bottom lane, then immediately parts back towards mid. Rogue have a huge man advantage here as the Arcane Storm goes out onto Shayak, forces him away. Execute looking for that flank position, but there's the tier 1 in the mid lane for Rogue. They continue to extend their lead. Nako is up towards the top side. Okay, someone give Execute a dash, guys. Guys, Adam! 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 Okay, it's fine, he's fine.
He's going to be able to get away. Top tower at the very least exchanged. Vitality, I admire that they're still trying to be as proactive as they can be on the map. I mean, it's pretty much all they can do.
He's going to go for this. Quickness. Gets Nako. There's the knock-up onto him as well. Adam trying to open up. Link's healing up as well through the fight. The wind wall, not in the best of spots. There's the ignite. Maximum dosage used by Linsus. Kazi forced away. Patrick doesn't have the flash. Probably already used the Valkyrie. Nature's Grasp only pings onto one. Kazi will jump across the wall. There's the Valkyrie out from Patrick, but he can't find that final bit of damage.
Kazi at the very limits of his HP there, will be forced to go back to base. So top tier 1 secured Vitality. They couldn't quite secure the top tier 2, given Execute committed his ultimate to push them away, along with the arrival of Adam. And now the Dragon going to be uncontested in favor of Rogue. Game likely going to slow down quite a lot now, because the next objective is Artican, which is a very dangerous objective to just force on spawn, unless you're able to find a good fight. Which means that, given how much of an advantage Rogue has, this is where, and it's not uncommon, some teams just stagnate.
Rogue time.
I mean, I wouldn't even call it, no, because our new definition of Rogue time is throwing with a lead, which...
They can have multiple times.
I mean, okay, fine, they could. We might have to come up with different names for them.
Rogue time Mark 2, but the Electric Boogaloo.
The idea is that when you don't really have that many objectives to play for, you end up not really knowing what to do.
Sure.
And you kind of end up in this kind of paralysis of, well, we don't have any objectives to play for. We could try and play for mid-tier 2, but Quay just keeps wave clearing, so we're just kind of standing here, not doing anything. And usually the best thing you can do is just get full vision control around the enemy jungle. You basically make it very difficult for Vitality to ever really leave their base, and you try to have numbers advantage so that you can punish them. So for example, if Dark Nako's sitting here, you can try and get a collapse, you can get a pick, you can get a punish.
Blast cone for Adam. Flash, twisted advance, Adam there for the follow-up, and as you say, Vetty, you can look for a pick, you can look for a punish, and that's exactly what Rogue have tried to do. Adam, in the end, having to burn his flash, was locked up, does get the kill. Maybe just waiting to give Patrick an assist.
So this is the idea, But Naknako plays it well enough that Adam is forced to go back to base. And the problem is, even if you get these picks, what do you convert it into?
True.
Because on the other side of the map, Kazi was able to push in that bot wave. He's able to get more gold for himself. You look at the gold difference, he actually has a gold lead over Patrick, and same for Lenses. So there's an argument to be made that when you're ahead, like pushing your advantage as quickly as you do can sometimes put teams in a tricky situation where they don't know how to accelerate the game. And now the test really is on, like, admittedly, it's a great position to be in.
Especially with a 3-item top laner.
Yes.
Like, he is absolutely massive. Nisqy has to flash. He did decide to blast cone into the pit when none of his lanes were past the halfway mark. That's one of those mistakes that you make at the start of your supporting life and probably don't make as you develop a little bit more as a support.
Okay, this is an angle for Vitality. The shred from Arakan is nothing to joke about. But can they even gain access to the objective?
Execute and Patrick keeping Linsus at bay for now. Does have that maximum dosage if he wants to go in. The problem for Vitality is your engage tool is Nisqy flashing into the backline or Naknako finding a knockup. Nisqy has no flash, nor does he have Hex Flash, and the poke is too much from Rogue. Kazi will path up towards the top lane here, maybe trying to catch out someone, but Execute has the flank now and has the quickness, and Kazi does not have a cleanse. They decide to not go for it, don't know where the rest of Vitality are, but they will take the Artican. They'll take all of those petals, get them up to about 37 or so.
So that was just very well played from Rogue. They controlled the space incredibly well, utilizing all of Victor's kits to make it difficult to access the river. On top of that, there's the Maokai saplings. On top of that, if they did encroach on their territory, the Maokai ultimate was ready along with the Rakan ultimate and the poke from Adam. So you can see how difficult it will be for Vitality's composition to even gain space against this Rogue comp, especially when they're first on the objective. So again, like, you look at the potential win condition for Vitality and they feel like they get narrower as the game continues. The best hope is to try and find a pick.
Last breath coming out. There's the quickness, though. He'll jump away, back onto Adam, and will escape. So he gets out for the exchange of Naknako's ultimate. I think that's really nice from Rogue, though. Execute is actually about 5 seconds of walking ahead of Adam at any one point to make sure they have vision before Adam gets the wave in. And he has so many escape tools. Like, Rakan is a bit of a rat when it comes to that sort of play. You can just get out of dodge very easily. And now Rogue are flanking Vitality. Still a minute before the Drake, so this is more fighting around mid lane prio than anything else. Maybe a little bit of that vision. They'll get a slew of wards as you see the shot blast damage from Adam, chunking out all of Vitality.
Yeah. I mean, we've already talked about this so much, but how do you approach this objective? And the idea is that, hey, Mundo can tank a lot of poke, right? He has all this inbuilt regeneration, and he has a lot of HP, and it's like, cool. What if the poke doesn't hit Mundo and it hits everyone else? And you're like, right, that's a, yeah. And that's exactly what's happening. And you'll notice the positioning of Rogue is they're not setting up on the dragon itself, they're setting up around the mid lane. Because in order to gain access to the river, you have to contest the mid wave. So as the contest comes through, as you'll see on your screen right now, that's when the poke connects.
Mawang here was looking to see if they could catch Linsus or Nisqy. Last thing having to flash away from the Spiraling Despair. Will escape. Nisqy's flash about a third of the way before it comes back off cooldown. And
Hang on
doesn't have his, yeah.
Vitality have found a way into the river. They're utilizing the bot push. The mid wave has only just connected now. Larsen's going to go push that in, but that's enough time bought. Nisqy, though, continues to take more poke.
Adam's Yumu's doing a lot of work. He goes in, he gets onto Adam. There's the last breath follow-up. Adam at half HP, quickness to the backline. Adam still surviving on the back, and you have to feel that's the last nail in the coffin. Kazi dashing forward, he can only take out Larsen. Linsus is able to survive for now. Shayak untouched on the backline. Adam can TP back into the play, though. And you could see Vitality's intentions were very, very clear. They wanted to kill off Adam, but Adam had other ideas.
And at this point, you can just see the goal difference in action. If Naknako was a little stronger, or if Adam was a little weaker, that could have been an easy kill. It was a well-executed play. Unfortunately, the gold gap is just too big. They're continuing to fight over the dragon. Linsus could maybe get a steal.
Gonna look for it, but as soon as Adam arrives, yep, TP's back into the play. Chunks out Linsus, and Vitality know that they can't contest that anymore. 12-1 now, a 5,000 gold lead, or 4.6. For Rogue. They have 2 Infernals at their belts, which is only buffing up the damage that Adam will have.
So Niski utilizes the Kazi ultimate in order to close the distance between him and Adam. He finds a nice engage, and again, the follow-up just isn't quite enough damage on Adam. You can see how low he does get. It was nice that Kazi at the very least got one shut down, but it's really just pennies in the grand scope of what is 4.3k gold lead for Adam.
But if they can kill Adam, Betty, maybe they can do it next time.
Don't know if it matters. I mean, if you want to compare AD carries and mid laners, their itemization is very similar. So if you cut Adam at the start of the fight, yes.
And he hasn't done any damage to you with his accelerated shock blast.
Yeah, you're right, that the gold difference disappears. The game becomes even again. So just all you have to do is kill Adam, right? Should be easy enough.
Surely. Obviously, you may invest a few resources to do that, and the rest of Rogue will be very happy if you do so. Adam, still unkilled so far, now has 3.5 completed items, 600 gold bounty on his head as well.
He's about to upgrade to Muramani, he's very close. It is delayed because he actually completed Yomo's before he even got a tier. Yeah. Which I think was the correct decision.
Oh, 100%.
Especially
it just gives you more upright power, right? Like,
you were winning so hard.
If you can get double lethality and then stack up the Manamune, I think you're very happy with that. Baron available for Rogue. They can play towards it. Vitality trying to make one last stand, but I don't really know, even if everything goes their way, how effective it is going to be. Nako's still only on an item and a half. As you say, Kazi and Shayak have 2. So if they do have a bit of time in a fight, maybe they can work their way through Rogue.
Healing reduction as well, very important against this Mundo. Nako doing what he can to get back into the game, but I think he may be caught out.
TP!
Yeah, I think that's a wise choice. You're kind of forced to make these decisions because you're so far behind, you have to get what gold you can, and so committing a TP to at the very least get another wave and get out, I don't think is the worst decision in the world. Now though, the fight over the mid wave begins once again. Rogue, if they can win in a fight, that'll be Baron.
Adam with no Edge of Night, Marang looking for the Nature's Grasp here. Linsis is going to block it, doesn't land on anyone else, but they dive onto the jungler, and that's really all they needed. Spiraling Despair on the Rakan. He's going to go down. Niski gets an engage onto Malorang, but not ready to target you want. And now Larson, Adam, and Patrick, they just have a shooting party. They can look for anyone. Malorang, he's going to get caught out by Niski, who flashed forward to look for further engages, couldn't find it, so both the junglers now down. Malorang over-eager in chasing Vitality.
He flash W'd onto an Alistar that still had ulti available. I completely agree with you that that was an overforce. Vitality were able to buy themselves a bit of time, as it ends up being a 2-for-1 in the favor of Vitality.
Really odd for Malorang to want to go for that. As you say, Niski still had his ultimate. I do like the flash Q from Niski at the end as he's looking for a little bit more, but it's Lensis who's caught out first.
So they just obliterate the front line. I think this is an easy pick, and it gets traded for the support, not the end of the world. But at this point, Rogue should be setting their sights on Baron. But the flash W in onto the Alistar, who still had that ulti available, he immediately gets punished for it. And as you rightly called, Niski looking for an engage where maybe he can stun someone on the backline, but he was a little bit out of reach, so he couldn't quite connect.
I always looking for those places. Alistar is one of the things I think that changes a good Alistar into a great Alistar, the taxiway Q flash, because it just gives so little time for anyone to react. As you say, out of range, so not quite a great Alistar yet from Niski, but was trying to make the plays, trying to get his team back in it. Adam clearing out a control ward here. Baron still the option for Rogue. There's a Drake up in 45 seconds time though. Would be their third of the game. Obviously doesn't put them on Soul, but it gives them something to play around, and something you talked about earlier was that sort of decision paralysis when there's not a major objective to go for. Obviously Baron available, but it's a bit tricky to get. Maybe the Dragon a little bit easier 100%. For Rogue to play in.
Yeah, I think Dragon is the easier play, especially when you're stacking them so effectively. Because you could always argue, like, Vitality's not going to start Baron. They're too far behind. But Vitality can be like,
they have a 3-item
we got nothing left to lose, bro. Like, we're already behind.
3-item attack speed Kalista with Rend. Like,
yeah.
And Leandri's Blackfire
Yasuo's
Torch.
Not slow either. He's behind, but I think they've done a good job of Rogue has pushed in the bot wave. They still have control of the mids. They should be able to push in this wave very quickly. Larson has just gone back to base, picked up 2 large rods.
I actually think it's a really wise call. You send Patrick to go and get the Dragon, keep Adam around because his poke is more effective than Patrick's at the moment. Patrick can solo a Drake, and this way you know that Vitality aren't doing the Dragon. Niski is waiting in the wings, to see if anyone from Rogue oversteps. Now he's forced away. The Baron was aggro, so Kazi and Linces take a little bit of pain for the trouble of walking back towards that top side.
So Vitality were largely just spectators off the back of that play. They didn't really have any real threat around the Baron. They conceded the mid wave, they conceded the bot wave, they conceded Dragon. I guess you could argue that they stalled a bit. Chayak was able to get a bit of farm. Credit to him, he's done a good job of keeping up with Larsa. The goal difference is largely just the objective difference between the two teams. And so that death cap is going to come through first for Larson, as you would expect. It doesn't mean that Chayak is that much behind him.
Now Rogue gaining control over the Baron pit. Chayak is catching a wave in the bot side. Nako takes a third of his health from an accelerated shot blast. And Soroda's Grudge now completes as well for Adam. He is in such a strong spot. Has the flash as well. If Niski looks for the engage, goes instead onto Patrick. There's the last breath as well, execute in with the quickness, and Adam could just walk away and chase Kazi down. The redemption coming out as Adam will kill off Kazi. Lince is going to fall as well. It's a double kill to Larson towards the top side. Lince is able to kill Adam. Shayak forced away. You can see Patrick recalling. In the end, a 3-for-1 exchange in favor of Rogue.
The problem for Vitality is they're just too far behind. Every pick they tried to find, they just don't quite have enough damage. Linces, he is a meaty front line that is difficult to get through, and with Shayak still alive, they can contest this Baron, which is why Rogue is hesitant to commit to it. But do you notice how the game is stalling?
Yeah.
And we talked about this earlier, that Rogue just, while they had a huge lead early on, when you take all these objectives, sometimes it can be difficult. I like the fact that they are forcing the Baron, but TP's going to be available for Nako.
Yeah, Adam's still 14 seconds away and doesn't have teleport as well. So Nako's up, he TP's in, Linces here, looking for the seal. Shayak spiraling to spare around 20 seconds before that ultimate is off cooldown. As you say, Patrick low HP, Nature's Grass coming out. Linces spell immunes it, the quickness from Execute to try and keep everyone at bay. Baron secured. Rogue, can they get away? Well, Patrick will Valkyrie. And it looks like Rogue have escaped the clutches of Vitality.
I mean, good use of the gravity field, the Maokai ultimate to follow up as well. They just use their tools to zone their opposition away.
Are they looking for this fight?
It's like Linces is, he gets rooted.
I mean, they jump onto Linces immediately. Rogue! They cheated tempo, Betty. They stayed around instead of recalling after the Baron, and they find a pick on the enemy jungler. Now Marang's flashing forward once again. The engage onto Kazi. The follow-up. Marang's going to get healed. Redemption from the skies. Adam trying to chunk out Nako, and he'll put him in the dirt. Niski follows. Adam is 12, 1, and 6 on this chase.
It's a triple kill for Adam, and all 5 members of Rogue are alive. With only Chayak left to defend, I think the Rogue is going to close this series out.
Chayak has good wave play, but those bound up minions are no slouches. Execute with the flank, and Chayak can say nothing about it. The only spiraling despair in this game is for Nako. 0-9-1 on the Yasuo. Rogue, after picking up their first Game 1 win, will pick up their second Game 2 win and secure their first series in spring.
I mean, ultimately, just a very well-played Game 2. I love the focus on the top side of the map. I love the way that they executed a lot of the map play. Some of the fights and the picks got a little bit scrappy, but ultimately 23 kills to 4. Very little that you can be critical of Rogue in this Game 2.
Just incredible stuff all around, you know? I love the way that they walk. I love the way that they gang top. It was just amazing stuff from Rogue, and a surprise to be sure. Game 1, messy, bloody, back and forth. Game 2, a couple of slip-ups, but relatively clean. There was a couple of stalls in the mid-game, but apart from that, they waited for their objectives, they waited for their picks, and they played the game incredibly well.
And remember that they've got a tough schedule. They played 2 series last week, they're going to play 2 this week. Picking up these wins early is really important. So a big win today for Rogue. You can vote for your key player of the series. It's Adam, Larson, or Patrick. All fantastic options. Shout out, of course, to the support and jungle, who, while not making the vote, did have a lot of great plays throughout the series today as well. Big series win for Rogue. Of course, Vitality, they find themselves 1-1 in the standings, so it's not all doom and gloom for them just yet.
Single round robin, 8 series, 9 series. That's how maths
But
works.
I think, like,
time.
I think their draft was fine until the Yasuo pick.
Yeah, and it
obviously
happened last week as well.
It's easy to talk about it in hindsight because the Yasuo just got shut down, but like they hovered the Cho'Gath.
Yeah.
They hovered some of the options that I would have preferred. But hey, we'll see how they can adapt moving into next week. Best 3 single round robin. Vitality find themselves at 1-1 for now.
We were hoping for a Yasuo, and instead we got a Yasuo.
That's pretty good, actually.
Good, right?
That's rare
That's
for
pretty
you.
solid. I think, though, someone who knows perhaps a little bit more about top lane is getting ready on the stage for us. I can see Shox down there. She's waving. Shox, take it away!
Thank you. Welcome to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. I do indeed know more about the top lane than you. I'm kidding. It's Adam. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Go. You're also in the Player of the Series vote and completely unbiased. I think you should win it because that Jace, that was something. Is this the Korean bootcamp paying off? Is this Korean Jace?
Maybe, who knows? You know, I mean, I've been practicing Jace for like a few years now, and specifically this year, I've been feeling pretty confident on the champion. And of course, my teammates who trust me, my coaching staff who trust me on picking like a champion that is like not easy to pull, first of all on stage, and when we like struggle a lot like in mid game. So I'm really glad because I think it was pretty clean game overall.
Why do you think Jace specifically is hard to pull off on stage?
Because it's I mean, first of all, the champion is like needs resources, right?
Yeah.
And you need to have like really clean setups when you do objective. He needs a lot of horror because he's not so good 1v1 on site, and everything needs to be like really like clean within the team. So.
But you were far ahead, so you know you had a little bit of leeway.
That's true. That's true.
We do have a replay of I think it was a double kill where they try to go for you, but you said not today. Talk me through this one.
I mean, yeah. I'm not too sure. I think I play like pretty well. I could have dodged maybe one Mundo Q and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I mean, I can do that because like I'm so strong. So really happy that it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, it was beautiful to see. We also saw how excited you were afterwards. Now, of course, Rogue Time has been a big topic of discussion, and I gotta say, you know, you start thinking about it as a viewer, and I saw you talking a lot when the team slowed down, or the tempo of the game slowed down a little bit. So, was it something that was discussed? Obviously, not the word Rogue Time, but probably, come on, guys, we need to stay calm, we need to stay focused on this objective.
I mean, I would say that, you know, we finished like last in winter, but I do believe that in the 9 best of ones that we played, there were some games that we should have won, and we actually lost them because we didn't like take time like to chill a little bit or like think about like just chill, you know. Like we had so many times the games in our hands, and I think we learned from our mistakes, and it's also important like to just calm down, and that we have to realize when we can just win the game, right? And if we lose the game, it's in our hands. So just remind each other, take some deep breath, and maybe the game is going good.
Yeah, game is going good. Drive it home. You're also our Kia player of the series. This is no surprise to me. Congratulations, Adam, for that. And also, very first win for Rogue. So are we looking at an upward momentum now?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't won a single game. I mean, like an official game since the first best of against Heretics in winter.
Whoa, really?
Yes, yes, we only won the first game of the 9 best of ones. And after that, we completely... Let's not talk about that. No. But I think it's like a win that is really needed to us because since to make playoff, we need like to reach top 6. This is way harder than top 8, obviously. And we had 2 best of 3s this week. If we lost the 2 of them, it would be 0-4. And this would be really mentally struggling.
This would be straining, but you pulled through today. Congratulations, Gear Player of the Series. And Rogue with their first series win. That's enough from us on this side of the stage, rather. We'll come back. It's KC versus BDS.
Give me chaos. Never gonna settle for the boring plays, no way. Give me chaos. Never gonna feed, but we will create some space. Give me chaos. Greedy for the glory, so we're only chasing dreams. Making titles, trophies, highlights, international memes. Give me chaos.
Actually, it's fine. Like Rogue also won the first game against Heretics.
They won every first game and they lost the series.
They are game 1 merchants.
Game 1 merchants.
I'm okay. Look at you. Bunto. Nice.
Slowly coming there. Holy shit.
Nice. He was there in the beginning. It's Adam, the first man, the only man in the top lane.
And we're back to the desk after Rogue goes 2-0 against Vitality. Larson, thank you for being with us. You can chill. You can chill.
You can do whatever
you had an interview last week with Sheep Esports talking about your situation and everything and saying we have to go 2-0 next week. The odds were not for you in that matchup. I know that Nuke said the chances of Rogue winning this are highly unlikely. So tell me about 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we have a lot of like solid games in LEC, but we just throw in mid game. Like if we didn't throw so many games in mid game, I feel like the win record would be like way better. Like against Heretics, we had like 7k goal lead, and we like just lost the game from there. And
Rogue time.
yeah,
Rogue
like
time,
even
yeah.
this game 2, we were like, I felt like we were 10k goal lead at minute 15, but we were not apparently. But it was still like it took so long time to end this game, and yeah, we definitely like have some mid game issues.
Still a lot of hope, I feel. Although I feel, oh my god, I reunited you with like your 2 former top laners. Something we'll discuss later here. But
Which one
yeah,
of us was your favorite, actually?
yeah. Which one did you like the most out of these?
You can choose Adam as well.
I did win LEC with you, so.
Oh, I'm sorry, Finn.
Yeah.
There's just no winning for me ever.
Sucks to be you, Finn. I mean, last time I did bench you off of Rogue as well, and then I won with him, so technically it's a clear dub, you know?
Oh my
This is
god.
some psychological warfare. Put on the spotlight.
Even on the desk, you can't catch a break.
escape it.
But yeah, thoughts on Rogue improvements to 0 this week compared to last week, and mid-game issues that Larson was just mentioning.
I mean, it's kind of it's the same as Larson said. There's a lot more proactivity compared to Winter, so I feel like you guys did a good job on that. It's just that there's a lot of times when you approach just a neutral objective with so much goal lead, and you guys Rogue time kicks in. Because it used to be really good. Rogue time was bad, then it became good, and now it's kind of bad again. So I guess it's on you to kind of turn it around. But still, signs of life, big signs of life compared to Winter. How is it internally now? Do you feel like you're a little bit more proactive as well? Do you feel like this improvement as well? From your perspective, you know, being in the game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, like in scrims, we've been doing better, but also because we were like really bad in winter in scrims, and now we're like not like really bad, but we feel like bad. So it's like a small improvement. But mainly we've just been trying to work mid game, right? I don't think early game was ever our issue.
Yeah.
Really. So, yeah.
And how do you approach reviews? Because I wonder, like, who's actually making the calls in game? Because I was thinking about it, like, are you actually now stepping up to be more of a shot caller in the team? Do you have to like take that responsibility more?
I definitely try to split to be way more vocal, but going into this week, I was like, okay, I will just try to play more like solo queue and not talk as much, because then I'll focus more on individual gameplay. It's like on the drone gameplay, like you could see me killing Corsi a few times, and like if I was talking too much, maybe I like wouldn't see those opportunities, you know, because I would like too focused on like macro or whatever instead of just looking at my screen. So I think that Adam is doing like a lot of talking in mid game for sure.
I know that you guys were sick last week. I also know that you played a lot of games so far in the beginning of the season. 2 games last week. You're gonna have GX on Monday as well. How is like energy managing and also your health as a team? Are you guys feeling better?
I mean, going off the O2 week, definitely didn't feel better, right? But yeah, I mean, as I said, like if we go 2 this week, we will be very happy and we'll be on a good track. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's focus on the next series. We have KC versus BDS. We have Nuke versus Vladi, former KC mid laner a long time ago, versus the golden child, I want to say, of KC. How similar are their trajectories, though?
It's also quite similar. It's funny because it's also similar to what Larson is doing now, where he's on his improvement arc, where he wants to talk less. While from Nuke, we're seeing this growth where he was kind of doing, you know, what his job was. His job was just to play control mages and, you know, just hit well, position well in team fights. But now he even has a cool quote where he feels like he's stepping up more in this sort of leader position where he has to be doing a lot and he's scared of failing. While Vladi went through his, you know, getting beat up at international event arc, and now he's trying to adapt his champion pool. So it is interesting to see that all 3 of you guys are kind of going in this similar trajectory. But I want to hear your take on this mid lane matchup, and how do you feel like they're, you know, transitioning or adapting to new challenges?
I definitely think Nuke was playing a lot better last year than this year. I felt like in lane it was definitely harder last year. and overall I think it's. But I guess that's also because BDS has been struggling more in game. Maybe they don't have like the same like leadership and the same like fundamentals as they had last year. Because last year they were like very disciplined and like they played good macro. Like they were taking the game slow. Like they knew exactly what they were doing. But this year I feel like they haven't found their how to play the game
identity,
together. Their identity. So that I think has been hurting Nuka a lot more. Like probably has to do a lot more shot calling and stuff. So maybe it's not focusing as much on individual gameplay.
Yeah, and while we have you here, it's so curious to hear what you think about Vladik, because obviously this guy came into the league and won the split won in his first ever split, or second ever split, I guess you want to say it. So how have you seen his improvement from last year to this one?
I feel like when he came in, he was already like really good. I was like impressed instantly by Vladik because he was playing so aggressive, and I really like to see it. Like he was playing very aggressive in scrims, and that's what you want to see. And I felt like he was also like trying to skill shit too, like Caps would do in the past, and I guess Caps still doing. So I think he's just a really good player.
My opinion at the beginning of the day, seeing BDS last week, cover your ears, Finn, you don't want to hear this, was that I don't feel like they're a different team compared to what we've seen in winter. What do you think of them so far?
BDS?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think BDS was too good in winter. I don't think they're too good now.
Okay.
Like even in scrims, I feel like they're struggling quite a lot. So yeah, I mean we will have to see, right?
Yeah.
But I definitely think they have a lot to work on.
And we're going to do the draft here at the desk, of course, as the players are taking on to the stage.
They're so cool.
They're so cool, yeah.
Look at them go, yike.
All of them. What do you think about this matchup and what BDS needs to do to hopefully get a victory here? We saw that compositions work for them.
I think BDS needs to get some discipline back. I feel like every time you watch them play, you never know what's going to happen. And I feel like they will make 2-3 good steps, but then on the third step, they'll just lose their minds completely and go like way too deep and always sort of overreach a little bit too much into the enemy side. And I feel like we need them to calm down and come in humble and ready to like beat Casey at their game.
I actually think it's quite the opposite because so discipline used to be BDS's name of the game. They always be like, oh, let's take these drakes, let's just position, let's take these fights and etc. But now I feel like with the roster they have, with 113 being a complete psychopath and doing so well on these sort of carry junglers where he gets to skip camps, kind of do I guess what Marang is doing or used to do back in the day. I feel like they need a lot more of this X factor from him and a lot less reliability, because I think it's also what Larson said is that in winter they tried to play like old BDS with this roster of players and it just didn't work out at all. So now I think they just need to revamp and try to find something new and something unique that works for them.
I think it comes down to like going back to the basics first. When I look at the gameplay that we saw from them last week, there was like a formula that was working. We know that poke, range, usually team fights as well is something that's gonna work well for them. We'll see how enough it is against KC here today, and of course the Nidalee is off the table here.
Already taken out. I wonder if we will see the Naafiri. I want to get your opinion on this, Larson, because you haven't picked Naafiri a single time, and it was really popular in the beginning, but now it's kind of fell off completely.
You did get nerfed a couple of
times. Did get nerfed as well.
I mean, it's just not a competitive champ. It shouldn't be a competitive champ, right? Like those champs are generally like never just a competitive champ, and if they are a competitive champ, that means they're like completely broken and will get nerfed instantly, which is what happened. Like,
it's exactly
I mean,
what
it got
happened,
nerfed and then got hotfixed a day later. So, I mean, I'm not sure. I don't think it's a competitive champ. I think only those like Zed and Naafiri, those type of champs are only competitive if they're like really broken, which is usually only for one patch.
I mean, it makes sense. Usually we will see the Maokai, the Vi, the Sejuani, the Skarner, the Classics, but right now all of them are up and avaavailable for the team.
Naafiri is open, so let's see if it does get picked.
I think we might see a Maokai or something. That seems to be the classic.
I think the prior will go down because you do need this plug and play jungler. I feel like Maokai is the flavor of the patch right now. What do you think? What do you feel like is super prio now? Obviously without leaking too much from...
I think we'll pay attention to the draft.
No, that's fine. I mean, it does go with what you said, right? You just do your own thing, you just play your solo queue, don't talk so much, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's on brand. Zyra first pick, wow. We haven't seen this champion in a while, right? How is it internally in Scans? Because I feel like this champion used to be super popular in winter and now it's not really so much, but maybe now with all the hotfix nerfs coming to the junglers, it starts becoming a little bit more prior.
Yeah, so the thing is, Zyra is the champ I have no clue about because we perma-banned it week 1 and even in scrims. But this week we opened it and they didn't pick it, right? Because we didn't think that had to pick it, so we opened it. So actually I have no clue about champ because I haven't seen it in scrims. It's like it doesn't exist for me.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, it kind of fits 1-3 style of this really high, fast and clearing jungler that can like kind of burst on objectives and kind of make it really annoying to get in.
I also think BDS likes AD mids a lot, so I think they are some first AP angler and AD mid, like Nidalee spam, so they just go to the next AP angler.
Yeah, makes sense. And we see the Maokai as a response, which is the classic Yak does like the trees.
Yeah, friend of the forest.
Yeah.
What you would expect. And Kalista, I mean, we know how good Kalista is with this champion. Usually it's banned out most of the time. I feel like Kalista has been open a bit more end of last week and this week as well. I want to see what's going to happen with this champion. What's on second rotation for BDS here? What do you want to look?
We do need some engaged support. I definitely think that the comp from BDS needs a little bit more space making. I think Ashe is a great pickup, coupling it with a melee support just so this way you have a lot of skirmish power, you have a lot of tools to be playing around bot lane, and Zyra has this sort of prio lane, can always make things happen around. I also think KC's adaptation so far compared to last week has been good, because we did see that horror game with Ivern and Elise that I felt like there was no front line and not really any sort of playmaking. Yeah. I'm surprised for this.
I think what they're scared of is actually if they pick an engage support, the Renata on free will kind of make that lane really hard to play, and I think they just don't want to hold. But they're gonna have to blind no matter what, even if they pick the Gnar here. So they're kind of just prolonging their demise in that way. The Gnar, I guess, is the safest blind, they think, and they really... I mean, it's irrelevant. It's like one of his best champions. I think it's just pure comfort.
I guess it is pure comfort, but at the same time, it does invite counterpick from Kana, which I feel like he's always been doing good in this position. But I do guess that at one point you would be having to pick this blind pick top. It just was not the best one, and I think it might be just because it's such a huge comfort from Irrelevant, and maybe other champions like Jax would be having a lot more counterplay.
But I see it's very difficult to drop AD mid. Like, if you drop mid there when you pick Zyra, you really want an AD mid. And Jace is already out, and now you can actually ban 2 AD mids if you want from KC. Does Nuke actually have that deep of a pool to go back?
I think so. He likes to play out of AD mids. Like I saw in solo kill playing out of Lucian.
Oh, Lucian is back.
Maybe. I'm doubtful, but I mean, Jon, Tristana, Lucian, I think, for him. Yeah, I'm not sure if I missed one, but like, I also think when you have Gnar, you have like good AD damage, you could go AP, even though it's like less optimal.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, as long as you have free, that is like the big thing.
Yeah, exactly. And now the Jon and Tristana is going to be open. One of them is going to be open because, as we said, KC identifies that BDS really needs engaged supports, and they're starting to ban out. I'm expecting maybe a Nautilus or even a Leona ban from here, just because it synergizes so well with Ashe. And the Renata is already taken out.
Yeah, I think it's really clever to take out Renata, because that is the hardest thing to run into as an engaged support. You can basically never fight in lane, and you're kind of relegated to just being an engaged spot in team fights, which doesn't even end up that well for you. So now it allows Paris to have a little bit more freedom in lane and outside of it as well.
It just feels so weird now. With Yone being out, I feel like even if BDS finds the sort of AD champion on mid with the Tristana, it feels like you're having so much range and squishiness on the side of BDS that K-Corp has an easy time, you know, just diving with the Maokai, diving with the Ambessa. So I feel like even if you get this, you know, synergistic composition where it ticks all the boxes that you'd like, it still feels a little bit suboptimal.
Yeah, I think KC just has a great plug-and-play comp. They have so much comfort across the board, very solid lanes here. Picking Silence on 4 would be risky. We shouldn't really talk about hovers, but the Talia is going to get locked in for Vladdy.
What do you think of this Talia, Larson?
I think Talia is really strong. I think it's good with Marcus, but I think it's just like what they should pick here. So
yeah, good combo execution, strong 2v2 mid. It allows them to move around the map and execute plays. And now, what do you think is BDS' answer to this Talia would be?
I mean, I think he'll go Tristana, but I don't think it's too easy to pick here. I feel like they should go like Tristana, Leona. That would be my bet for sure.
It would fix the team comp, yeah. So Leona, hopefully, okay, Leona's coming through, and yeah, definitely I think it would be. You can still go AP mid, but what would be open? Victor is out.
Is it like Orianna or something for Nuke?
I just feel like it's a little bit anti-synergistic, so I feel like they might just go for another marksman and just pray for the best here.
Yeah, you're kind of running into Merc Fred's value to the max as well if we can AP mid there, so I feel like you have to pick some kind of AD carry.
I think of Ashe.
Oh,
the Larson lead.
We were just talking about it, there you go.
Oh, it's actually locked in. Mid lane Lucian.
How is this matchup looking like? Because it does feel like Talia would still be getting prio, and it's a little bit hard to find good trade openings as Lucian, Larson.
I don't think this will be an easy game for Lucian. I think it will actually be pretty hard against enemy comp. So let's see if it pulls it off. I think it's going to be hard.
The only win condition I see for BDS now is just having strong lanes and pushing hard so that the Zyra can be looking to do solo invades or just out-tempoing the Maokai. Because for me, when I look at most of the skirmishes that are happening, I don't really see them as winning, so I don't really see a lot of win conditions from BDS outside of just the Zyra being able to abuse through proper lane power.
Yeah, a lot of is on one of his shoulders here. He really has to make the Zyra first pick work, because he cannot put himself or his team in this position where they have to draft around him. So he really has to show that he can actually carry with his Zyra and make things happen in the early game, because otherwise, if it comes to these 5v5 team fights, I really think KC is favored heavily.
I definitely think so. I think they get very outscaled BDS. I think Ashe, Lucian, they just don't scale too well. So they definitely have to make something magic in early game.
Time to shine in the early game for BDS, facing off against the first 10 finalists. Let's see if they can make it happen. Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Larson and his 2 ex-boyfriends, top laners. Top laners, that's what I meant. Yeah, we're getting into the game. I think the desk highlighted it so beautifully for us, Mr. Spectra. I'm Dragos, Jack Spectra. It's all eyes on this jungle, and especially this jungle mid, because there's some volatile champions. 113, no stranger to playing that carry role, but a lot of pressure on him to show up in this matchup to bring home the win for BDS.
Yeah, I'm really happy that BDS are continuing to put 113 on carries. I think in this matchup, when 113 is on this Zyra, what you really want to try to do is abuse her crazy fast clear speed. You want to be able to build up a camp lead and just keep those camps rotating so you eventually get to a point where you've just kind of generated so much tempo that you can either gank somewhere or just have a crazy CS lead.
Goal to shoot for, but a tough task. KC and BDS both coming off of very close series, very messy series, I think it's safe to say, but based on the performance last split, KC still, we would expect to be heavy favorites in the context of this matchup.
For sure, and one of the difficulties of trying to snowball in this jungle matchup for 113 is the fact that KC's laners are very good. So if you, for example, have winning lanes as the Zyra, you can just go bot lane, you can go mid lane, put down the plants and poke them out. But if your lanes are losing, you don't really have much gank threat. If a Zyra comes from behind you, it's like, okay, I'll just run away, right? So she's really obnoxious when the winning team is able to just continue poking, but can be quite useless when behind.
Yeah, it is kind of the struggle of a champ like this. It was similar when Brand was in meta as well. These AV junglers can be so oppressive, but when they're useless, man, they are really useless.
Yeah, very little like personal agency and gank setup.
Yeah. So just a quick update. Players are already conducting ready checks, which means whatever was going on has likely been quickly resolved. However, if there are any other updates, you'll see them either at the bottom of the screen or I will verbally say them. And you can see now, bottom of the screen said game resuming shortly. I can see in game, the game is resumed.
Are you ready, Dracos?
You know, I thought I was, and then we have Lucian mid lane, which I was certainly not prepared for.
You know, it's funny how Larson said it. It sounded like he said Lucian. You know how people put the loose and then...
Yeah, loose.
Yeah, like Lucian.
No, this is going to be
a win, Shin.
This needs to be a pretty, tight Lucian performance here, I think, if he wants to win.
He did get buffed. He got a little E cooldown buff recently, which could be one of the reasons that they decided to pick him up. Does have a very good early game, but as the desk stated, he does fall off quite fast. However, in this draft, I think his ultimate has decent value. The only thing is the bomb shield that can block a lot of it, but other than that, if he can get that onto the Kalista or the Talia, he can do quite a lot.
Maybe chunk someone out before the fight starts.
Oh, we got a little bot lane shenanigans here, maybe.
Always a little bit tough trying to all in against Kalista and certainly against Braum in the early levels, but Ice just going for a bit of poke. See who's able to get to level 2. I don't think we expect a lot from this bot lane though, right? Mostly just a battle about pressure. Maybe some all-ins if junglers show up, but I think much more likely that mid is where the attention goes.
For sure. I think bot lane is mostly about the level 1 volatility. How Kalist and Targamas can choose to play it is make it very chill. While if they decide to just fist fight, it can, a lot of things happen, but usually just Kalista can get that push due to how fast she pushes with the Rend. Ashe tries to get in a few autos here and there, but boosts the push. But then it's this mid lane. I don't know how Lucian actually fares up against this matchup at all. I haven't seen Lucian in such a long time. But I do remember he was quite the lane bully back when he was so prevalent.
Yeah, I mean, we can theory craft it to a certain degree. You know, you can see how Lucian could outplay the individual 1v1. The problem is, in the context of mid-jungle, it's very easy to see, regardless of the opposing champion, exactly how Talia kills people.
Yeah, the thing is, when I think of this matchup, I think of it a little bit like this. Lucian wants to dash in, but you're playing against Talia, who loves if people dash in. So I'm curious to see if Nuke can outplay this matchup and actually make the pick worth it, but in my head, it doesn't really make that much sense.
Yeah, and there's definitely a lot of pressure on Nuke to perform, right? Not only has he been, last year, one of our top mid laners, but this year, kind of bearing more of the burden of leadership on this team, needs to be a strong point on the map for BDS. And going up against Vladdy, you know, it's definitely not an easy feat. This guy was an absolute monster in winter.
The golden child.
The golden child. Yeah, and for good reason, right? I think the last guy, or the first guy in a long time to make Caps really, really sweat.
Hopefully not the last guy.
And hopefully not the last guy. We'll see if he can maintain that, but already not off to too bad of a start. You saw the earlier trades working out well. But for now, the lane's still in close contention. No jungle lead for 113 yet. Actually a little bit behind Yike in terms of overall clear, but he will finish with the scuttle quite quickly.
I mean, so he ended up full clearing towards bot and then passing through mid and giving Nuke a little push out here, so he gets a free reset, so that's why he was a little bit behind this Maokai. And he's just going to resume back into a full clear here.
Pressure on bot lane. Only 4 minutes. Next minute, we'll see if we get a swap up to top side to maybe try and play for the Grubs.
Has been a classic that our teams have been liking.
I think it's just, you know, sometimes you just want to be out of that tube too.
Yeah.
And if you got the
Grubs
push,
are just a lot of time pretty
and also,
strong.
it feels like the best use of your push in bottom lane too, oftentimes, is Irrelevant. Getting a little bit more aggressive. Kana continuing to dive his way out of this one. Nice sidestep on the house. And we know some of the hardest points in the game for Mbessa are those first few levels, those early levels. Kana not opting for a defensive rune like Fleet, like Grasp, just for a bit of extra healing, instead going for the Electrocute. So when he does tick over to level 6, he's going to have a lot of kill pressure.
Yeah, and when this Mbessa starts to get some items and get a little bit more fed, she's playing against 4 squishy champions. I mean, the Gnar, especially when he's mini, is going to be squishy as well. So whoever that ulti hits is probably going to be a kill.
Something they're going to have to play around. It'll be tough too. All of KC having their moments at first stand. Irrelevant though, this is one of his most comfortable champions, I think, alongside the Jax and the Renekton. Really keeps his pool to those iconic top lane options. Yike will use his bot pressure and mid pressure to essentially start Dragon for free. Has the luxury of an additional little Sentinel in the brushes there from Callista, from Glist.
Yeah, so he's skipping his Wolves and his Gromp here just to try to get this Drake on this timer. I think BDS could try to contest, but then they'll have to fight after the Drake goes down. This looks like they're posturing for it.
Walking up anyway, at least getting a bit of vision. Very late decision to contest. Not a lot of Zerg there.
It's too difficult when Nuke is still pushing that mid wave in. If he could push that a little bit faster, then maybe they could look to contest here, but it's just going to be a free Drake going over to KC.
And this is something you mentioned earlier on, right? The Zyra, combined with pushing lanes, can feel like an incredibly oppressive champion, but the enemy team is winning push. It's really hard for her to get active, for her to get involved, and you saw that there where 113, Paris, Ice, waiting to see if they have an angle into the pit. Ultimately, they don't. And for KC, a team that we heard from Larson, from Odo, from Finn, from Lore, look, like the scaling pretty clearly favors them. So every Drake you can get early game feels like a huge win.
Yeah. It is at least going to be the Grubs picked up for BDS, but it does feel pretty underwhelming. As you said, when you're the Zyra and your best play is to just walk into a lane and throw down some plants, and that's really all you can do. But for me, I'm very curious to see in this game the KC bot lane. Oh, no, we got a fight.
That's the public execution. Kana trying to dash out, flash out the wall just short. Midi-Gnar now coming through. 113 full committing for the dive. But the ulti is there, and that's first blood.
It's just a mistake from Kana. He knows that 113 is on the Void Grubs, but he still goes for the 1v1 against Irrelevant. And that's going to be some plates going over for Irrelevant combined with that 3 Grubs.
That's going to be massive. Look, 500 individual gold lead, as well as Kana was doing it, keeping pressure close, keeping gold close. That is a huge fumble. We know what happens when Mark can start to snowball ahead in these side lanes.
He has no TP as well, so the wave is going to be slow pushing back into Irrelevant. And now he has no flash and no ulti. 113 could choose a full clear all the way back down to bot lane, and then recall, open back into top side, maybe try to leverage this top lane push and control.
And this is big, getting some value out of that Zyra jungle, punishing Kana for being over-eager. Finally a strong point for BDS to play around here. See if that will continue to snowball as you highlighted. Yeah, can't clear down to the bottom side. Kalist ticking over to level 6. Some room for playmaking. Ice does have the cleanse. Won't stop the knockup, of course, from the Kalist ultimate, the Fate's Call. But some defensive utility. And in the meanwhile, the mid lane that we were so hyped for, kind of chill.
Yeah. But what you can see, that's interesting, is how much faster Zyra is. She's already on the Krugs here.
Oh. Pulling. Did I just catch or curse that?
Yeah, immediately.
Sorry, KC fans.
Vladdy doesn't have TP yet, but I don't think Nuke can do anything with Maokai in the vicinity, unless he wants to try to trade for a 1-for-1.
Is he going to get over-eager? Looks like he will just back away, I think big. We've seen a lot of situations in the past 2 weeks where when you're playing those early to mid-game champions that feel like they can spike really hard early, you just try to do a little too much. As the Zenith Blade going wide. Pretty massive mistake from Paris. Seems small, but the Zenith Blade in would have gotten at least a few more sums. Likely sets up 1-1-3 to be there first on the play.
Yeah, and it feels bad when you're not able to combine the CC with that Leona engage. It is, however, the cleanse and the heal being used by Kalista and Targamas. Ooh, but we might have another fight here.
Ice continuing to poke. 1-1-3 still here. That's the ulti going out, but I don't think they're in a great position to body block it. Paris has to flash back. Ice who body blocks, a little bit of poke back.
Great patience by Ice there. Doesn't burn the cleanse. Knows he's in no real danger. And it's not really going to be... I mean, it's going to be the flash invested from the Leona, but if Ice panicked a little bit more there, he easily could have used his cleanse and then be really vulnerable for the next few minutes.
And the time for 1-1-3 spent on the bottom side rewarded quite well. Of course, he didn't really have much else to go for, as you noted earlier. Just speed clearing through these camps, resets back to top side. Irrelevant trying to force his wave in. Maybe get a good reset. Good sidestep. Honest still going all in. He might not even need the ulti. Irrelevant not stacking rage at all, but there comes the Taliyah. Vladdy gonna look for the setup here. Irrelevant gonna dodge the flick back, but it's likely gonna die anyway. It takes a bit more time. Good roam from Vladdy.
And it's a great roam from Vladdy, utilizing this Taliyah champion to get that ulti onto Irrelevant, making sure to give Kana that little bit of help, and we got a pause.
And as always, there'll be a little pop-up bottom of your screen to give you more information, and we can maybe give you a little bit more too. So, investigation in progress.
I have no idea for this one. I'm not going to speculate.
That's fine. Yeah, I don't really know either.
Well, they're ready already, so.
They're ready already.
Ready already.
Callisto becomes... All right, nice. Everyone seems to be in a good mood. It's jovial. I like that Vladdy got up there already. Because again, I think that the... whenever I see Lucian, and it's been a while, right? Because usually in more established metas, you have a stronger understanding of where the pick is going to fit in. It's oftentimes one item spike, you know, dominance in some of these fights, using the culling as we saw briefly earlier. How does Vladdy fight back against that? Well, it's getting support from Yike, or in this case, getting some push, leveraging it to find that play, to make that gank happen.
Yeah. For me, the question is, when it comes to this Lucian, is like, when do you feel like you're stronger than this Taliyah? Because it hasn't been the early laning phase that much. We have yet to see a lead. And I don't really see it in my head that if Taliyah has one item and Lucian has one item, that he's considerably stronger, apart from if he can get a crazy good culling. But I just feel like Taliyah, so fast on this map, can roam to every side, she can clear waves so fast. Champion is just kind of strong.
Definitely. I mean, a pick that's been looking good no matter who's been piloting it for us in the LEC. And Vladdy's certainly one of the most proficient. 1-0-0 has completed that item. It is only the Archangels, so we'll need a bit more time to stack up. Getting it at 10 minutes definitely feels good. Doesn't have any boots, but won't really be punished for it as we're seeing this reassigned. Mid laners going top, both respective bot lanes showing up mid.
It's a standoff here for the Grubs. Both teams wanting to contest.
Taliyah ready to move first, but no Weaver's wall. Ulti from Paris getting a bit of a slow. Nice knockback going in from Yike. Quick twisted advance into the flash out, and Targus will retreat as well.
Yike no flash. That feels pretty good from Paris. He just sends it on him, ends up getting his flash, but now it's going to be an extended fight here because they still want to stick around for these Grubs.
Plus just continuing to poke. It's a bit awkward. Nuke moving into the top side, trying to push in that wave, so he has first move. Battle for mid prio continues.
Nobody really gaining much of an advantage here. Very back and forth.
I think it's really important.
And it's hard for BDS to pull the trigger right now without that Leona ulti.
Ice's ulti is up, but Kalist, small window of time before that cleanse will be back and available. Scryer's Bloom spotting them, or excuse me, Blue Trinket. BDS slowly zoned away. This is part of the reason that the Maokai is picked still, right? You get so much of that passive vision. Yike just continuing to throw saplings in to keep track. Targamas caught out briefly, trying to burst the Braum. It'll be successful. Maokai ult used. It will just be the 1-for-1. Paris traded for Targamas.
It's a 1-for-1 support trade, but it looks like Grubs might go over to KC, or they might continue fighting.
Flash away from the flick. Nice placement from 1-1-3, or excuse me, from Vladdy. 1-1-3 caught out. This is big for the side of KC. Getting over 6 Grubs to a Gnar that had started to win side lane would have been pretty devastating. Instead, grabbing their second complete objective, BDS committing a lot of time, a lot of resources, ultimately to walk away essentially empty-handed.
It's an awkward standoff for both teams, as you really lack that full engage for the side of BDS once you've lost that Leon ulti. It's a good Ash arrow from Ice, but it just means that when Paris goes in here, he's up against this Taliyah, he's up against this Maokai, and they can just bop him, and and he's going to end up falling down as well. And then, just due to the fact that Ice was zoned out in the mid lane with low mana, it's Grubs going over to KC.
Also an awkward commitment from BDS. I mean, we'll give credit to Ice that it was recognizing this very small window of opportunity, but Fate's call was there for Kalist. It looks like he was just out of range.
True.
But if that had been a quarter of a second different, Braum lives. Targamas is able to walk away. So still very close margins. Gold 200 in favor of KC. They're up an objective in the form of the Drake. Nuke now finally with that first item. Maybe this is where he feels more comfortable to start playing really aggressively in the context of that 1v1, especially as Vladdy is out of mana. But yikes, setting up for another Drake. And if like KC are just, it's incremental, but they're winning out so hard in most of these exchanges.
Yeah, this feels great for KC because there's no real cross map for BDS. They might be able to... No, they can't even take a topside camp as 113 is just continued full clearing towards the bot side. And they can't really pressure this Taliyah either. She's going to lose one wave, but one wave for Drake, you're very happy with that as KC.
And I think the struggle here is, we saw what BDS were willing to invest in 113. Zyra's let through, we're immediately going to pick it for you. One of the strongest champions in the context of jungle on the patch. But the thing is, no matter how good 113 does individually, the comps are going to be what matters a lot here. And as you highlighted earlier, both sides really kind of want people to walk into them. And even if 113 is ahead, if BDS are behind, if they don't have push in these lanes, they're always going to have to be the ones walking in. Is Irrelevant trying to force the play. Nice knockback, doesn't quite connect the wall for the extra damage. Kind of uncertain where to go. Lots of poke coming in from 113. Looks like it's going to be another finished kill here. While up there, another kill down for Irrelevant.
Fantastically played by 113 there. A great team, but we're on to another fight.
Lock up there on the Paris. Lots of spear stacking. Kalist taking his time, waiting for things like the Aftershock to stop being there, being a part of the equation, but won't be able to finish the kill. They do get the flash out at the very least.
And what an exciting game we have here, as the fighting just doesn't stop. KC are looking for this top tower as well, in trade for Kana's deathbot.
Nuke in decent position, has the culling. As long as Vladdy's got that flick, he has to be careful. Unraveled Earth already down. Nice dash back, does eat the stun, but doesn't eat any additional damage.
Yeah, and it's a great play from 113 onto Kana. One sad thing for him, though, is that he's not able to take enemy jungle camps. If you see, their blue buff and their Gromp are still up, while Yike and Targamas were able to take all of 113's topside.
Definitely a little bit awkward. Is now in better position to get control of the Herald, but it's still a minute out. And when we looked at these drafts, we thought it would be about mid, but again, topside, where all of the advantage is for BDS. They do now have the feats completed, and more attention to Irrelevant. We mentioned last week in our last cast when they were playing against Rogue, like, this is a guy that was supposed to be, you know, the new hot thing on the block, had a decent showing on SK. Would he be able to do the same on BDS? It wasn't the case in Winter, but in this game at least, putting up some pretty good numbers.
Yeah, and I think if I'm seeing this right, I think Nuke is going Wits and second here. Could also be the Triforce, but that is some interesting cooking.
It's probably more likely the Triforce.
Yeah?
Did you?
I mean, he's up against double AP, but I don't remember if Wits and now is double Negatron and Recurvo or if it's Heartbound X.
It's actually a great question. I build that item a lot, and I also do not remember.
They changed it a few times.
I think it's, you know
but
what?
It gives tenacity as well, and I saw the Merc Treads onto 113, and I was thinking, could be.
You know what? This is a time where we're very blessed to have internet access. As the fight's breaking out, Knockup is there. 113's ultimately not going to connect for too much damage. Excellent poke to start the fight. Instead, KC are running wild. A perfect public execution. I was caught asleep at the wheel, and it seems BDS were too. Losing jungle, losing support in the trade, and now an easy setup onto this Herald.
Wits and be damned. KC are playing great here, able to get a pick onto both Paris and 113, and able to convert that into the Herald. Kana here, getting a little bit poked down by Irrelevant, but he's going to be completely fine, and KC are walking away very happy.
Definitely are. Ultimately getting those kills, able to transition to the objective. Staying close as we get later in the game is a good sign. And you can see 113 does some okay initial damage, but without any of the follow-up there, it's just not enough.
Oh, he's going Kraken Slayer. Ah, I don't like it.
Let's end his double recurve Negatron.
Yeah.
Okay,
here we go. So it's a great wall by Vladdy here to catch them off guard, and then passive proc from Targamas onto 113, and he's just going down, and then Paris is in no man's land, gets picked up by the Canas. Public execution as well.
I mean, beautiful collapse, you highlighted it well. Vladdy despite playing into Illusion, a matchup we weren't expecting, just continuing to have a huge impact in this game. 100% kill participation. Kana still able to contribute meaningfully despite that deficit he's found himself in. So overall, I mean, a damn good look for KC. I think the game has been slightly in their favor for the majority of the game, but the fact that they found that play just very clearly mitigates what Irrelevant is able to do, keeps them in a favorable position.
Now I feel like I should elaborate on why I don't like Kraken's on Luke. Because I feel like it's hard for him to auto-attack in this game, and we have maybe more action. No, okay, they're just having a little bit of standoff. But I think it's hard for him to auto-attack this game, and the crit scaling on the culling is really high, so once you get crit items on Lucian, you actually do insane damage with it. And I think the culling is his biggest tool this game to actually be useful, but Kraken Slayer provides very little damage to that ultimate.
And we've seen how valuable the culling can be. Again, in the sense of this game being a lot about who has set up first on the objectives. If you have to walk into Illusion as he's full culling you, you lose 50% of your HP. That fight is so much harder to take.
Yeah.
Once again, Vladdy looking to rinse and repeat.
Barely misses. But it's so hard for BDS to enter here. Paris doesn't really want to face check, and 113 can slowly put up these plants to try to walk into the third Drake, but I think KC are heavily favored if they have the first control. But Irrelevant's onto a flank here.
On the side, managed to find Yike. Interrupt now coming in. Target's trying to get a bit more space. Vladdy going golden. Managing to back up. Plants are huge there. Good poke back. Kliss trying to re-engage. Kana now on the chase. Irrelevant not able to finish that job. It's a scattered fight from BDS. It's not the same for KC. Confidence in calling their targets. Vladdy able to walk away.
But it's a great initial retake by BDS. They're able to force KC out, but through a great Yike ultimate, KC are able to collapse onto Irrelevant, take him down, and secure themselves the third dragon. One more Drake for that Chemtech soul.
And whenever we're talking about, hey, but at least it's a Chemtech, you know we're coping hard for the team that's on the receiving.
That's true, but I say, hey, it's a Chemtech, you know?
I think it's fine. But also,
but
if you're in the position to get 4 Drakes, you're likely in the position where you'll get first setup on Elder. Or first setup on Baron, or Otacon. 113 continues to power clear, continues to hold on to that individual gold lead.
Yeah.
But I think you've mentioned it a few times already. The setup in this game for both sides to a certain degree is pretty tough, but it's definitely looked much easier for KC with the power of Yike's ultimate, with the power of Vladdy's Weaver's Wall. Whereas for 113, once or twice, he's been able to lay down all of his skills, really catch an individual member out, but he has yet to have that hugely impactful team fight.
And for me, the problem is when you're Paris this game, you might think, oh, he's inting, why is he just dying? It's because when you have to play against as the singular front line into a Braum Maokai, it's so difficult. You need to find the perfect engage, but also not die in the trade because you need to go in. And it's just, you know, how much can you ask of it?
Definitely tough. Voracious Atacon spawning. Good for the side of BDS. While it sucks to concede the GAs, you're behind in terms of the overall objectives, and losing that to KC could be devastating.
Irrelevant has a move to mid here. Could look to maybe get a numbers advantage. Now he's going to move back to bot. Just pushing that in deeper. It's actually quite a big gold lead here piled up for Kalist, as he's 226 CS at 20 minutes, doing very well for himself.
Yeah, it's tough when you're the Ashe. If the Kliss starts to be able to just auto-attack you,
yeah,
you're pretty tough. And you mentioned it before, right? The amount of time where you get to auto-attack on your terms for the Lucian, for the Ashe, is pretty small. KC are playing to their win conditions, playing to the way their composition wants to work.
Yeah.
But the endless battle for mid-prio continues as Vladdy, once again...
Red arrow.
Ripped the knife from ice.
But you can see how Vladdy is just continues to make these plays and continues to pressure, which forces Lucian to... Oh!
Getting crazy. Kalist caught out. Flashback out. Cleanse out. Positive trade. Hugely positive trade for the side of BDS, but it does cost 113's flash.
This game's on a knife's edge. I feel like whenever I start talking...
It pauses?
They engage. So maybe if I stop talking, nothing happens.
The hat trick of hopefully, you know, small pauses.
But the thing is, like, you might ask yourself, why are they A-ramming? Because they've been A-ramming now for like 2-3 minutes. And the problem is, if a nuke goes to a side, then Talia can just ulti down and they dive, because the tower is so low. But if Vladdy goes to a side, then nuke has to match as well, because he can't really pressure mid the same way Vladdy can. So Vladdy is the one that can kind of choose whatever is going to happen, and Vladdy has the playmaking ultimate, so he's going to stay in mid lane.
And so far, it's generally working out well for him up until the flash committal from 113 to try to shift things back in the favor of BDS. As an update, both pauses, this is directly from our wonderful production team, and there have been 3 now, so I assume they mean the 2 most recent have been due to players alt-tabbing on accident, which in a close game, look, we've all been there. I think for the quality of game, it's good that the fat fingers have resulted in all tabs and not random flashes or press D to dance.
It's a weird thing to accidentally press, though, no?
Alt tab?
It's like the zoomer habit of always
just infinite APM.
No, just like, I gotta check Twitter while I'm walking to lane. You know, like pro players do that.
Gotta change the Netflix show on my second monitor.
That's a Yumi POV.
Need to constantly have 5 sources of media stimulation at the same time.
BDS are setting up this Atakan here. Decide not to go for it.
Splitting.
One try to group up on mid here. Kalist has no sums.
Paris.
Barely misses.
Managed to walk out. And again, with the GA Otacon, with the false life buff, we're close enough now to Baron. Not quite close enough, but we will soon be close enough to Baron that you'll be able to carry that buff over. And that feels like the big strength, because again, without either team having 100% reliable, immediate engage options, getting guaranteed value out of that Otacon is a bit difficult.
Okay, so this might sound stupid, but how do you know it's the GA Otacon?
It said earlier. It said,
it said?
It said earlier. It said Ravenous.
Because you can, they have a different model, no? But I feel like I never see the difference.
Well, I think the face on the map is slightly different as well. So when it's orange,
then it's the
we're all learning together. When it's orange, it's Hungry Otacon that gives you false life. And then there's Angie Otacon, and Angie Otacon gives you flowers.
And what color is the Angry Otacon? Red?
It's the one that isn't orange.
Oh.
You mean in game or you mean on the minimap? Because you play more League of Legends than I do. There's no way you don't know what the other one's color is.
I don't know. I feel like they have the same color. Maybe I'm colorblind.
One is bright red. The other is like black. Just maybe the navy blue. Like I don't know what the hex code is. I don't know how it's specific. Yeah, it's like a grayish black. I don't know. I'm very caught off guard by this question.
Sorry.
It looks different on the
Chemtech Soul in 40 seconds and BDS starting off the Atakan here. Ice is caught. Never mind.
Ice zoned away at the very least. Blast cone over. Nuke in a decent position to just lay down the culling, but they pulled away from the objective.
It's desperation for BDS. They
But
want
there's
to try
no-
to force a fight here.
There's no vision in the pit, and Otacon is parked right outside of it. But instead, the call from KC is set up on the bottom side.
They're giving.
Take advantage. They want Soul. They're not worried about the false life.
Yeah. Nuke is ulting it.
Just wants to complete it because they know they need to go to the next objective.
10 seconds.
Okay, taking stock. Flashes up. Everyone but 113 on the side of BDS. Maybe they can look Deuce. They have no vision, but they have the false life. But again, the nerfs to it mean it's not reliable to come back to the fight. If you get locked up, you could be done. Paris trying to buy a bit more space. KC still on the objective. Vladdy looks like he might get caught. Pullbacks there from the face call. Objective getting lower and lower. It looks like it's going to be the Soul, and it will be the side of KC. BDS, do they still want the fight? They've got the false life. They've got an extra life. Knock into the wall. 3 people locked up, but the Braum is there to body block, and it's Kana to turn the fight. Kana and Kalist back to back in the midst of everything as Nuke on the side gets nothing done. Targamas to finish the kill. Members of BDS sent packing.
And it's KC with individual outplays. Send all 5 members of BDS back to base, withdrawing. And KC are looking pretty happy with the Chemtech Soul.
Chemtech Soul at 1,000 gold.
True.
That's a great deal.
Yeah.
And for BDS, you can see the logic. They made the fast play on the objective. They wanted to get something.
Look at Vladdy's movement here, because it was crazy. He flashes the Ash Arrow. Look at his movement on the on ult there. Oh, sidesteps it so that he doesn't actually end up getting stunned. So he's able to kite out Nuke. And because Nuke ulted earlier for the Atakan, he doesn't have that crucial tool to take Vladdy down. And it's a great engage by Relevant, but it's just not enough. This Ashe is doing nothing. No damage. So she's not able to do anything. They all end up falling.
Yeah. I mean, this is a struggle of a fight. Nuke close to maybe finishing one of those kills. Vladdy again with some clutch stopwatches this game. But you can see that as great as that 3-man Gnar looks, between the Braum and the lack of reliable follow-up from BDS, 113 also getting caught out there by Kana's ult, I think it's important to notice. It's just the team fight immediately falls apart.
Yeah. It's just the side of KC on with Talia Kalista have so much more damage. And I struggle to see how BDS is able to work through this front line of Braum Maokai.
Yeah. And it's one of those situations where you understand they wanted more physical damage, I guess, in the mid lane. They wanted to split their damage profile, and they felt like this would give them a good mid lane matchup. The downside is, in situations where someone on your team finds that good engage, if you just had a control mage, it'd be so easy to flash in, throw your ult down as Nuke, and know that you've contributed enough to the team. Instead, you're fishing for these angles on flanks. And it's not a style that this version of BDS has been super successful on.
Well, this is just started than last year. going to be blue trinketed though.
Spotted out. Again, BDS walking in is tough. Targamas buys so much time. Vladdy to split them off of the wall. Is a bit early. 8K getting lower. Arrow, dodge, flash out from 113 means there's no way for him to get into the pit. They're just going to grab this. BDS now need to play for the exit. 113 to the back line. Manages to get the ulti down, but he has no Zanyas, and there's no follow-up. Irrelevant is finally here, but he can't get involved. Instead, he's trying to twist on the Kana, but Kana's already flashed out. KC completely dumpstering BDS. Absolutely styled on BDS. In a desperate maneuver, just lose everything.
And Casey get everything. It's absolute desperation from 113 as he's suicide engaged to try to make something happen, but it's too little too late. Casey already got the Nash, and it's a beautiful flash from Kana to avoid the Gnarlty, which just results in 4 members going down for BDS.
That was already a desperation look from Irrelevant. I don't think it could have gone worse than that. And credit to BDS for the earlier stages of the game. It was close.
Oh, Irrelevant's dead.
Irrelevant now in trouble. Very likely dead. Can just bounce here, but the concussive blows makes it easy. Paris on the way. It's gonna live. It's a ruthless catch. Kana auto to minion. I don't know if it would have killed Relevant, as Locket was also there. But this is where the game feels really, really impossible. Your wave clear is the Coling and Zyra. Not great. And the pick potential and setup we've seen from KC all game long is still very much a threat, doubly so when you have Soul, Baron as well.
Yeah, so I think like how BDS could come back is some Miracle Ash Arrow, Miracle Leon ult. We'll have a replay here of this Nash fight. So 113 forced the flash, mostly due to the combination of Embezzle from one side, Maokai from the other. And then after they get this Nash, 113 says, they're not getting away with this, right? So he just decides he wants to start this fight no matter what. Engaging Zyra is definitely not my forte, but oh, we got another fight there.
Wall is there. Ice manages to walk away, not quite pinned by the wall. Irrelevant, keep your eyes on that Meganar. Maybe can turn it. Vladdy goes golden, timing a little bit off on the Solar Flare. Nuke now finally there. Targamas will find a knock up onto one. Flank coming in from Kana. And Bessa in. Public execution doesn't hit. Now it's a chance for BDS to turn because they got so much time to auto. Coling going down. Kana in the backline. Cutting through everybody. It's a triple for Kalist. Nuke next on the list. The Quadra there as well. KC again. Just obliterating.
Kalist is running them down, and that's an ace for KC. And with the Baron buff, I think they're going to be able to end the game.
I think that's a pretty safe bet. The fights have just been cleaner. And BDS, every time they've tried to throw a punch in late game, it has come back twice as hard to hit them.
Paris is up here. He could try to defend, but actually, Targamas, they're not looking to end their shame. Wow.
The time. It's a 9K gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's better safe than sorry, I suppose, but I think could have ended maybe. But it's just Irrelevant here, caught off in the jungle, and there's just so much follow-up with the Tali ulti, with the Maokai ult, that KC can choose to run down whoever they want. And beautiful rents here from Kalist to just pick up kill after kill after kill to get that quadra kill.
And you can see the team coordination from KC around calling the targets, focusing those key members is just better.
Yeah.
Better tools to do it and better execution in those fights. Kana does die, so at least they get that one kill back. Slow down the push.
No! Kana took his penta.
Yeah, but you can... if my 80 carry in any game I'm playing is ever speaking in that high-pitched of a voice saying penta, I'm pretty sure the game is won.
I had this thing where I started saying penta whenever I got 2 kills.
Well, maybe penta, penta, penta is the angle of the fight kicking off. Vladdy already laying down the wall. Coling coming out. Immediate fall damage isn't quite there. Kalist caught out. Blocked to the Iron Solar. He's living for an extra second. He's still standing. I don't want to hear anybody talking smack about Hextech. He's still alive, and KC killing everybody once again. BDS managed to find one. Nuke still standing for a brief moment, but all of KC now on the chase. Nuke, how fancy can he get with it? Some extra slow coming in from 113. A flashback safety trying to finish off targets, trying to get a bit more damage down. Vladdy keeping it going. It just does not matter. KC too far ahead. Kalist still alive, grabbing the Elder.
And KC go 5 for 0 with the Elder, surely being able to end the game now. But you have to feel for BDS. It was so close. If Kalist is just 20 HP lower, he ends up falling, and the fight could look completely different.
KC so dominant in these 5v5s. The investment into that aggressive AP jungle option of the Zyra not paying off for BDS.
It was a great Kalista game for Kalist. I'm very happy with how he played. Overall, both carries from the side of KC, mid and ADC, just maneuvered every team fight beautifully, built up an individual CS lead. We're just more impactful.
Certainly were. 13.1k gold lead, dominant finish after what was a relatively quiet early game. KC taking game 1 in this best of 3. And KC are a scary team.
KC are looking good. Very happy with their performance. I'm happy that they're showing different styles, being able to play more things, and just snowballing bot lane. And it's a wonder to watch them play.
Definitely is. But game 2 is right around the corner. We'll see how BDS adapt right after this break.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
the extra damage. Kind of uncertain where to go. Lots of poke coming in from 113. Looks like it's going to be another finished kill here. While up there, another kill down for Irrelevant.
I can ult. Dare go mega, okay? Dare go mega. Kill Zara. Kill both. Look Leona tool, they can't win. Flash. Yeah, he dead. I'm tanking. Don't worry about it, guys. I'm tanking. I died for your penta. No! I died for you guys. Solution, wait. Oh, it was a penta! I'm dead. Good job, Kana. I'm happy that you Kana! So good.
Quadra kill, some fun comes on the side of KC. Pretty smooth sailing game from them. I got tired of the two top laners, so I was like, might as well bring some real analysis here.
Wise. Happy to be on the analyst desk to break down what was. It kind of felt like a very one-sided game, to be honest. Like, the early game was a little bit back and forth, where you felt like there was a moment of tension, but the moment we got into the thick of things, it felt like that the expectations around the draft pretty much livid.
Let's go about a bit here and talk about the draft. Lucian mid is something that Larsen was expecting because that's what BDS has been playing in scrims. But what do you think about the overall approach of BDS here against KC?
Well, I think it's difficult, right? Because I do agree with the assessments that they had on desk. You're first picking the Zyro, so quite clearly early in the draft you say, all right, this is what we're going to be drafting around. But I'm not sure I agree with the priorities around the Zyro because it puts a lot of constraints on the rest of your team, specifically in contrast to what you're drafting on KC's sides. I would have loved to seen a lot more emphasis when you're building around this Ashe, right? I think when you go into the second ban phase, that's where I feel a bit of misses. If you want to build it up with the Leona, okay, nice, they have Braum on 5. That's going to make this Ashe into Kalista very difficult. And the Lucian in general, for me, I mean, it's rough, right? There was other ADs up, and for me, it really didn't give a lot this game.
The problem they were going to run into is that when the fight started, it was going to be very difficult for Lucian to play, for potentially Zyra to play. Yeah. And when you early prioritize Zyra, I think that your idea and responsibility should be to leverage power early to gain advantages so that you can control. And the really important thing with this composition is that you're first on the objective. They're walking into your plants. They're walking into your Ashe, your Leona, which they couldn't really do, which is why early game agency was so important for this team. And I felt like that they just didn't have the tools and they couldn't execute in order to get it.
Yeah, and I specifically think when you take that in context of the current meta that we have, which is so dependent on the Dragon stack, and I think 113 did a good job at finding some moves on top side where they could kill Kana, but in terms of what Vedi is saying of setting up at the other side of the map, being there first on the objective, which is the Drake right now, very difficult when your bot lane then doesn't have prio, mid lane didn't have prio, and it made it very difficult to you for you to walk in and try and contest these dragons.
Absolutely. You guys want to take a look at some fights and see how things played out, because they had time against them. That is the worst thing. They needed to be proactive in the early game, and then it comes to fights like this, and it's like, even if you go first, or if you react, what can you even do?
Yeah, but that is the thing, right? Your left lane proactivity, and even in some of the fights where you are posturing to try and contest, you're never really finding a moment where there's enough CC or damage layered upon one target. And I think this is also where it becomes so easy for KC. You can see how much space they're able to buy with just Talia, the Maokai ultimate, and it just allows them to turn on Irrelevant. And this is the setting that Vedi was talking about. It makes it very difficult for BDS to face check.
You are relying on your Gnar and your Leona to enter this space, and notice against the Talia and the Braum how challenging that is to do. There's also things like Maokai saplings, and the scariest thing about playing into Maokai especially is even if they were first on the objective, your ability to reclaim that space with a Maokai ultimate is just so effective that it felt like that they were running out of options. And so when you draft a composition that's very much about you have to find leads, you have to be proactive, you have to be the one that's basically driving the game forward, against a team like KC at the caliber of BDS, I just think that the expectations are too high.
Yeah, but you're also doing it against some of KC's best comforts, right? You're seeing Yike on them, Maokai, right?
I love that we call Yikes Maokai.
But so many trees. He is one with nature, and you know it. It's the plan that counts for that guy. But also, I was really impressed with Kalista on the Kalista, because I think that their bot lane laning phase had been a bit questionable at times ever since we got rid of lane swaps, and I think they actually had a really good laning phase this time around that really just helped KC continue with this game plan.
I was about to say, we expected KC to be maybe weaker without this lane swaps situation. Are we satisfied with what they've been able to do?
I mean, I just think that BDS is not the team to punish them for it. I think the fact that Kalist got a winning bot lane matchup, I think helps them. But I think the pressure for him comes on this idea of when you get winning bot lane matchups against strong teams, we want to see you dominate through that bot lane matchup. And I think that you could, if you want to be really nitpicky, then I would argue that I don't think we saw that in this game. He gained advantages. He did what he was supposed to do in the lane, which again is fine. But if you want to put it on the level of we now evaluate you as a champion, we now expect you to be winning split after split after split, then when he gets a winning matchup, I want to see him doing things where he is dominating and slaughtering in that matchup, and he is the one kind of building the lead so that he can win and carry the game.
So we need more, but we need more from BDS as well. First things first, because red side here, we didn't like the approach they had in game 1 in draft. Super hard. But yeah, what do you want to see from them in game 2?
I actually want to see more from the BDS bot lane. In the past, I've been impressed with Ice, but I'm still left wanting more from Paris. This guy who's super hyped coming in from the DRLs, who's one of the best supports you could get into the league. I want to see them with a winning bot lane on red side. They have the capabilities for that, and I'd like to see them try and leverage that instead of the top side.
Personally, I'm of the opinion that Irrelevant, when given a carry in a meta like this where the lane swaps are gone, is the best version of him. Last week, again, he's a monster on the Jax. Even if it's not into things like the Gwen, he's just very good at the pick, and it used to be permabanned against him. I think that you prioritize getting him counterpick, you play through the top side of the map, and personally, I think as long as you give Ice the freedom to be the carry that we know he is, I think he can pop off. So I think they should just stop. A part of me blames the coaching staff. For a long time, I think BDS, when they try to change their approach, they get too optimistic with the draft, and they change too many things. And I think they just need to simplify it. Right now, you are aiming for wins. Get those early, especially if you can get a win against KC playing Comfort, I think that's a better play.
Yeah, but also the BDS we've seen when they were at their best was their Dragon stacking. So I really am hoping for a team that's going to set up their success around these Drakes.
Back to basics. You're not him yet, BDS, but you want to be. You want to be, and you want to beat KC. Let's see if you can do it in game 2. Casters, over to you.
Thank you, Laura. Who is him? That was the question. We're getting mixed signals from Goldberg and Vedius.
I'd say Kalist or Vladdy.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay. That I meant from the side of BDS. Who will be him on the side of BDS? No, you're correct. It was Kalist and Vladdy. Incredible Taliyah performance backed up by an ace Kalista. Makes sense. The names are so adjacent. Who on the side of BDS will rise to the challenge in this particular game, we will find out soon. Callouts for Ice, bot lane alongside Paras, or Irrelevant. But the draft will tell us a lot as we head into game 2. Nidalee banned again.
The respect. 113 on Nidalee.
Yeah. Look, I can't lie. It started as a for fun rhyme, and you've manifested it into reality, or 113 has, I think is safer. I don't want to give you too much credit here. Skarner banned away. Sejuani banned away. Obviously, champion pool is limited as we remain in Fearless. So what is going to be the priority for KC?
Yeah, pretty much all the tank junglers taken off the table here. Wondering if maybe KC wants to go for the Rumble lock-in. Yeah, and then the question now is, do you want to take away the Vi, who's still kind of a premier jungler that is up, away from this Rumble, or are you willing to give KC the Rumble-Vi combination?
A little bit of debate. BDS taking their time.
I would like to see mobile carries for the side of BDS, because that's always the key whenever you give over this Rumble. So Victor is all right, but then for example for the ADC role, I'd take something like the S role, I think would be great. But it looks like they just want to go for the Xin Zhao Victor and have a really strong fighting 2v2 mid jungle.
And Xin is an interesting champion. Like if KC now lock in some longer range carry options, I love the power of Xin Zhao's ultimate. Yike. I'm not going to say that I was begging on Twitter for someone to pick this champ, either 113 or Yike, but I was definitely shamelessly begging.
Yeah, you've been wanting this champ bad.
Yeah, I need to calm down. It's going to be Vi. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, the Vi Rumble combo.
Wow, with the Yone, we literally saw this draft in our first series, and you know what? It did pretty damn well.
It's a tried and tested strategy. Just great setup for this Rumble ultimate. Now, definitely for the side of BDS, you need even more some mobility in that ADC role. So I'm really hoping for an S roll lock-in. Or it could go something like a Zeri, but that's much harder laning phase. But they could also choose to answer the top lane with a tank in the form of K'Sante. But my worry now for the side of BDS is if KC now takes away this S roll, what do you really have that is good enough mobility-wise into this Rumble, Vi, and Yone? I think Saya, another great option. But if I'm KC, those are probably my 2 bans. So
You can take away, we'll see if it's just going to be the Ezreal and the Xayah. Maybe they want to take a support playmaker away, but it seems unlikely. This is a tough start for BDS. All these champions strong in their own right. I like the Xin and Cassante together, certainly. But Victor, again, kind of similar to what we saw with the Zyra in the previous game, a champion that really wants people to fight into him. We know how oppressive this champ can be in those mid to late game fights. But the other champs on the team aren't really going to be playing to protect him, based on what we've seen historically.
Oh, and it's actually double support bans here from the side of KC and BDS. I would think that BDS maybe now wants to ban away the Jhin, because had a great showing on that on first stand, and it's also really good with both Rumble Vi and the Yone, as it can provide some long-range follow-up. And it's also just good into both the Ezreal and the Xayah.
Yeah. I think the other call out I'll have is the Yike Vi. Definitely an opportunity for redemption. It was...
the Varus. I forgot about that one.
Yeah, Varus comes out as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So, again, just limiting conventional strong options, low lethality Varus, or on-hit Varus against something like Cassante. Pretty solid. But we'll just call out Yike back on the Vi. Need to see if his domestic performance can be a little bit greater than what we saw from him internationally. Still a hugely impactful pick in the meta, but just didn't really hit the same as his tank junglers or things like the Ivern or even the Lilia last week and all the crazy movement he kind of brought to bear. But now, final pick phase.
I'm really thinking, so they banned the Xayah, so I'm thinking for sure for Ice now, Ezreal is just quite an obvious pick. And then I would predict the Jhin Nautilus answer, maybe for the side of KC. Something along the lines of that, and you have quite a strong lane. Braum is also out. But instead, oh, it's gonna just be maybe the Rel pickup for Paris here. Interesting to last pick ADC. Some teams have started doing this, but I fail to really see, like, I love last picking ADC as an ADC, but I kind of cope all the time because, like, usually there's very little value to it. Oh, and Kai'Sa's still left open. Also a great option to follow up this Vione.
Yeah, it's sort of one, it works incredibly well with the composition. It wants to do exactly the same things that the Vi and Rumble want to do. Also, not early game, but certainly after one item, I think is what you told me before when we talk about that matchup between a potential Ezreal and a Kai'Sa, although they'll take their time here. They're going to lock in the Alistar first. Very stock standard bot lane matchup. Alistar Kai'Sa, I wouldn't love, like we heard earlier from the desk, right? They want Ice and Paris to have a winning lane, but I don't know if they want KC to gift wrap it for him.
I mean, I think the thing is, if you pick Kai'Sa here and then BDS goes something like the MF, I think this lane for Kai'Sa is quite difficult early game, as you have both a strong Rel and you'll have a really strong lane bully on the side of MF. And you also have a great Rel MF wombo combo, but maybe Ice just wants to go for the Zeri and go for the hyper scaling, in which case bot lane is probably not going to be the most exciting.
No. Mayhaps we'll have to look elsewhere on the map.
Sivir into Alistar. That would be crazy. Oh, wow. He actually ends up locking it in. So typically, whenever you want to pick Sivir, you always ban Alistar because you can't spell shield his combo.
Yeah.
But Ice doesn't care.
Ice has locked it in. And I will say to BDS, their last draft was a little too complex, right? There's a little bit too much going on. It was a little bit too volatile. This draft, if you get to late game with a Sivir and a Victor, you know, you quote-unquote outscale. I think the struggle will be KC are going to be the ones in the driver's seat for large portions of this game. But Sivir can push very effectively on the bottom side of the map at the very least. Maybe that level 6, that extra movement speed from her ulti gets them out of some of the Rumble setups and scenarios. But overall, once again, we have two compositions where I feel like KC know exactly what they want to be doing, and BDS, it's a little bit all over the shop.
I mean, I like BDS's comp. I mean, it's a Sivir comp, right? Just farm up to 400 CS, and then eventually you will win. And I do think in the scaling department with the Sivir and the Victor, they have some great tools, but at the same time, the KC comp, it all just kind of makes sense. All champions love playing with each other. They have great setup for each other. All of the champions are setting up this Rumble for success. And we've seen that a Rumble setup for success can do so much.
Definitely true. Pick Thresh won't happen in this series. It could if we go to game 3. But it doesn't seem like it's happening quite yet. Maybe you'll get it in the final series of the day. BDS, we're not the favorites coming into this series, no doubt in our mind, but they are a team fighting hotly, contesting for top 6. We'll start that road. Need to find a win here against KC as we get into game 2.
I do have to say, though, I think this draft is much more BDS. You know what I mean? It's like it's your stock standard vanilla ice cream. Just can't really make it more standard than this. But for their early game win cons, there are still a few things that they could do. I would love to see 113 be able to relieve some pressure in this mid lane matchup for Nuke. He can easily do 3 camps into ganking mid, or he could look for some early shenanigans onto this Vi, as Yike on the Vi early game is going to be really weak up until he gets that level 6, while Xin Zhao, a great fighter.
And it lines up well with what we know from 113. Likes to be this more proactive playmaker.
Yeah.
In his best games, you know, he is a guy that will take over the entire map, and I think important that he does so because...
Speaking of, they're looking for an invade here, but they're not sweeping the ward. Very late sweep here. I'm worried that KC might be able to cheese in a bush and catch them off guard.
A bit of vision. I mean, it's...
Looks like they're just faking it. Just wanted to put down a... No, what? I
mean, it is a battle of... Oh my gosh, no. He's
going to go for a solo invade and die, I think. That's my prediction. Oh no, they sweep the ward. 113 is sticking around.
Sticking around? Is he just going to go straight Raptors?
He senses it. He gets spotted.
Not going to move. Now we have the all on a bot side. They get the barrier out of Kalist. Good use of the level 1 as Kalist tries to fire back at least a small amount. Awkward level 1.
I mean, 113 gets away with it. He's able to pick up these Raptors without even having to invest the smite, which means he can continue going for the red buff here. This might just be a map split, with Yike looking to move into enemy topside.
It's very proactive planning from BDS, fishing for this level 1, looking to split the map, isolating that bot lane 2v2 where they feel like they're stronger. The person who's going to lose out here is definitely irrelevant. He'll be suffering with more attention on the top side, but they know their jungler is stronger early game. Yike on this Vi, if he wants to play how every Vi has in the last, I'm going to say 8 years competitive, just picking a random number, he's probably just going to try to get level 6
and
as fast as humanly possible.
Like, you're fine with him losing a little bit early game, and now maybe with this barrier being taken off of Kalist early game, BDS's bot lane can continue trading. The only thing is it's very, very hard to dive these days, so you can see when this KC bot lane is staying at full HP, 113 has to just lead back to his bot side, and Yike will do the same to 113's top side.
Yeah, and this is one of the downsides of opting for something like the Sivir, right? It's not the Ashe or Kalista that we saw last game. You're not getting these aggressive short trades to chip away at HP. You are just clearing waves and pushing. As 113,
he wants to stop it. He wants to stop Yike from taking his red buff here. He is going to be spotted by this ward, but he might be able to reach it in time. Both have smite.
See it.
Oh, it's in the bush.
We'll find out, but I think too late. Finally spots Yike, wants to commit for the fight anyway. Nice angle coming under the wind, becomes lightning. Trying to stop any follow-up. Vladdy trying to cover, but that's first blood. 113 can just start to trade back. Nuke now on the way in, level 3. Does he have the gravity field? Looks like the answer is no. A few more seconds, Q3 can come out. Vladdy.
And we said it, that this Xin Zhao on 113 was stronger, but I didn't think he would be that much stronger. He just straight up solo kills Yike, and here we have 2v2 on bot lane.
Engaged. Bot lane, one more stack, one more bit of plasma might have finished the job, but Ice doing all right. Shattering strike to just try to push Targamas away. Good trade from KC, knowing that they had that isolated 2v2 and the level advantage, but ultimately, Yike is the one who's really suffering here.
And BDS bot lane ends up losing control as soon as 113 leaves, being forced to use the flash there on Paris. It's a really very good flash from him to predict a forward flash off Targamas that allows him to safety, but now Yike can set up on the dive on this bot lane.
113 finally recalling, but Yike obviously first on the reset. Means that he will be here first to try to force this play. Paris,
they're just throwing off Ice. Ice loses 4 or 5 minions and KC are happy. Although, this does mean that even further, Yike's pathing has been delayed. He was only able to pick up the red buff from 113, and now he goes to bot lane and he sells the enemy off of 4 CS.
Yeah, you can see level 3.5 is Evapolv is there. Paris re-engaging, gets hit by the auto. Awkward trade, Paris. Blinking health bar, Ignite ticking, they can't quite finish the job, but the re-engage there on the crash down, very greedy.
Yeah, Paris struggling. And he's been a player that I've really wanted to see more from this whole split than last split. I feel like when I played against him in ERLs, he looked so great, but he still hasn't quite found himself in the LEC.
Yeah, hasn't found that form. And in this case, it won't cost him too much as Ice is still there to pick up the wave. Does start to get pushed in. Bit of trading on the top side, unsurprisingly. Kana building himself a decent lead. Hasn't done too much damage to the tower quite yet, but just ahead in CS.
It's a big gold lead onto Irrelevant here. No, I mean onto 113 here. And he's looking to start up this Infernal Dragon with his Rel coming back bot lane first. And it's looking like it's going to be a grub for Drake trade for the side of KC.
And we need to see if 113 can kind of keep this momentum going, because slowing down Yike early game, finding that kill is huge for BDS. But still, Yike will eventually hit level 6. The playmaking will still be so easy, so reliable for the side of KC. Can they continue this snowball? Targamas with the Hex Flash getting things kicked off. Gravity Field does find a quick stun there, and Nuke is completely fine. Stone Cold had Flash, did not bother to use it.
113 wants to stop Yike from taking his Raptors here. Not sure if Yike was able to quite pick those up. He's not. He's actually denied them. So he's not able to really get any sort of cross map for this Drake. And now it's a half HP Vladdy here, so I'm not even sure if KC can even play for grubs.
BDS continue to poke their head in the river. Don't have information on Targamas and Yike. Burst combo potential there.
Good ping
Pretty
ward.
significant. Vladdy just continues to get chipped away. Level 6 to level 6.
Vladdy with swap for BDS here to play for these grubs, and it looks like BDS will be able to get both the first dragon and the first 3 grubs. A great early game from BDS here.
This is big. This is exactly what you talked about. You said vanilla ice cream, but this is classic BDS, right? And it's interesting that they've done it with 113, still retaining a lot of that individual identity, being the aggressive playmaker, them being willing to use their resources in a way that supports what 113 wants to do. Reminds me of the Rogue series last week where game 1 didn't go great, 113 didn't have a great performance, and they just doubled down on 113 being in this position of early game power. Same story here is Nuke keeping the pressure up against Vladdy.
And it feels like it's this mid-jungle from the side of BDS that is allowing so much of this to happen. It's great pressure from Nuke in this mid lane that is allowing 113 to kind of walk where he wants to. And he's just so much stronger early game in this Vi that he can kind of take over every objective.
And I think the test for this BDS lineup, and for the BDS fans should be aware of as well, is what does their coordination look like as we get later into the game? Because KC, it's so easy to pull off these picks if they're in an even game state.
Yeah.
BDS, it's a little bit more effort, right? If Ice isn't in a super strong position, and he still individually isn't that powerful, Kana as well going to be a thorn in their side.
And to build onto that, we have seen 113 have great early games on this Sin Sao. We saw it against Fnatic last split, and we've seen it in general where he's able to get these leads both for himself and for BDS, but then him or Paris, they get a little bit too cocky, they step a little bit too forward, they get a little bit too greedy, and they end up throwing it all away. So I really want to see, can they actually close it out in this game and continue the snowball running?
It's always a tough point for LEC teams. BDS, of course, no exception. Hard to find that discipline in these tense moments on stage when the adrenaline is pumping. Now that Vladdy's found that reset and a bit of lifesteal, 1v1 matchup looking a lot more comfortable. And we saw in our first game from Larson, right? Yone remains that side lane terror. It's going to be something that BDS may struggle to answer.
And you can see that for the Sivir here, it's really annoying to try to fix this wave. That normally when you're up against something like the Nautilus, you don't really care, as you can always just spell shield the engage. But up against this Alistar, Sivir needs to respect a lot more, making this bot lane matchup a lot more treacherous.
Yeah, Kliss not afraid to step forward. Shattering Strike hits. Combo does not quite connect on Ice, so Targamas immediately going to back up.
It's a great trade from KC, but 113. He just want to hit the tower plate.
Yike on the way in.
Just pressuring the dive here a little bit. Oh, yeah.
Going all in here. Ulti coming out. Vladdy caught up and locked out. Oh, that is perfect understanding of their damage output.
That's crazy. 113 was just standing there and he was saying, "You're fine? You're fine? You're not fine." And he just one-shots him under the tower just like that.
He just made that man disappear. That's a magic trick. But he had flash and ulti. Died mid-ulti animation. Luckily early enough in the animation that it did not take the cooldown, but...
And that's a 700 gold lead onto Victor now. And Kana wants to... Oh! Yeah, he steals it away.
I mean, Kana's trying, right? Kana's the one member with a significant gold lead on this entire team, which is as expected given the strategy of BDS splitting the map the way they did and the context of the Rumble versus Cassante matchup, but irrelevant. Happy to sit here, top side of the map, weather the storm. We'll see where he goes with his reset.
Yeah, and I mean, getting gold onto this Sin Sao and Victor is just exactly what we wanted to see, right? We want to see them continue to snowball, continue to fight, and continue getting these advantages. And we got the Ocean Dragon spawning in 50 seconds. I really want to see 113 take a base, play for it, and just continue this fighting.
And on the opposite side for KC, it's important now that they find someone other than Vladdy to step up in these fights, because we were talking about in the previous game, right? Kliss was doing a ton of work, but Vladdy was the one all throughout mid-game. Every single time Weaver's Wall was off cooldown, forcing a play, forcing a flash, using it to get some kind of advantage for the team. And when you fall behind on this Yone, obviously once you have Blade of the Ruin King, you're still a pretty powerful champion, but it can be hard to be that person that forces those plays.
It's going to be an interesting lane assignment here from the side of BDS, with Sivir and Rel in mid lane, and Victor actually in this top lane up against the Kai'Sa and Alistar. So most likely it's going to be a grub fight rather than a Drake fight, as KC desperately doesn't want to give BDS 6 grubs.
Certainly not. Would have loved to have it themselves. But the potential for Ice to just shred through a tower if left alone only continues to grow as we get later. Does have the BF sword, and they will be first on the move. Vladdy left alone here to clear the wave.
I think fighting for KC right now is a mistake. If you look at the inventories on the side of KC, it's just no completed items apart from the Rumble, and it's pretty rough, these Sky's items compared to the Sivir.
Yeah, the Sundered Sky, a huge first item spike for 113. Really limits their ability to just DPS check and burst him out, but they will start it anyway. 3 members starting.
Rumble has
4
first
and
move
5
here.
on the way. Good call out. Rumble on the way first. Kana, does he want to burn the DP? BDS hesitating a bit. Mid-wave is even. They want to try to fight through the choke, but this could be devastating. Kana in position with the equalizer. Doesn't quite have the cooldown yet. I take it back. Now Kana has been caught out. 113 in the midst of the entire team trying to step back. Combo now coming in. Ulti on the cross the top. 113 doing good damage. Feet of Warfare coming through in favor of BDS. 2 grubs taken down for KC, but how much will it cost them? Miss on the Q3 coming in from Irrelevant. Patience from Vlad as he finally flashes. KC will walk away.
It's a fight on 2 sides, and BDS win both. They're able to take down both Yike and Kana, despite Kana being there first and KC having full position. And they don't actually pick up the 4th grub. I thought they would go for that, but 113 considers the better of it and actually goes straight for the Drake instead. So it's only going to be 2 grubs for KC and 3 for the side of BDS.
Not bad. Denies that objective. They already got 1 feed of Warfare. Could look to grab a second here. This Drake will secure it for them. 12-minute feeds. I mean, feels fantastic, right? Not the biggest boon, but potential to upgrade those items as we get later. And BDS are a team that are pretty comfortable if we get later into this game. What a fantastic start. And I think this is the value proposition when you lock in a champion like Xin against the potential of a champion like the Vi, right? It needs to be an explosive early game like this. And it's certainly paying off for BDS.
Yeah, I love to see 113 understanding and knowing the matchup and then really playing towards it. And just having this kind of psychopath style. But Paris has a great flank here on the Kana.
Kana retreating.
There's no
Shattering
flash.
strike, clean combo. Gravity field comes out as well. Kana just a bit too far here on this wave. Tries to get some damage back, but ultimately just gives his life. And now it's Nuke who's on a killing spree. 3-0-0.
It's a great pick from BDS. Yike is able to pick up the Raptors in exchange, but I mean, you're going to be really happy with that, as you're also able now to push out bot lane on the side of Nuke, and I don't think they can really pressure Ice in this mid lane with Irrelevant moving down, but Irrelevant could be in trouble.
Irrelevant now retreating.
Oh yeah, he's not even going to go for it.
I mean, needs to finish that Sundered Sky, right? He is still behind individually by a pretty decent margin. Almost like, oh, he's about tied up in XP at the very least.
Now it's Blades going over to Nuke here. 1.3k gold lead on this Victor. Looking very, very scary.
And again, BDS had a game plan on the level 1. It looked a little bit dicey at first, but they managed to split the map. They can test in the jungle knowing that they're stronger. And since then, they've just been trading up across the map. 2.2k individual lead, 5 kills to 0. KC have not been able to do anything. And it's a painful flashback to first stand. Some of those Vi games from Yike, it wasn't all his mistakes, right? I don't want to just beat the proverbial dead horse, but at the same time,
BDS are home alive.
Okay, I never said that. That is not the misquote that I need running around on the internet, but maybe they are. But for KC, again, like, you want to know that you can play these style compositions, that Vi is a champion that has to be respected in draft, but you keep stacking up these losses, it's not getting easy to sell it.
That's true. And that's kind of one of the things that I would like to see about KC is that despite having struggled on some of these melee mids and carry junglers before from the side of Yike and Vladdy, they're both willing to say, okay, if we're going to be the best team in Europe and be contenders internationally, then we need to learn this style. We need to get actually really good at it. We can't just play Victor, Orianna, Talia every single game and play Maokai Sedra every game. It's not going to cut it.
I mean, it's good to argue. And perhaps the thought process here for this comp, they have a really strong comp, might step a little bit outside of at least what we've seen them be successful with, but they choose to go for it anyway. Thus far, it hasn't been successful. Haven't found those angles to start fights. BDS ahead on the map, not afraid to just press their advantage where they can. Ice likely to just get first move around mid, and it'll only get easier as he continues to stack with the Yun tool. 1-3. Has he been caught out? Good initial damage. Ulti to mitigate a little bit here. Nuke now trying to follow up. 1-3 still alive for an extra second, flashing over the wall. Following Yike. I don't think that's what he was looking for. Now it's Nuke who's in trouble. They may have bet a little bit too much. Q3 ready to go. Shattering strike to buy a bit more space. Vladdy on the way out. BDS
And it's a great pick by KC, but it's the exact things we were talking about. BDS, they get the early lead, but it's 1-1-3, and Paris, they get a little bit too cocky, they get a little bit too greedy, and they end up throwing it right back to KC's favor.
And it's just that line between pushing your lead and throwing your lead. They were 2.2k ahead minutes ago. And Vladdy is going to be a terror. He has an XP advantage over Nuke despite all those kills.
Yeah. And it's going to be like a kill going over to Kalist as well. We see the replay here. I think Yike actually misclicked his ulti here onto Paris, which nearly resulted in 1-1-3 not going down. And then Yike flashes over the wall. Like, it was very strange. He ultis Paris, then flashes over the wall, but then 1-1-3 flashes back into him. And then Kalist ultis in and is able to kill Paris as well. And it's just been such a reoccurring theme for 1-1-3. I think if he just toned it down a little bit in the mid-game, and he fixes this issue he has, he could be so great.
But it's so hard because that same instinct
is what gets him the lead.
What gets him the leads in the first place.
That's true.
And it's that tight margin, that gray area between the black and white of extreme aggression and extreme passivity that so many players struggle to walk. To find that line as Yike grabs the Herald, and now KC are sitting pretty comfortably in the context of this game. 1k gold lead still for Nuke, but again, we mentioned it before, if BDS aren't first on the objective, it's really hard for Nuke to leverage that advantage.
Yeah, and the overall gold lead is gone. Vi is the one now ahead of this Sinsao, and Rumble is still far ahead of this Cassante. And now Kai'Sa's actually picked up the lead onto this Sivir with that kill pickup.
No, which is huge because, I mean, Kalist was sustaining a small gold advantage for himself most of the game, but has started to balloon that a bit.
BDS are so split here, I don't see how they can really contest this Drake. Oh, but Paris sending it on Targamas.
Targamas, Aftershock down. Does still have his ulti. Wind becomes lightning.
Really good chunk.
Gravity field down could be big. 1-1-3 with an initial knockback. Vladdy fishing for an angle. Decent equalizer, but there's not really much follow-up. BDS now comfortable to step forward. On the hunt used. Paris following up. Getting the flash out of Con at the very least. Yike now locked up. Taken out. BDS. They saw those cooldowns missing. They knew they could go for more. Dragon now in their sights.
Wow, and it's great spacing and patience by BDS. 1-1-3 goes in for the chunk on Targamas, but he doesn't go for any more. And now that looks like it's going to be Drake going to the side of BDS. I don't think KC can contest this. Yeah, they're going to choose the better of it.
Body checking.
Great bounce back from BDS. Really showing that despite, you know, being able to throw a little bit, they're not out of it just yet.
Nope. And the fact that they can just once again bring that discipline back in the clutch after maybe getting a little bit caught out there is a good look.
Yep.
Now 5 minutes till Soul, right? A minute 45 until the Otacon.
Sivir with the Cloud Soul, that's gonna be fast.
It's gonna be very fast. Cassante with the Cloud Soul, very, very fast. So the question is, I mean, KC have a bit of time here. 2 item spikes around the corner. Kalist should be pretty close at this stage.
I don't know if I've ever had seen a Sivir ult with a Cloud Soul. Isn't that gonna be so fast? That's gonna be so fast.
Really, really fast.
Yeah. Can't wait. I kind of want them to get the soul, just see how fast she gets.
You're not a pious caster. You're not rooting for either side.
Well,
you just want
I don't mind
speed.
Yeah, I want speed.
Yeah, okay.
Need for speed, baby.
We'll see if they can get it, how fast they'll be. Look, BDS, comfortable, not out of this yet.
Yeah.
And I think for KC, you're 1 or 2 more fights away from this all falling apart.
Yeah.
As close as the gold looks, again, Sivir 1.5 items now, almost 2. Once she hits 3, these fights feel so difficult.
I mean, the thing is, it's incredibly execution-based, right? If KC are able to get a great Vi ult onto the Rumble ult, onto Yon ult, all of that, they can easily one-shot the Sivir no matter how many items she has. But the thing is that as the game progresses, Cassandra and Rel and Sinsao can buy more and more space, and the Sivir damage is going to be higher and higher, so there's even more of an onus for the side of KC to actually one-shot Sivir rather than being able to threaten any of those frontline targets.
Again, it's tough. It's a tough puzzle to figure out. BDS, though, as you mentioned before, even though they did show some discipline in that last fight, they make missteps. They get over-eager. 1-3 and Paris both have overstayed in some fights.
Oh, relevant.
Again, we have a situation where it is the voracious Otacon. So false life buff there, won't be extra flowers, which I think favors KC in this context.
Yeah, I think KC are pretty happy with that. I think it's hard for BDS, even if they do get the GA, to really fully send it. Well, I think if KC get the GA, you know, Vi can just ult in, Yon can just ult in. They can just play however they want.
Relevant, sees the ward, walks up, continues to clear it, confident.
I think it's very hard to kill this Cassandra right now. Rumble not quite having enough damage.
And sadly, that individual lead that Connor was able to build in the context of his isolated 1v1 just really hasn't borne much fruit in terms of advantages for KC.
And I hope that BDS doesn't tunnel too much for this Atakan. I think playing for Drake Soul is a much more simple, easy to execute win condition for them. And we have seen teams throw a lot around this Atakan.
I mean, BDS did last game get the Otacon and immediately get 5-man aced, being too late for the Soul. So in that same vein, I don't think KC will make the mistake that BDS made, and hopefully BDS won't make the same mistake twice. But they do have the luxury, of course, of being the team on Soul Point. They can pick which objective they want to contest.
Oh wow, Galist barriering there to not get his recall cancel to pick up this Rage Blade.
Quick reactions. See if that extra couple hundred health matters in the next fight. BDS spending a lot of time around topside. Otacon really the only objective on the map. A minute 40 till Cloud. I think we're just gearing up for the old scrap around major objectives.
And Ice needs to reset here, so KC does have a timer where Kai'Sa can fight and Sivir cannot. But I do think BDS should just match this base with Ice and just play for this dragon. But it is going to be the red buff, I think, going over to the side of KC.
Yike. The rest of KC leveraging their man advantage on the top side to just walk into enemy jungle, knowing that they're stronger, seeing those resets come out.
They're getting great vision here, being able to take full control. But if I'm BDS, I don't really mind. I don't think KC has a real threat of starting this Atakan. I think Victor can catch this wave with Rel and Xin basing behind them, and then you just set up for the Drake.
Yeah, but the bit of extra vision they're able to get in enemy jungle, the lack of vision for BDS does mean that Ice should be taking the safe way, but he's not. Choosing to just continue coming through. That's the ulti going out. Will block the additional empowered auto, stopping the Mark from going down, stopping Kalist from following.
And it's TP from Vladdy here. They really want to fight for this Atakan.
Swooping for Nuke, though, can be dangerous. Kana continuing to try to zone away. Q3 going through, looking to lock up Nuke, flashing forward. Nuke laying down the ultimate, but the immediate snapback from Vladdy means that ult is useless. Patience from BDS now going to be crucial as Ice has been isolated. And the objective will reset. That was an excellent sequence for KC.
Yeah, it's both the carries of KC, Vladdy and Kalist being able to get their individual sum advantage on their counterparts. And now there's no flash for this immobile Sivir and Victor for the soul fight.
KC just a step ahead there, had vision around that jungle. Ice chose to roam through it anyway. Nuke needed to use the ulti in the 1v1, so now they're trying to deny this. No jungler here. 1-1-3 going to be too late. 2K getting low, or can they have the fight? Vladdy managing to lock up multiple members, flashing to the backline now, snapping back immediately. Rumble Equalizer connecting onto Ice and onto Nuke. Yike now into the backline. KC could be big, but BDS are stronger. The meatballs taking over. 1-1-3 onto Vladdy. Another kill going through, and Nuke on a rampage.
And it's a disjointed engage from KC. They're able to pick up the Drake, but without that Yone ult that they used in the previous fight, they're not able to actually layer the CC to get onto the carries of BDS. And as BDS picking up 2 kills, and they're moving towards this Atakan.
Should have the setup. Cloud Soul delayed for another 4 minutes. Otacon in a good position will give them the buff for the Baron fight. And again, you can see why KC are starting the objective here, but you mentioned it, they just don't have enough.
Yeah, Targamas is so poked out. Kalist is also getting a little bit poked out. And Kalist and Vladdy, neither of them has their ultimates, so they can't really go into this backline whatsoever. But I think we might have a fight around this Atakan here. No TP on either Vladdy or Kana, but I think Yike wants to try to steal.
All eyes on Yike. 6K, objective getting lower. If they go together, there might be an angle. 1-1-3 has his ulti as well. Paris on the way in, 4K trying to zone, gravity field over the wall, 3K getting lower. Yike, does he want to commit? 50-50. Yike with a flash, 1500, there should be no way in. Voracious Otacon down for BDS.
BDS gotta run. They're gonna be out. They get the Otacon, and they waste the side of KC's time as well. Ice was able to push out that bot wave. Now let's see what they get. Oh!
Startup.
Yike.
Spell shield. Did not work.
I mean, I think he tried to smite the spell shield and then do the ultimate. Yeah, that's like the classic combo. But I think if Sivir times her spell shield like perfectly, she can block both.
Yeah.
So a bit of an optimistic play there from Yike, but I do respect it.
The second time in a row, I mean, credit to Ice. While he did overstep a little bit in next to the Raptor Pit on his side of the jungle to lose those initial summoner spells, to lose that ulti in the previous fight, spell shielding that crucial bit of CC to stop himself from being marked so that Kalist cannot immediately ulti in on top of him has saved his life twice now.
Yeah.
And BDS, now they're super comfortably in the driver's seat. It's only a 1.6k duel difference, but they have the false life buff.
I mean, my biggest question here is, can BDS convert into anything more with this Atakan? I think if you could try to get a Nash fight going here, it would be great for the side of BDS, but it doesn't look like it's quite what they want to look for, but I don't think they can either look for a tier 2 either. So I would love to see them get more with this Atakan, and maybe look for a Nash start.
But I also think they're just so comfortable in this game, scaling, going later. I think you really have to MacGyver together some sort of crazy engage option to catch out either Ice or Nuke, unless they're overstepping in some way.
Well, Dracos, they've started the Nash.
Well, there you go. Setup is there. BDS feeling comfortable starting this one up. Ice is now marked. Where's the follow-up going to be? Q3 there for Vladdy. 6-second timer. Can he find an opportunity to Q3? Dash forward, Q3 and hits relevant, trying to lock up Ice. Ice now marked out by the spell shield. Vladdy trying to retreat, but Ice just continues to rain down damage. Nuke going golden, but still managed to get the ult down. Vladdy trying to turn it. Kalist right in the midst of everything. 1-1-3 getting one back, has the false life, wants to get a little bit more. Knock up now down on Kana, wants to kill Kana as well, but he's withdrawing. Irrelevant needs to get the hell out too. That's another false life. 200 gold to the side of KC. Should be able to grab him as well. Irrelevant running, knocked up, unstoppable now as he turns back. Nice bit of gold to KC. Stop the Baron play at cost of Vladdy's life.
And it's a disaster for BDS. Luckily, they have the Atakan buff, so it's only going to be 5 withdrawals. But they're not able to get a proper turn off of this Nash. They give KC all the space to enter. And if you do, you're never going to have a good fight like this. Look at how much space they're giving to Targamas here. They're letting him walk all the way in. Kana is able to get a great ultimate. Nobody's marking Vladdy. And all of BDS are just so disjointed. Paris gets a good engage onto the Rumble and Vi, but Ice is up on the side fighting Vladdy and gets hit by the Yone Q3 to give Kalista ulti in and ends up going down. So, despite what you might think, I don't think starting Nash here was actually a bad play by BDS. I just think the way that they turned and the way that they played mechanically led them to all die or withdraw.
Withdraw, as it were. Still 0 deaths, although, you know, spiritually they got the 1 death. At least 200 gold over the side of KC, who, again, still only behind 1,000 gold. If they can find more fights like that, it won't look too bad. Nuke clearing. Ice now 3 items.
Now we have the Cloud Soul here, another chance for BDS to get it. It's 30 seconds away, 25 seconds away. And ulti's up, all on the side of both teams.
Equalizer, as well as the cease and desist, 5 seconds out. So not too bad. There are some circumstances where that false life, if you can fight in a situation where enemy is forced to use their ult and you hold on to yours, you have that small window of opportunity when you come back with the withdraw.
Yeah, I think Kana flashed, but other than that, I don't think anyone on the KC side used their flash in that fight.
Yeah, TP mid from Kana. Vladdy on the flank, only level 15. Would really like to hit 16 before this one, but he still remains ahead of Nuke.
Kalist trying to get some poke here with these Kaisa Ws.
Yike ready to go.
The Rumbly.
Ball breaker not going to be used. This is so tough for them to enter. Wait for it. All ultis are going to come at the same time from KC. It has to be one clean shotgun, one perfect engage. Target finding 2, immediate knockup. Ulti going through, but Nuke will still manage to lay down an ulti of his own. Gravity field down as he buys a bit more space, but the shutdown is there. Kalist finding 1, and he's instantly into the backline. Paris getting deleted. The Cathian Rain coming through. 1-1-3 now running for his life. The ulti is massive from Nuke, but it will not win them the fight. Kana, Kalist. Vladdy standing strong.
And what a heroic engage from Targamas. He gets nearly a 4-man with his flash. Alistar Q setting up this fight for KC, and they're going to be able to deny the Cloud Soul once again.
KC staying in this. KC keeping it close despite how strong the Victor is, how strong the Sivir is.
That was a beautiful fight from Kalist as well. Ulting in, just so much damage. It was. I want you to look at Nuke though. When Targamas flashes in here, it's actually a stopwatch from Nuke that denies Vladdy's flash Q ulti that actually makes this fight playable. If Nuke doesn't stopwatch here, he's instantly one-shot, and this is going to be an ace for KC. But because he survives, this Victor ulti, the AoE gets so big and he's doing so much damage. However, Kana with the stopwatch as well is able to take down 1-1-3, securing KC the Dragon.
Big and close margin, right? The difference of a completed death cap might have been enough to shift that fight in the favor of BDS. So KC have to be careful. They need to kill Nuke immediately next time. They cannot just let him ult in the midst of the fight, as the death cap is now finished.
And he's scary now, for sure. And we've seen Vladdy struggle to find the impact in these fights. Even in this one, I think it was more the Targamas and Kalist show. And I really want to see Vladdy get a great ultimate combined with this Vi and Rumble ult. to really secure KC the win.
It's a tricky position. Battle for mid lane priority. Who can lay on their vision first should favor BDS with Ice at 3 items. 3.5 now.
KC are very zoned here off of mid. I don't think BDS can really hit the mid tower. It's a bit too risky getting flanked from either side. Oh, they're gonna actually go for it.
Looks like they probably, or maybe correctly assumed that Vladdy was continuing to push an extra wave.
Yeah.
And they also, as we just saw, delete it very, very quickly.
Yeah, they are going to lose the bot wave for it, but now they can push mid much deeper, allowing Sivir and Victor to just get much better mid prio. Maybe get some better control of this Nash.
So hard now for KC. It will take another great combo. Maybe even better than the last, as again, the Victor and Sivir just continue to get stronger.
And the Vladdy is just continuing to push bots, but BDS don't want to send anyone to respond. They're just continuing to ARAM here.
And this is an angle to stop BDS from getting the full 5v5 that they're looking for. For KC's comp, it's easiest to look at it in the context of everybody pushes their ults together, but their side lanes are also pretty strong.
It's going to be blue buff picked up by Vladdy. Nice little advantage for him. He gets to push in that bot wave deep. And now KC are able to respond as Irrelevant has to catch the bot wave and Nuke catches top, and they're able to get the mid tower for themselves. And now the Sivir, while she can still go deeper after they got that tier 2 mid, she has to be much more careful for any potential mid flank. She doesn't have that mid tower safety.
Yeah, it can be tricky, especially when the enemy Alistar's running Swifties, can get on top of you in an instant. As you noted before, yeah, you can outplay the Vi to a certain degree if the Smite ulti combo doesn't work, but Spell Shield's not going to outplay the Alistar. Just can't let yourself get in range. Yeah, continuing to shadow Kana, knowing that he's pushing pretty far up on that mid wave. And a good bit of vision from BDS. You can see it just next to Yike, just next to Targamas here. Giving them nearly perfect information on KC's movement.
BDS again are just deciding to ARAM here. They really want to try to get full Nash control and start it once again. Oh, good.
Flash onto Ice. Knockup is there. Kalista immediately going in. It's Ice now running out to safety. Paris looking for the disengage, and Ice remaining untouched. Kalista already ulti down. Vladdy needs to find a way with an ulti of his own, but Ice is ready with the spell shield. It's not going to work at all. Irrelevant though, taken out. Ulti resetting now. Coming in. The Victor continuing to chase. Nuke looking for more. Kana off to the side. Vladdy Q3 ready to go. Yike ready to go again as the ulti fades, but these fights are so damn close. It's top lane for support. You'd assume it favors KC, but they don't have access to the objective.
And it's such an intense standoff here. Ice gets comboed by Targamas, and immediately Kalista tries to follow. But since Targamas has no flash, Paris can actually decide to turn on him. And Irrelevant is dying so fast in these fights. I keep being surprised. As soon as I look away from him, he's just dead. I feel like Kasata usually is, you know, very tanky.
Yeah.
I want to see how he dies in this fight. Because Ice gets comboed by the Hex Flashing Alistar, and then Kalista does a really good ulti on him, but Ice is able to flash away and be fine. And then it's a great ulti from Pars here, but Irrelevant is just off on the side. He doesn't get the ulti out of Vladdy because Vladdy ults, and then he dies.
Yeah, I think Kalista's just hitting like a truck, right? He has magic penetration now completed as well, so those plasma procs are just obliterating Irrelevant's health bar, despite the amount of MR that he's purchased.
I do think Irrelevant also really misplayed there, though. I think if he just plays it a lot slower, and like when enemy team goes too deep, the classic top laner mistake is that you go deep as well. But if you then just kite back, then enemy is just too deep and you just kill them.
An option. And we'll see how he adapts to the next fight, right? I think the downside for BDS is that while they won that exchange, and they have first setup on Cloud, if they don't get this Cloud, they've just given up Ice's flash, which I think is the single most important thing that came out of that fight.
True. Nuke does have the flash, though. Oh, very good flank here from Vladdy.
GA as well for Ice, though. This is going to be so tough. KC, can you pull around to that hat? 1-1-3 getting things started. Targamas forced to ult. BDS not over-committing. Crucially, they know the potential of Vladdy to flank. They see him.
Good poke.
Level 16. BDS being shepherded a bit.
Vladdy getting the Q3 on
Need
the
to mark
Wolves,
Vladdy, but they're not confident to send anyone away to split. He's stacking Q3 on the Wolves, as you highlighted. 8K, Dragon's getting lower. Paris sees him now. Kalista ready to go in a moment's notice. No ulti for Targamas. Ulti now coming out, isolating Yike. Yike going unstoppable. Dragon taken down and gets it in the midst of the chaos. BDS trying to force the fight, but KC, a single blink of an eye. BDS have disappeared.
And KC have done it again. Targamas gets a 5-man Alistar knockup, and that's an ace for KC as they take down all 5 members, and they're looking to end the game.
It shouldn't be possible. They were so patient. They were so disciplined around the flank from Vladdy. But Yike, The ulti, the smite, securing the objective, the rest of his team taking the fight. It's a thing of beauty from KC. And again, if you looked away for 30 seconds, anyone who went to the bathroom thinking this one was going to take a few more minutes, the game is just over. A single decisive fight from this composition. It took 35 minutes for them to find it, but when they found it, that was all it took. KC 2-0 over BDS.
And what a great series and game from Targamas. I thought Rel was the champion that would get 5-man engages, but it was Targamas this game that kept getting great engage one after the other, completely securing KC that 2-0.
Weathering the storm from the side of KC. It was looking hard, it was looking difficult if they didn't find that perfect engage, but all it took was one member on the team to step up, and today that member was Targamas. Finding massive Alistar engages. It's a good feel for the side of KC. Not that they haven't been sent back to the drawing board for a few adaptations coming out of that game. And certainly a solid showing in that game from BDS, but ultimately those little hiccups that we talked about.
I mean, it's got to feel bad, right? Like BDS, they keep being able to get these early game leads, but they're just not able to convert them. They keep having these silly little mistakes that throw the lead away, and then the game is equal again, and then they get outplayed and they fall.
Little accidents cost them dearly. Of course, over your key player of the series, Vladdy, Kalist, or Targamas.
It was a great Alistar game for Targamas. That was one of the best Alistar games I've seen in a while.
This is the problem with player of the series that's so hard, right? It's like game 1, I'd give it to Vladdy in a heartbeat, although Kalist was a close second. And Kalist has been relevant in both games, so maybe he gets it, but game 2 was all Targamas, so how do we assign value?
I think since game 2 was like closer.
I agree.
Then for me, that matters more, you know? If you're winning and everybody's doing well, it's like,
yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah. But this was the clutch one, right?
This was the clutch one.
Because if you don't find a 5-man Alistar engage there, those team fights are...
I thought Yike into there. He got Cassandra ulted and he nearly went down, but then he's able to get ult off, and yeah, I think if Targamas doesn't find that knock-up, they might lose the game there.
Certainly, at the very least, a Cloud Soul.
Yeah.
Maybe more. Probably the Baron to follow as well, right? Which would have put it further in the favor of BDS, and at that point, you expect them to close. That's a different timeline.
A different timeline.
A different timeline.
This timeline, EU is winning worlds.
This time...
So this is the good timeline.
Every time we cast a game, we talk about splitting timelines.
Well...
Look, we're waiting, we're standing by.
We gotta manifest it. First we manifested the 1-1-3 on Italy.
Well,
now we manifest the world's win.
I hope you're manifesting an interview with a victorious AD carry, because Shox is standing by with one who I imagine is feeling pretty good despite that hectic game.
I think so too, Dracos, but I'll ask the man himself in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Holy, what a finish, Kalist. We have the replay here as well, but can you talk me through the final engage from your support? I mean, he bossed it, and how you managed to win that game.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had a rough early game, but Targamas found really good engage, and in this last fight, I think, well, we got a wombo combo, got our carries, it was really insane. Like, from my POV, I didn't really saw what happened. Like, I was just trying to finish the Drake, and I saw their whole team got exploded, I guess. But yeah, we had a pretty rough early game, but I think we were finding good team fights, and I'm pretty happy with this and the way we came back in team fights.
Yeah, I guess it's a good point where you are the ADC, so you're just trying to kind of auto-attack and make sure the fight is won, but when you see it, you're like, okay, my support, he came through.
Yeah, that's it. Like the 2 last fights, I just see my Alistar finding like the 4-man combo and the carries again. And again. So, well, props to Targamas, he played really good this game.
Yeah, definitely so. Last week, you also got the victory. I got to talk to Yike after, and he said, kind of we agreed on a win is a win. And it seems that here, even though it is I want to say overall convincing 2-0, maybe not everything was as clean as you would have wanted. But how do you feel you've come back from first stand overall?
Yeah, of course, a win is a win. It's important to win. And like the most important is to get qualified to playoff and then actually make it to the MSI. So we have to take time a bit to come back from the first stand. Like get our habits back also. And I think the most important is to adapt to the playstyles of every team, because at first end, well, we had to adapt to like LCK teams, LPL teams and everything, but like in the LEC, all teams have their own habits and we also have our own habits. So after the big break, maybe we lost them a bit, but with time, it will get better. And I think the most important is just to win now, and we will keep going, like, keep getting stronger through the season.
Yeah, you're also allowed to ramp up, of course. You are the Kia player of the series. Congrats. And I think you joining into the league, obviously, was one of the most hyped things we've had in a long, long time. But it feels like the team isn't really centering you all the time. You're always doing good, but it's not like all the pressure is on your shoulders. How do you feel the system works in that sometimes it's time for you to shine, sometimes it's time for Kana to shine, sometimes for Targamas?
I mean, we have like 5 talented players, so we're just making sure everyone is in a good state and no one is like out of the game or we can't carry anymore. If we're all in a good state in the game, we will always be able to like have 3 or even 5 threats in the game, and this is the most important. We're just making sure that we're in a good state and we will be better in team fights, so we will like shine individually because we have 5 talented players.
Case in point, I think, as the final fight was a beauty to watch. Congratulations, Pillis.
Thank you.
W once again for Casey. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, Team Heretics versus G2.
Give me chaos. Never gonna settle for those boring plays, no way. Give me chaos. Never gonna feed, but we will create some space. Give me chaos. Greedy for the glory, so we're only chasing dreams. Making titles, trophies, highlights, international memes. Give me chaos.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
With Team Heretics playing G2, I've got Camilo here. Camilo, who had a fantastic first week, a really convincing victory. How much was it expected that you would start the week so well, and can you continue it into this week?
For us, it was pretty expected that we would win because we had a really good practice week before doing this encounter with Rock. And also, we knew from the winter that even though we lost to them in winter, it was mostly choke because it was our first game. And like we have 3 rookies, so we hard choked the first game of the winter. That was against Rogue. But I think that now we're a bit more experienced. We expected to win and we came confident to this encounter.
Yeah, you could see it. Now, of course, you are one of the only players we have ever had that went from Tier 3 to LEC, so to Tier 1 to the Premier Tier. How do you think you experienced winter? How much did you pick up? And was it a bit of a shock or was it all right?
I mean, the gap is huge, of course. I think the gap already between Tier 2 and Tier 1 is already huge enough, but the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 1 is obviously not a thing that is simple to overcome. But I think I did pretty good, also thanks to my staff and my teammates that encouraged me and were really supportive towards me, and they also helped me to learn more about the game. So overall, I would say that I'm pretty happy about my transition from Tier 3 to Tier 1. It was decent, I would say.
Decent? The Cho'Gath was supporting staff approve of you slamming the Cho?
Of course. I think most of the team and the staff in general, they embrace a bit those type of chaotic picks, I think. So whether it's a Cho'Gath or other, I won't say picks in special. I won't say special picks, sorry, but we have a lot in our hands that we can get for some matches. Like we have some pocket picks that we might see in the future, we might not see, because we have to get the angles, of course. But those type of picks, for sure, we love them and we embrace them.
It's great to see. G2 is up next, one of the hardest, I guess, opponents you could have. So do you feel like having those special picks is the way to have an advantage? Is this the win condition?
I don't know if it's a win condition. I also think that G2 is, they love also those type of picks. They love being a bit cheesy as well. So I wouldn't say this is the way to beat G2, because they're kinda, it's kinda their home ground, you know, to have some pocket picks. But maybe against some teams like KC that are a bit less used to like different League of Legends, can work better, I think. Okay. But against G2, I think we just have to play good, and we'll see today if we manage to do it or not.
Yeah, the best of luck.
Thank you.
And let's kick it over to Finn.
Thank you, Shocks. Now, speaking of Heretics, I would like to bring your attention to Shio and how he's able to set up his team for success with his solid Drake fundamentals. Let's break it down. We have a situation here occurring where Shio has done a great job early game securing 3 early dragons for his team. Coming into this dragon is the 4th soul point, and he really wants to make sure they get this. So as we see, he is hovering around his banana bush right here, making sure his way can push out the bot wave. Meanwhile, Rogue realizes Wei is bot, they secure mid push. As we roll the clip out, we're gonna see Rogue try to enter this river slightly, while Wei is already on the bot side. Now I'm gonna pause again and bring your attention to Adam. He is in base right now, and he's about to walk out here and join his team. Meanwhile, Wei has already teleported to his team and is here to hold the ground. The Nautilus, not realizing his top laner is in his jungle, while the Wei is behind, hooks in and thinks it's a good time to secure this bush control. Sadly for Team Heretics, or sadly for Team Rogue, I want to say, they don't have a top laner, and the fight ends up in a 4v5 scenario that Team Heretics cleanly takes away. Rogue will still try to fish around here, but when you lose your support so early in the fight, this is just a disaster. Shio, seeing his top laner is on mid, pressuring this tower, says, wow, this is just a free dragon for me. And here Rogue is just completely in full panic mode. They're trying to kill some Carlson here, they're trying to chase him down, but it ends up not really working in their favor because his team is there to back up. Kamlu gets a huge chunk here on Malrang, and there's just no way for Rogue to compete. This was just another one of Shio's great dragon setups, and it's something we've seen him do ever since his time on BDS. When I think of BDS in 2023 or BDS in 2024, I think of disciplined dragon setups. And it's something that we've seen Shio been able to transition into his time at Heretics, which is fun because right now it seems like BDS does need some of that discipline. And it's something that's not really working out for them. And I think this is just another way to highlight how some of the players in our lower tier teams are doing great strides to improve our league. He's doing a great job to help Camilo and Carlsen get a foot in the league, to improve and find their footing for a longer period of time. But now, it is time for Team Heretics versus G2. And I'm gonna send it over to Hysterix and Daida. Take it away.
Yeah, good one, Finn, good one, Finn. I think discipline's important here. My name's Hysterix, also known as Matthew McConaughey. We're wearing Orion shirts, and it was so hard not to come in and think, you know, I think it's all right, then it's all right.
I thought we were about to go like, there's a snake in my boat. It's like, where are we going?
So much better. That's Dada or Dagda. I like Finn's interpretation of your name. I am Hysterix, and you know what? We're obviously primed to get into another best of 3 for. It's been a quick night, but a good night. It doesn't always have to take long. It's just about getting to the destination, and I think tonight, getting to G2 and Team Heretics might be the burner that we all need, because let's be real, G2, yes, a G2, but I'm pleasantly surprised with Team Heretics' entrance into Rogue.
Yeah, I mean, they end up taking down Rogue 2-0. I think Game 2, definitely more confident. Game 1 was a little shaky with some clutch team fights that brought it back, but I think up against G2, you're going to need something special, because G2 are absolutely insane. The fact they're bringing out some pocket picks, as Camilo was kind of alluding to in the interview shocks, with like the Mundo jungle and these kind of things, does look pretty sick. I know it's starting to pick up pace with more teams taking it, but they were definitely the first one, so I think it's sick. I think this is going to be an absolute banger.
Bro, let's not forget, we got Gwen and set top as well. Like, I know Gwen at the moment is OP, everyone's going S++, but the thing that that hit me for the side was that right hook of set.
Yeah.
That came out of left wing, you know?
Yeah, and it kind of left wanting more, to be honest, after the series. It did not look so hot.
My jaw was okay.
Yeah, I was watching the games, and BB was doing his damnedest to leg it over to people, and you just see him get further and further away. But they're now legging it out of the tunnel, and you can hear the crowd going absolutely fanatical for the G2 and the Heretic sides.
Ironic, isn't it? Going fanatic for G2. Well, 1 so far is all they've got on the board. 2-1 in game score. By the way, that series went long. I mean, again, it was a fun draft, but the fact that it went the distance kind of showed that G2 are playing around with what they can pull out in these best of 3s. Fearless, patch 7 or 25.7 to be specific. And even though Gwen got some nerfs, we are still seeing a permaban across the world here, I believe, in the past 2 series included.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see that kind of continue going forward. Skarner still looking incredibly strong. There's still a lot of picks that are just good on the patch. My other thing I'm keeping an eye out for is the last time we saw G2 and Heretics faced off against each other, there was a bit of a romantic rivalry between BB and Flacket, where BB at Shogat was just running after the little Corki that could throughout that entire game. So I'm curious to see if BB's going to have it out for Flacket once more, or whether Flacket can actually get the better of him this time.
Outside of that, the other high priority picks is the Maokai. That's 15 out of 16 games presence. Poppy as well has actually been banned 15 times so far as well. Dak Daddy is 14 out of 16 for the Azir. I'm just going through and punching off numbers, because in Europe it does feel very different. The Maokai, the Poppy especially, such high priority here, such high fear factors involved in their drafting.
I mean, Poppy just answers so many good things at the moment. Like, even when you look at your bottom laners, like the Leonas, the Rels, the Alistairs, then you even look at Mbessa and those kind of things on the top side. It makes it difficult to play the game. So I have to see what the plan is going to be. But at the moment, Kalista, I imagine we're going to see Gwen bans actually already coming through on the G2 side. And do we get things like the Skarner continue to get taken away?
Well, that's the biggest question, isn't it? Already those presences are keeping nice and fruity, as Azir also. Straight into the bowl, isn't it? Like a gift basket you didn't ask for. But Azir is kind of like the pineapple on top. You think that's good value that that's taken off the board. We don't have to watch Azir. Jace also a priority pick. As Dagda, what do you see open? Your Skarner you mentioned at the start. Maokai as well.
Yeah, Skarner and Maokai. So Maokai going to be taken. So is the trade just going to be the Skarner immediately for Skimon? Oh, he just said it. Last time around, BB was having a great old time on the Shogun against Heretics. So I think a little bit of a shout out to Ye Time of Old coming through here.
Hey, the other thing about G2 that's funny is, like, I don't think they need Skarner. They get Varus here. G2 are the team that can always play around a pick. They've always got an option, right? We know that Skumond, he'll probably play things like the Ivan as well. That's also an option running into things like Skarner.
Yeah, and I think the only thing though is you more than likely want to go towards something like an Ezreal here for Flakkit, just to be like, hey, we've got nice priority in that bot side, we can kind of answer, unless you want to go for an Ashe. But if that's going to be the case, Ivern and Ezreal don't get that kind of synergistic value. So looks like instead they're going to go towards the Zyra. Very fast clear, but I was about to say, last time two-man answered with that Mundo, and I think Sheo already called it out that might be the answer once more.
So let's see where they go instead. Again, options for the AD carry. You already mentioned the Ezreal was a big pickup here as well. Maybe the support Rel, that's still a priority support in the league too. Questions for Team Heretics as Carlson. He can be a role player, he can be a carry. We've already seen that great Camille game. Instead, we go back to the question of AD carry. That's now answered.
Okay, so going to be Corki. I imagine that is going down towards Flack in the bot lane. Could be flexed to mid, just with the fact that you have that Zyra. You kind of want that AD mid, so could also just be a case of we're going to take Corki here. We take Ezreal on the next rotation, try and secure these kind of AD-focused champions. The outside, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Mundo. You've already got the Varus there. Could go on hit into this sort of composition, at least that's coming forward. So in that position, we'll just get a beefy frontliner.
Bro, it's so funny because like people with no contacts at the LEC or G2 would be like, yo, this Atlas is saying Mundo and the second pick blue side. Like, he's cooked.
It makes a lot of sense though. Like, you're able to fat clear very, very quickly, kind of keep pace with the Zyra. The fact that you ignore her lockdown removes so much of the threat of Zyra in the game. It's just a really smart pick that's kind of come up in answer to Zyra, who's been queen of the patch for quite a while now when it comes towards AP jungle champions.
So annoying. Mundo will keep on running as Nas also locked in as a blind option here for G2. Broken Blade's going to be running this a second time here. It is funny that Scumon's running Mundo jungle a second time before the Maokai, before the Sin's out. Just a bit of flex for you as Dagda final pick.
I think you just take your AD carry here, unless, yeah, there's the Ezreal, yeah.
Good call.
Unless the other option is, what does Carlson want to try and pay into the Gnar? Because we've seen a plethora of Yasuos start to come out as answers into that Gnar on the top side. Jace is already taken away too, so I think you're kind of fishing now for a potential Yasuo ban, maybe an Ambessa ban as well, just to try and get comfort for Broken Blade in that top side and make sure he's actually able to abuse that range matchup.
As you know, Broken Blade, again, you want him to have a comfortable lane. Victor taken away is another lane, I guess, for the Corki that just doesn't want to happen. Caps has been great on Victor, but what else has he played? Well, Ari's been the other thing. The Yone already banned away was the other pickup in that best of 3 versus Koi.
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to scratch my head here. I think you do just ban away top laners here.
Okay.
I think Caps has enough in the tank. Yeah, there it is. The Ambessa is going to be taken away. Yeah, I think you just ban the top laners because Caps has enough where you can still answer for Corki mid, and you should be completely fine.
So then, if we're talking about top laners, let me just pose a couple. Carlson already on the Jax. Into the Gnar has been an option before. He's played Camille as well. But the problem is, I feel like Camille comps, things like Sejuani, junglers that can help set up. Zyra's not too far up the chain. What do you think?
Yeah, I think if you're playing Camille, you want some sort of backline dive, and you just don't really have it with Heretics.
Yeah.
With the way their position's kind of working at the moment, it's kind of like play into them. So even if, like, maybe you want to go for Yasuo for side lane plays and hope that you can get some sort of knock up on an Alistar in the bot lane, or you can get those Strangle Thorns to enable that. But outside of that, yeah, I think you're struggling a little bit here for top laners for Carlson, unless he just settles that he's going to have a bad time and just go for a tank.
Is it going to be something like a Cassante matchup into the Gnar? Oy, oy, oy. We saw an Ornn before, also an option. Things like Renekton, Dagda. I mean, you were talking about it, and I had to bring it up because, again, Carl, quote-unquote, bloody Carlson, was really so instrumental in that game last split. It was exciting, but he's going to have to pull it off again as he runs the Camille back.
I think the problem here is, though, like, Mundo stands in front of your hook shot, he blocks it, and there's nothing that you can really do, right? You're going to have probably some, you could even go for, honest, maybe not actually, I was going to say a Braum here for Labrov, but I don't think you're doing this scenario, but still, you have CC from a Leona, or you even go with the Alistar yourself here to set yourself fine, or even a Rakan, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, there you go. And you've got answers to keep Camille off you, and I just don't see the added pressure on that backline. You have a true shot barrage, but what are you gonna, like, you're now just picking a support. There's not enough threat to synergize with this Camille as a backline dive that I think you can manage.
Ooh, as Caps locks in the Akali. Now, we have seen a few Akalis not only today, but over the course of the week and over the course of last split as well. I have to say, I think Caps is the best in the league at it. And you say that about a lot of champions. It's disingenuous, right?
You know, it's crazy. The best player in the league is really good at some of these champions. Yeah. But no, I do. I think he has been great, but I think it's also the playstyle that it offers is, hey, early on in their games, G2 traditionally like to stick caps on the sideline and just say, hey, farm it up, become a threat. Kali does great in those sideline scenarios, especially if you're able to chase down by landing that shuriken flip on towards the Corki. I think you're in a wonderful spot. So it does give G2 a lot of options on these sidelines, while also giving you a chance even to move Broken Blade into this kind of 1-4 split push as well, with caps being that person up by themselves. So you got threats here as G2. I think that this game gets very difficult for Heretics, though, if they start to fall behind. They're kind of playing off this 2-item spike with the double Triforce, triple Triforce, to be perfectly honest, but Camille kind of lagging behind a bit. But yeah, I think Heretics need to come out swinging if they hope to take this game over.
I mean, you look at that and you can agree, right? When you're versing something like a Mundo, especially as well, if you lack damage, if you fall behind, the Mundo gets the free scale and becomes unkillable. I think we could have said that about Skumond in the game we saw only last week. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your second week of the LEC. It's nice to have BO3s. I'll drink to that. Good on you, mate. I feel like, honestly, Fearless coming back, also Euphoria, right? Euphoria. Then we had best of threes. That's where we are right now. And you're here of continuing that euphoric reaction. And now you're looking at G2 to see if they sublime this split or if they're going to have a rough start. I mean, I don't know after the last series. I feel like, the last series felt a lot like a draft gap. It was in the game 2.
Yeah, game 2 was a bit fun.
It was a bit clumsy, a bit messy, but again, that's what people say when sets in a game.
Yeah,
Dag, welcome back to the game.
I think the cool thing about G2, though, is like watching that series, I was really impressed with how good they were at understanding like when they could take 4 versus 5 based on ults being down. I think they're like one of the teams that thinks the most about ult usage and how you can use that to your advantage in the league. So we'll have to see if that is going to continue going into this game against Heretics. But this is oh, it's actually poke Varus. So I thought it was going to be an on-hit Varus.
So did I.
So definitely the consistent DPS isn't there. So G2 kind of need to make this early poke work to set up for Broken Blade and Capstan to kind of finish people off as they enter into these fights.
Well, again, as we shift gears and kind of look at the other side of the map, I want to quickly mention that Carlson again on this Camille. Oh, it excites me. It really does. Coming into today, I mean, I just like that, again, his name's Kyle Carlson. If you haven't heard already, then you haven't been watching the LEC. Great name, and sometimes a great game as well. Are you as excited about Carlson as I am, Dagda, or is that just
I still remember the first day that you found out that he's going to be in the league and you were like, excuse me, can you say his name again? But no, I think he has... His laning phase at times can be a bit wobbly, and that will take time to grow into, but I think he's definitely got like the killer instinct when it comes to some of these team fights. He's been great at like understanding the moment he can go in, when he can take over a fight, and actually change the entire outcourse of a game.
And you're about to learn that in his career, Carl Carlson is 14-4 on Camille.
Damn.
So,
okay.
14-4. And ladies and gentlemen, remember, he had that big game where I believe that was a win as well. Cleanse used in bot side while I'm yapping away, and Flacket had an ignite on him, so Summon for Summoner as well goes for the all-in. It's important to note. I mean, this 2v2 is going to keep playing out. Flacket's in a lot of trouble. Flash away. Is it going to be matched? No. Held on to. No summoners for that Ezreal.
That's huge for G2, though. And it's kind of, I think it was the Varus and the Rail combo again against Mobstar Koi, where G2 were able to get the duo kill onto Alvaro on the Alistar. So definitely give us a few flashbacks. But this is a very potent lane. Rob has been the talk of the town on this rail.
Oh, yeah.
It's definitely his most comfortable champion by a country mile.
And I was going to ask you, Dagda, you know what? Drake's really worth it, right? Because for Heretics, they seem to think so. But in this opening game, let's not forget, Ezreal Aslar, not the lane you write home about, especially when you're versing the Varus, the Rel as well.
Yeah, I think we've heard like Finn talk about it on the desk, we've heard Jack talk about it in the cast as well. I think Drakes are just becoming so valuable at the moment because you're able to set up very well for your team fights later and your objectives and all that. But without having Baron available until 25 minutes, oftentimes you can set up for a Dragon Soul about 23 minutes into the game and not have to worry about it. Sheo, though, is here.
The all-in is there, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. As Cat flashes away, I think I broke the screen for you. In the meantime, Cat flashes over the wall. He escapes foul. Skumon tries to help out. It's a phone to the face as Labrov is still going to get rooted up. Great little grasp and a first blood. to boot for Team Heretics.
That was a bit of a disaster there for G2. Good job by Sheo, though. Ends up sneaking back in behind his mid laner to make sure he's there for the support. And this is something that G2 have been doing a lot, kind of at these early levels. Even game 1 against Movistar Koi, they ganked Jojo in the mid lane level 1 to make sure he was uncomfortable. Now we're seeing this early play again towards mid. It has definitely been a step up by G2 in trying to get aggressive around this mid lane. And Heretics read it super well. Caps takes a ton of damage. The electrocute proc. Lebrov isn't really in a position to try and do anything. And yes, Caps managed to flash away, but Lebrov, he's got nowhere to go at this stage, and Heretics have too many members here.
Skumon does what he can to slow it down, but it's still a first blood and over to the Zyra. So Sheo with the lead is always good news when it's the sole AP source on Team Heretics. Much like any Zyra jungle loves in this day and age. You have to itemize against me or the rest of my team.
But also it's just the fact that Heretics need, as we say, to get off to a good start. If you can't just execute Hansam on the backline as Carlson or any sort of follow-up, you're just going to have a bad time.
Yeah.
So for Heretics, this is crucial to get these early leads and try and continue to play through that. Even the fact you get to shut down at least the threat of Caps in that mid lane as well, always a nice one. Didn't end up dying, and is actually even on CS, so haven't sent him behind that too far, but still something that I think Heretics are going to try and revisit.
Yeah, see if that punish comes through, because again, keeping Caps behind always feels nice. Sure, it can flip, but a Valkyrie away from Camilo under turret, as that threat rises ever so great. Darksteel picked up on the return with boots, by the way, so again, all good mid-mage players know that this is the chat item. As we're just looking at Carlson, except a top wave push.
I think it's also super important in things like the Akali and even Silas and that, because your kit is so reliant on you snowballing and getting the lead. Like, the difference between an Akali who gets like a kill in River at like 7 or 8 minutes versus an Akali who gets her first kill at 23 minutes is night and day. So I do think this is where G2 will understand they want to look for skirmishes, and a lot of that will be on Lebrov to try and set that up.
Most insulting thing, because I know Vedius plays Akali, and then I thought Knight's Akali's really good. It's like night and day. So,
no, Betty doesn't get kills.
That's right, that's why he's the day version. It's a contrast, and then he's at the bottom. Oh my god. Let's take that. He's not even here to defend.
I was going to say, I'm glad we let him leave before we started insulting him.
Well, now that you have that metric, in this early game, outside of that trade through bot, outside of that kill through mid, it's just been about these elongated laning phases that Broken Blade is willing to stay in consistently. He's about to pick up plate top. All he has to do is just ram his head in and does so. Carlson, as you saw before, got spaced a little bit. There's a bit of a CS lead brewing from that range versus melee matchup.
I do want you to keep your eyes, though, every time we're getting kind of this push in mid, how many members of G2 are making their way into this bottom side. Obviously, Dragon's up and looks like Shea's going to take it now, but it is kind of a, hey, we want to shift Caps into positions where we can try and find these plays and get this Akali snowballing. So at the moment, G2 moved 4 members into River, couldn't quite find anyone in Heretics, so it looks like instead, as Caps has gone for the reset, they're just going to look for a trade on opposite side of the maps and cross map, but Lebrov caught a little bit.
Yeah, Stand also does good damage. Trample sets up for Sheo, but nothing more apart from setting up plans for the Dragon. Skumon is going to be done with this pretty soon. The beauty of Mundo as well is that Blunt Force Trauma makes it so easy as Grubs go down. Dragon a little bit delayed. Health bars are decaying, but Dragon all the same.
Nice poke from Hansama, though, playing well around the long timer that you have on that headbutt pulverize combo on the Alistair in the early stages to get some decent poke off. Is a little low on mana, but should be able to just clear this wave as Lebrov comes in and they get his back. So just making things a little bit unsteady for Heretics as they went first, but yeah, nice at the moment anyway.
I have to say, while business being conducted in top is nice for G2's side. Just watching this Zyra power cleared. Skumon's waiting. Really good timer on the Raptors here. If I didn't have ADHD Dagda, I'd be able to tell you more in depth, but meanwhile, Broken Blade just smashing turret. Double plate for him.
Yeah, and I think this is where that move in to take Raptors was nice. You cover top lane play, you can now shift in towards that bottom side and get all your own camps. Or sorry, cover your top side, then shift into bot side to cover all your own. And there's very little this Zyra can really do. And this was the power of the Mundo, right? It's, hey, you've got a very fast clear. It's really difficult for Zyra to actually look for these invades. She can't lock you down and look for the kill threat. And it just makes things a little bit easier in that jungle role as, swing and a miss on the True Shot Barrage.
That lovely word tempo, not going to be used then at the very least. Oh, I can't wait for this. Okay, give me another fight. That's all I want. Antsy today. A little bit antsy today, you know?
I just thought you were like, coming into your own as an analyst, and I was like, oh my god, my boy's excited about tempo. Tempo.
And then I use the word, and I'm like,
no, fine, no. I've known you for several years. I should know better.
Flash
Okay.
from Carlson. Hextech ultimate. Broken Blade's in a lot of trouble. He's about to go into the Mega Nard, though, and he wants to find Carlson with his own flash up and available. Broken Blade thinks, how do I pull it off? Especially with Skumon with an infected Bonesaw sets it up. The wild growth is out, and Ratler sets up for infected chains. That from Sheo, and another kill going over to Team Heretics. Hookshot, walkshot yet again slows down his Skumon. He has to pull out the maximum dosage, but how much can he drink? On Carlson, the Ignite's down, and wait for the cleaver, wait for the auto, wait for the agony that's going to start burning Skumon back into place, and a kill for him too with G2 fight back.
Great roam from Lebrov, but it might have to QRize the bot side, because then looks like he's thinking of setting up for the dive, but the wave immediately cleared out by Hansama, and now with those chains of corruption, I don't think Heretics can really look for a play. Just a really good timing roam from Lebrov.
Oh, stock market's crashed.
Yeah, everything's gone. But still, I think this was sick, because one of the things that I was kind of looking at for Lebrov is how he interacts on the map.
Yeah.
I think he's been doing a good job of playing around mid, but I think at times he could be doing more to help out BB. And this was just a great example of where he's actually been finding these timers to get in, interrupt the lanes, make sure people can't replay. And both the Mundo and Rel being able to take down that onslaught from Heretics looks really good for G2.
I mean, a kill for Mundo, a kill for the Zyra. Both these junglers scaling now. Ladies and gentlemen, don't know what the pause is, but for now, just sit and breathe. Smell that? Smells like game one.
What does game one smell
popcorn.
like?
I don't know. That's what I had before coming in. Yeah, so I'm breathing that in.
For people at home, every single day we come in, we go, we get changed into our clothes, we then go to makeup.
Because we don't come with clothes on.
Yeah, exactly.
Context,
yeah. And then immediately Asterix goes and gets popcorn. Like,
I like popcorn.
I was going to say, you've also kind of set up this like rating system for your popcorn over the course of the time as well.
Yeah, it's got to be hot. You know, it's got to be warm. The warmer it is, obviously, the better it is. You know, shout out to my new friend at the confectionery. I need to find out his name, obviously. Because
I was impressed he called you a regular. He was like, I was like, oh no.
The usual, yeah, the usual. Just gonna call him Dave. No, I'll let his name. Usual Dave.
Did you practice your Matthew McConaughey voice with him before you came on, or how did
No. No, he doesn't know about that. We're not that close yet.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Now, peripheral issues are a pain. However, it's good that it's not a bug. So we look up and we think, man, life's getting better, isn't it? See?
I was looking at the stage to try and see if I could spot who's having the issues, but I don't think I really can.
No. Everyone's still there as well, so it's definitely not a toilet break. And he's like under the cover of peripheral issues, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, no. Well, I can see them at least both saying ready at the moment, so it looks like we'll be getting back into game soon. But the early plays, at least for Heretics, did some good. But now that G2 have started to get out onto the map, it's a little unfortunate that they turn around some of these plays, because they got a nice kill onto Broken Blade there. But shutting down Carlson means that now you're getting Broken Blade back in a position where you can try and get that CS lead, which he's already extended to a certain extent, and just continue to put the pressure on. So I think Heretics kind of need to go back to the drawing board on getting Stend active in these plays as well. It was something that they did pretty well against Rogue in game number 2. We'll have to see if they can do it now as we get back into game.
Yeah, hell yeah. No mucking about for us. Caps has Grizzly Memento. I'm pretty sure that's the call of it. He spots out wards. And if you haven't played the new patch, you're a little bit late. It is April. But spotting out the ward there. So Caps knows, again, bottom side's warded here for the Mundo, depending on angle. What else needs to be focused on here? After that last play, a bit of recounting for you all. G2 holding about a 1,500 gold lead. 3 grubs also taken at the cost of a Drake earlier on. And of course, Sheo getting a bit of kill credit with Carlson up in that previous play too. But the Mundo now has Art still, so Skumon in a pretty good spot. All he needs to do is start whomping.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how G2 are going to respond to this. Heretics have already swapped Flacket up towards the top side. It's 45 seconds until the grubs are there, and it looks like they're going to start the slow march upon Sama towards that top half of the map as well. I wasn't sure if they were like, hey, we're happy to just trade 3 for 3, and we'll actually look for a play onto Carlson again on that bottom side, try and shut down this Camille even further, but it looks like they want to try and take a fight as they start to come into this and use that poke from Han Salmon to get things started.
Just realized Skumon on the skin as well. It kind of looks like a suit that Lionel Richie wore on his album, like 80s and 90s. If anyone doesn't know, the guy that's saying hello. Is it me you're looking for? You know, you guys, you know. Some people wouldn't, you'd be surprised. But it's a similar kind of suit. Skewmon does look dapper because if he finds a bit of an engagement, as you saw Sheo moving into enemy jungle, he can again get those stacks up as we have a mismatched lane looking towards top. Mid is matching top bot. And bot is now top with other bot. You get that, Dagda, as Grub start off?
I'm on top of it, don't worry.
You are on top.
Start to move into this. I think Heretic's pushing that top side. Going to help, but yeah, G2 just bullying them off him at this stage. I wasn't sure how heavily Heretics wanted to try and commit to this, but they need to move Flakka down if they want to. Also, Camilo a long way from home and trying to be able to help out, so I think they're in a bit of a disaster spot. Labrov on the flank.
Yeah, because Dagda, the bone sores really hurt. Sten might have to pull the ulti off, and waiting for him is Labrov. Stands up with a shattering strike. Broken Blade zoning off, and Sten is just dead. Free heart steal and a free kill. 5 grubs for G2, and now a 2k gold lead.
Yeah, Heretics just didn't have their ducks in a line, and Camilo, the corgi might fall as well.
Well, look, ducks, dogs right now, I think all animals are going to the wayside. Caps gets the flash out of him, and it does feel like hell at the moment here for Team Heretics losing out in the early game.
The dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dog had to get out of there for Camilo as he... But I think the real issue was Camilo didn't have control over the mid wave. And then they just spent so much time kind of fumbling around, waiting to see what they wanted to do. Labrov got that great flank off, and it just set up wonderfully then for G2. So I think Heretics kind of playing a little bit too quick. And if they just kind of wait that moment, check each of the lanes, say, hey, are we in a position to go for this? They're going to be in a significantly better spot. And unfortunately now G2, 5 Void Grubs for themselves, with the opportunity to try and play on side lanes with Broken Blade and Caps. Heretics need to find some way to shut this down.
Well, Carlson, as he tries to neglect Broken Blade from the turret, I mean, those side lanes you mentioned are so far ahead. Well, this one, really only. 700 gold the lead as Labrov might find himself Camilo. Under turret, Magnustorm pulls him back and he's waiting for the crash down. Here's Skewmon yet again. I was going to say Broken Blade. That was the last time we saw the Mundo outside of this split as Skewmon, 3 kills. And this is what the fear we had, Dagda. Early game needed to go well for Team Heretics, otherwise G2, holy mundo.
Yeah, Labrov and Skewmon are playing really well together. They are linked up, they're constantly playing, well, it's top side, now it's mid, it was around Void Grubs, and now it's the Dragon for G2 as well. This has been a wonderful start from the 2 new members of G2, setting up the veterans for success.
And with Dragon taken down as well, it's just more that they're taking. 3k now the lead. I'm going to keep measuring every 1,000 gold. Seems to be happening every other minute. Sten poked out and found out sitting on top of a control ward as with that Dragon down as well, Dagda. I'm just going to count towards the Herald in 2 minutes 40 and watch and see how G2 set it up again.
Yeah, I think at this stage, G2, all they really want to do is get pushed mid and then start to slowly shift vision into that topside jungle. You can kind of see where Skewmon and Labrov are. It's about setting up for a potential dive onto whoever comes for it. And Heretics are trying to answer. Sten and Sheo moving up into this area to protect the tower, but I think it's going to fall before they can really get into position here. They're resetting with Skewmon. You got Demolish. It's kind of Heretics late to the party.
Yeah.
And now, honestly, I think you just reset and just do the same thing on the opposite side.
It's not just late to the party, it's also nothing else going in their favor. Because you look at bot, it's still Caps pushing out. Mid's now going to push out as well, with Carlson only having a teleport, but he's accepting top wave right now. G2 have full control, 70-80% of the map right now feels like theirs.
Yeah, I think though, they may not be able to... Oh, well, it looks like they're going to commit for the bot side play. Labrov didn't reset down on the map, so they're lacking some wards, which I think might be pretty crucial to try and go for this play. Camilo has backed away, though, so it looks like Caps just off of G2 existing. Oops,
nice flash response, yeah, because he was on a wall, but Hans Summer turns it in his favor. Unbreakable will with Skewmon right behind him, and again, fresh meat. Hans Summer will take it gleefully as Camilo tries to poke back, but G2 again with a pick onto Sten. Means they're just opening up more.
Oh, it's a disaster. Like, even look at bot side. Oh, actually, never mind.
Oh, it happens to be Labrov's time to shine again. Cap just rolls in thanks to the Magnustorm, and Sheo in trouble. Another Heartsteel stack. Jungle dip is what you'd say, but it doesn't tell the whole story. G2 are just running amok, the Devils.
Mundo dip. He goes where he pleases, what can I say? Immediately moving in towards this jungle. And now, though, Carlson trying to get in towards mid. Has flash available, but Hansam is so far away from any of these walls. He has to go back with his head held down.
It's a 1,500 gold lead between junglers, 1,200 between Broken Blade and Carlson. And Caps now picking up a kill, just benefiting off the whole team's success. This turret, as he tries to deny the cannon minion and most of the wave, is going to be yet another turret for G2, 2-0 on that.
And this is the second wave that's gone into that tower. It's the second tower that's going to fall. And now you're taking over that entire jungle too. This is an absolute disaster. Because look, there's a wave that's hitting the tower as Caps comes across here. LeBron perfectly aligned to catch both of the cars on Heretics. And as they start to move forward, then Skewmon, again, the passive doing so much work, you just get to ignore all that CC and just chase down Sheo on the back.
And before we went to that replay, you're talking about the wave denials, as G2 seem to do so well with it. I mean, you look here, and it's, what? I need to do math quickly. Come on, Jake, this is your moment. 35, right? At least. And there's a certain Swedish top lane who made that so important, as this guy who's suffering on CS is now getting solo killed by Broken Blade. Camilla doesn't have a turret sitting there as well, and he has to run for his life. But there is another Yordle who's very, very hungry indeed. Easy solo kill for Broken Blade. And this is no longer even close.
Yeah, this has gone from bad to worse very, very quickly, and I don't think it gets any better. Again, like, you don't have the big threats, right? You've just got the Triforce completed on towards your carries, but they're already being shut down in side lanes. You're looking at 2 items already completed for this Mundo. Your Carlson just isn't really that backline threat that he needs to be. And the front line is fantastic for G2.
Yeah.
So they kind of just get to do what they want right now.
We talked a lot in draft, maybe just front line, absorb the pressure for Carlson would have been the answer, right? With double 80 carry, with the Zyra as well. Maybe given another engage piece. I like that they have the confidence to pull out something like the Camille, but as you said, the angles are so limited because of it, because this Camille needs more time, because Broken Blade has so much of it and so many more resources, makes it just so hard to look at this game with a fresh eye.
If you had gone for a buy, I would have been like, oh, sick, yeah, Camille buy, that sounds good, you got that backline combo.
True.
Fantastic. But it's the lack of backline threat with Carlson that really makes it tough, because you're basically saying, hey, Carlson, can you, with a true shot barrage, completely solo a carry and escape? And that's just not really going to be the case, especially when you've already got a good front line. You then have to invest flash to try and get into the back line. And I mean, look, it's all going everywhere.
It's something we talked about a lot in winter if you weren't with us. Simple compositions just seem to be, this year at least, so much better. Now, I'm going to look at G2 and not be like, that's not mega simple. But at least you know direction, right? Like, you know what your front line is, you know what your engage tools are. Lebrov, Broken Blade, like, and Dagda, seeing people like Caps and Han Summer being also reliable damage dealers, for me, it makes G2 look very simple in this game. 7k gold lead, not to discount their early game play as Dragons in front of them, and Caps with TP makes it so that Team Heretics are not able to snag this away or get even close.
Yeah, the problem is you only have to commit Skewmon to the Dragon, so you can even see where Heretics are on the map. They're like, where is the rest of G2 going to focus? Because they could look for some sort of play on dive on bot lane, so Carlson had to walk away, even saw Sheo trying to help out in defending bot tier 2, but because they've lost control of jungle, maybe they transition to a mid tier 2, while all the while Caps is soloing topside. So it just makes it really difficult to keep threads on where everyone on G2 is going, because they just have so much gold in their back pocket to outnumber you. Or sorry, even if they are outnumbered, they can still kind of come out on top of this stage.
Well, feels like a flash in the pan for Team Heretics is what we're going to ask for. At the very least, everyone buckle up. Why? Because Lebrov's going in, and understand it won't be too hard to see what else he can do. Shattering Strike after CC, and the power of Rel once again compels you. Clean from Cap, almost getting out, almost. No, he's shut down into 1-for-1, which is good. Heretics, definitely good with the way this game was going.
Okay, a little over greedy there from Rob. The stand for Caps, you'll take any day of the week. Give a bit more gold over to your squad. It won't really, I feel like, shut down G2 too much, though, because, oh, actually, maybe Broken Blade goes mini, but there's nobody here to help him.
Oi, minion wave gone. Hook shot, wall shot, Hextech ultimatum. Broken Blade could be in a lot of trouble. This is Carl's moment. He's found a pick onto Broken Blade, the flash match, but he's out of range. Will get the shutdown, but Skewmon's here. This is a different problem. A much more different problem. Ends up being a trade. Shutdown, I mean, for Carl, that's all you can get.
Yeah, he gets the shutdown, but has to phone it in after that. Just wasn't able to make it away. It's a nice idea, though, but we're going to see Lebrov, like, Camille, great reaction, flashes away, means that Lebrov doesn't get the CC stand, then kind of uses Lebrov as an out. But at this stage, you have well overcommitted. You've got the TP coming through. You can see you've got both Skewmon and Han Sama trying to make it through the jungle to get here. Heretics just able to outnumber. and then Carlson clears out the ward. But this is actually really nice. So waiting for Broken Blade to go into that mini there. I think if he waited a half second longer, would have actually gotten him in the mini form, gotten more damage off, and wouldn't have had to burn the flash and get away. But still managed to get the kill. It's just unfortunate Skewmon's still in the area, and this Mundo does so much damage with the E. It's insane.
Level 14 now, by the way, in line with Broken Blade. That's how far ahead he is. Herald's been dropped top in the bot in the replay, as you can see. And you know, Caps, he might be in a bit of trouble. But Ward says no. He's no longer in trouble. He's going to just bury this Herald as close to the tower as he can do it.
And now he's in trouble.
Yeah, but does he care? He's going to get in the Herald, and he's going to escape. Oh, hell yeah. Deja vu, I've been in this place before. Higher on the streets. I don't know the rest. I know Deja Vu.
I was impressed you came out because I stop at Deja Vu.
Yeah. But you got to get the beat. The Euro beat is what it's all about. Now, Atacam was going down in that time. So GA's for everybody. That's nice.
Yeah, as if the game wasn't tough enough already for Heretics. And now G2 starting to push in on that top side. Vision is already relatively good for them. Sten's trying to see what he can do.
Well, he's going to try, but that guy that's on the telephone, hello, it's the debt collector. And Sten just getting launched up, hard steel stacking. No, he's actually a car insurance salesman. Would you like to buy this $5,000 policy? Well, Skewmon, he can sell anything. He can sell a rat to a fish right now as 2 items. He's unkillable. He's going to get passive healing uppiness, also known as health regen, as Caps. Just in a side lane, doing the same thing but by himself.
Yeah, Skewmon bought this Mundo at the dip, and he's been looking fantastic ever since. Oh, hang on, the Brawl. No, he's going to end up backing away. But yeah, and now Caps on the side lane. Might have to outplay.
Okay, well, I mean, Carl is the one member who's kind of strong, gets the GA out, and there you go, false death now gone. Also, Hunt Summer steps up, and Shadow's going to live, so that's 200 more gold. Nice. That's great.
Yeah.
Let's see more.
Honestly, if Heretics, I'm kind of happy with that. Not a real value out of it. And obviously G2 still were putting pressure down as they were doing this, but the tower doesn't fall on bot side. And now Caps has to play a little bit safer and not come fight a dragon. So not the end of the world.
He's got 200 CS in jungle. He's out farming a Zyra. I guess that's when you have an early lead, so early into the game, that Zyra's like, Zyra's clear speed, even though it gets faster and faster, it's like, well,
yeah. Well, you've just got so much, like your E snaps all of the small chickens and stuff through, so you like clear super fast, your W does a ton of damage, your Q does percentage health damage, so you can actually like clear through the bigger camps relatively quick. Like, he actually is insanely fast at getting through these so you're saying free
camps. Climb right now is Mundo jungle, you think?
I think it has specific areas. Like into Zyra it is good, because even as you're saying, like if you run at Zyra throws down her E, and then you just continue to run at Zyra because your passive pops.
Okay, well G2, they're going to pop something else, and I think that's Team Heretics' little heart in this game. Skewmon, he hasn't used the ulti. Where's the dosage at, little bro? Holds on to it. That fleet footwork mixed with the passive and just the natural healing he has is crazy. A Broken Blade sits, hits the turret, enjoys that. Now back up to 7,500.
Yeah, and Caps just threatening the entire time. Dragon's still there. G2 going to fall back towards it. They have some vision, despite exactly how Heretics want to try and answer this, but I don't think Heretics really can. Brock could flash engage on this. Heretics need to be careful.
It's like it takes a huge amount of damage from Han Summer. Not really a silent achiever, but all the same. 2-item lethality 80 carry. Kind of in the name right now. Third dragon picked up, and yeah, we're just waiting for this one for G2 to put the seal on the deal. Yeah. Because I got to be honest at this stage, I mean, Team Heretics have found a couple of picks, but there's always a trade on the other side of the map. There's always this long con where it's like a turret, or there's another pick, or they just take the whole enemy jungle on the responsive side.
Yeah, it's the only reason that this game is still going is because Baron hasn't spawned yet. It's about 2 and 30 seconds, and I think G2 can immediately do it. The only issue for G2 is the Baron take kind of sucks ass. They don't really get to do it particularly quick. You don't have the on-hit. Varus, like, Akali does nothing, so it's kind of BB's damage you're heavily reliant on, so maybe you end up taking enough damage, Heretics find a miracle fight, and that's kind of been the Heretic special, right? It feels like clutch team fighting is kind of where they found their success.
Yeah. I mean, I can agree with that. Hell, it was with the Camille game last split. I'm drawing blanks on who it was against. I just remember Carlson's Camille. That's all that mattered. And for Team Heretics, you know, relying on some of these new carries, these new members, like Camilo, like Carlson, it's crazy to see where we're at. We're talking about Sheo being this glue that holds it all together, like he kind of did with BDS. That's why I feel like they're now kind of lacking in developing their new self. Team Heretics need Sheo for the setup. He talked about that. Let's see how they find it with Baron now up, holding River themselves. They get the engaged. At least it's Sten who starts it off, but he's going to be hail of arrows, and he gets set up with an arrow into the face. He's dead. Hard Summer cares not about Unbreakable Will as Caps holds the rest at the forefront. Broken plate with no Mega Nah, but no mega problems for G2. 4 versus 5. Baron looking good.
I think Heretics needed to wait for G2 to start Baron and take the damage, but now they're just in a position where I don't really know if they can recontest. 10 seconds until Sten really gets up, but you can see what I mean. This Baron does not go down quickly, so maybe Poke is the name of the game.
Well, if Skumon's behind Baron, he has an MRD buff. So that's good here for Sheo if he finds an angle. But at 5k, G2 looking for the turn, even though they're low. There is a bit of healing coming through from the Ocean Dragons. Carlson's found out. He wanted his flank, but he ain't going to get it. Pops the ulti, but Hans lives on.
Baron has reset though, so I think G2, funny enough, actually have to walk away, which may open up Heretics to make a push on mid. It's only Caps who's trying to clear this wave. It looks like Heretics aren't 100% certain, but yeah, this is kind of what I say.
Caps, he's going in. Why not? Okay, let's blaze it. Pops the ulti out, and he wanted...
He's having a bit of fun with it.
He was.
But I think, like, if Heretics wait until G2 start Baron, you can see they actually might have a chance, but Camilo now going to die. Yeah.
Flash match, Broken Blade. Even with the Phosphorus Bomb, there's just not enough damage. He had Sterix Gauge on top of that, guys. Wasn't even close.
Yeah, it's getting a little unfortunate for Heretics. It was already a slim window that they had to come back, and I think that one is very quickly being shut, and the weird German free system of opening the window has now been closed.
Oh, you mean the weird, like, upside-down one?
Yeah, and then you pull it back.
Is that just in Germany? Is that a thing?
I don't know. It's definitely not in Ireland.
Oh, because I thought the window was broken last year when I first moved here. I thought it was mega broken. I thought it was, bro, what is wrong with this window? And I realized everywhere does it.
Yeah.
I guess it's smart. I think I like it.
I really like it. Like, being able to open the window a little bit and just have it stay there is fantastic.
But then again, in Australia, like the olden homes just have the little bit of window, and there's a fly screen behind it.
Yeah, no, we just have it's either open or closed. There is no options.
At least in Ireland, they're decisive, you know? They know what they want.
Well, the problem is it's either raining or not raining. So you only need the window open in certain
That's all that it needs to be, isn't it? In life, there's either rain or not rain. Mosquitoes, not mosquitoes. It's simple. Camilo. Yuck. Unending despair now for Skumon, by the way, level 16. So, maximum dosage, if you want to know, 30% max health, bonus health regeneration, and he ends up getting 60% in total back with that ulti. And you also increase base health is 25%. Here we go.
Yeah, he's a big old boy. And the fact you got unending despair as well means he's going to be healing off the healing. And
Caps with his shuriken flip. Flash away, Carlson. Wait, Carlson! I want to see it on the big movie screen, Mum! He found him! Carlson gets a replay because, by Jove, he deserves it.
3-3 now. Carlson managing to take down Caps in the side lane. I don't think it changes the entire outcome of the game, but he gets something.
But what nice legs. Like, that's insane. Carlson brings some magic back, but Team Heretics, Sheo might just lose it. Drops the Stranglethorns. No one hit for it. It's zone control. Skumon holding onto the ulti himself. Still doesn't pull it out unless he absolutely has to. Team Heretics thinking about a new angle, and I think we'll have to hold for the replay. Flack and just E into a rel, and Labrov doesn't find a thing.
Dragon is up and available though, and now you don't have Caps, doesn't have the TP either, so Heretics, if they can immediately start this objective, can try and take it. G2 are threatening Baron, but we just saw how slow their Baron is. I think Heretics, yeah, they're going to send Carlson to just do Dragon and just keep G2 off the objective.
Skumon's going to zone off, and of course he has natural health regen, so don't be fooled by that half HP. True Shot Rush doesn't hit a thing either, as Sten's caught out. Broken Blade about to go on Mega Nah. Sten has to disengage, but Labrov, his angle is finding anyone who tries to run. Flat from Sten just won't cut it. He gets ranged out, and Labrov takes the credit. Now for G2 as they run up mid, a dive is no problem either. Broken Blade returns to the fame of the G2 legend as Carl, he'll get the Dragon to stop the stacking, but it costs the 2 lives and probably the Baron.
Heretics flew too close to the sun, and G2 pounds. They just wait, and now they turn over towards the Baron. Everyone on Heretics on the bottoms of the map, they want kind of nothing to do with this, and G2 will get the big purple worm.
Well, Baron in the end as well. Gold has slimmed out. I have to be genuine with Team Heretics. We have gone from almost 8K to like 5 and a bit, 6, quite a lot in this game. So they're definitely not making it easy. Is this it? Oh, this is the play. That's fine. Where's my Camille? Oh my God, I need to see. She's on Dragon. Thank you, Observer. I just want to see Carlson kick some ass, you know?
Unfortunately, he got to do none of that. He kind of did this Haley boy in the river and then watched the rest of his team die. And I think it was like good engage from Broken Blade, kind of playing off the fact he was about to turn Mega and getting that flank from LeBron. But here's your replay.
Show me.
Go on, Asteria.
Stagda, look at this, right? Hook shot, wall shot, misses, gets on the edge. Caps all in. Hextech ultimatum, pulls out the ulti. Shuriken flip away. He flushes. 5-point strike. Only men of myth and legends get that. Red buff gets the kill. Holy Carl. No word to describe that better than that noise. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Carl Carlson. Forever our best mic check we've had in the LEC. I just don't know. I just wasn't expecting it. I don't know what to say.
The moment is immortalized that you have killed the GOAT of LEC for the first time in a solo outplay, and that is not going to be connected forever.
Well,
what a legend.
You know what? Even if you don't win this game, you've got that. It's an 8K gold lead in G2. They've got the Baron, no Ocean Soul. It's probably nice for Team Heretics to go up against, but the range, the poke, it hurts too much. Cap's looking for an angle, and Carl looking to negate exactly that. Over from Broken Blade, who's gone into Mega Nara as well. The turret now dead, and Inhibitor turret. Now that that's opened up, Inhibitor's a freebie. Another one goes. There you go. Makes it that easy, doesn't it?
Yeah, they're just going to continue this. There's very little that Heretics can really do. You do have a 3-item Camille that at least could potentially one-shot Hans Sama. And I think that might be what they're trying to set up here, but I just don't think he covered the rest of the fight after.
God, slow and steady does it, doesn't it? The range is abusive, and Caps, he just comes in off an angle, threatening to go all in and send it down. One Nexus turret dropping down, one sits up only barely above ground. Team Heretics, it was a noble recovery, or whatever you want to call it, a noble stance, but G2 are oppressive. Golden Gaucher is stand in the middle of it all, but Carlson ulti's backline. LeBron won't let him get near the Hans Summer. Broken Blade once again sets up a 3-man ulti, keeps him at bay, and G2 in 33 minutes make game 1 an easy day.
G2 may have won the battle, but Carlson won the war.
That's true. Truer words have never been spoken.
So, incredible stuff from G2. Like, very, very well played. The Brav, huge shout out to that guy. Everywhere on the map, working incredibly well with Skewmond. Like the early roam top to shut down the potential play for Carlson Sheo, and then getting this Mundo in a position where it's just unkillable. Like, both jungle support played phenomenally this game.
They really did, and I mean, special shout out again to Labrov and Skewmond setting up, because I feel like that was some of the notes from Winter. Yeah. We talked a lot about Labrov, his succession, how he got into this role, and how important he was to the new G2. This game kind of shows that Labrov's rel, while it is his most played, is kind of good, but all I want right now is Carl Carlson glazing. Shocks, go find fans that can tell me about the GOAT in top. That guy deserves it. That guy deserves it.
Oh, okay. You want them to glaze the because I'm with the G2 guys. They can't glaze the enemy top laner, or can you?
Yeah, for sure.
You want to glaze Carlson? Go ahead.
Yeah. I think Broken Blade is too good for us. Just saying, but we win every game with Broken Blade. Has a huge amount of champions which he can play in Fearless. So, like, even Mundo now in jungle, like, he has even more opportunities to play.
Yeah.
So I think
He's Smurf.
he's Smurfs.
I like it. I asked you to kind of glaze the enemy top laner, but you said Broken Blade is just a GOAT. That's I respect it. So I do notice something though. Last week there were the Karpas, the Mostar Koi. A lot of them, very loud, dances, singing, all that. They are kind of putting the samurai to shame. So do you have anything planned to make it more interesting in the battle of the fan clubs?
I think we have a pretty good relationship with them. Like, as a community, we grow strongly together. So I pretty enjoyed it last week. it was so handsome. Even like we had a chrono break, we cheering each other's chants, and it was just awesome for me.
It was. I want more trash talk. Yeah, it's great. They're getting along. Does anyone want to say anything about the other fan clubs in comparison to the Mighty Samurai? There we go. I love it. Thoughts for game 2? I mean, started slow in this one, but game 2?
I don't want to see it caps on a Tristana mid.
No?
No.
You're a hater?
I don't think Tristana is at a stage right now where she can fight against champs like Azir.
But if there's anyone who could do it.
Caps, but he'd just be split pushing the entire game anyways. He'd be at the Nexus.
Yeah. Which is also good.
Yeah.
So?
We can risk it. I mean, we have one game to throw.
Yeah, we have one game to throw. He didn't get a content game yet. So if you come to a game 3, maybe I'll check in with you guys again. Thank you so much. The Samurai, ladies and gentlemen, they're not as loud as the Karpas, but they'll have to work on it. We'll be back after the break for game number 2.
Needs a map.
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Lord, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly. What do we do now?
Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this.
Say it! What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Under Tara, Magnusson pulls him back and he's waiting for the crash down here. Tumon yet again. Would you like to buy this $5,000 policy?
Morgan, no flash, yeah, man. Yeah, Zoe's coming, okay? Yeah. I'll mesh you guys. Kochi is dead, Kochi is dead. No flash, no flash. I'll go, guys, I'll go. I can mesh CP only. This is it. Good job. Look at me. Yeah. Oh, shit. Nice. That's flash. I can take it. A bit without him. Okay. That's it. Nice, guys, good shit.
Welcome back to LEC after this very one-sided game between Heretics and G2. So we want to do things a bit differently and offer you a matchup you didn't think you would see ever again in the LEC. Finn versus Odoamne are going to replay the Camille Gnar matchup and explain you how it's supposed to go. Who are you going to play?
I'm going to be playing Gnar.
Gnar.
As usual.
Shocking. Okay, so you're going to take Camille.
He really wanted a Gnar, I could tell, so I had to give it.
I can imagine. I'm going to let you guys go through it and yeah, explain us how it's supposed to go.
4 minutes. Okay. So basically, in this matchup, Camille wants to get on to the Gnar, right? And the Gnar wants to keep her at the range. That is the most basic version of this matchup. And Camille has 2 tools. She has the slow on her W and the E. So basically what's going to happen is Camille is going to E into a wall, and then Gnar is going to jump out of that E, hopefully.
Yeah, so this is why I feel like the matchup prioritization from Team Heretics didn't really make sense with the draft as well. It's just because Camille won't be really finding enough opportunities to fight and take over the game, because Gnar's kit is just reactive enough to pretty much counteract anything that Camille wants to do. So now, early laning phase, waiting until the minions.
Yeah, I mean, it really is like a 1 to 2 item spike where Camille really starts taking control of the matchup. Early game, I think I would even say it's slightly Gnar favored.
And there's also a lot of opportunities for the Camille to be looking, but it's just if the Gnar plays reactive well enough, he can pretty much counteract anything that Camille wants to do. So
exactly.
I'm assuming you're going to start W level 1.
We'll see. I'm not going to spoil it for you.
So let's take it. Because what happened in the BB matchup is that the Gnar just took prio early.
Ooh, I can snatch it there.
Yeah.
Try to jump out of my W. Here I'm trying to control the push. While he's hitting me, I'm hitting his minions to make sure that I have some kind of resemblance.
So I already made a mistake because I skilled E and I also got hit. And now it's just... This could have happened in today's game as well, where Camille is getting prio, but I think it's just... You're probably going to be losing prio level 2 here. So it's... Even though he got the hit level 1, if you just play reactive like this, it's just a lot harder. Because now he lost lane control forever. And this is usually... From now on, I feel like it's a lot harder for the Camille to get any sort of advantage, just because I'm gonna be able to get level 2 first, have my Mega.
And now I have to respect. Now there's a Mega, he's level 2, I can't touch these minions. So I'm gonna give him all the space he wants. I'm just gonna wait, I'm gonna be a good little boy, and try to hold the wave close to my tower.
And this is what happened also in the matchup earlier. BB gets to crash this wave quite early. Ooh.
And crucially, I want to time my W when he's queuing the wave. Because when he's stuck in his Q animation, he actually can't jump out of my W. So I did a neat little trick there. I assume he's going to look for a base here, because if he stays, it's going to be hard for him on the bounce.
This is how I successfully pretty much dodged the early game. And that's what BB did as well. Now he took a cheater recall. Hey, don't do that. Don't stop me. Come on. You don't know that I'm basically
I was thinking about it.
No, you cannot choose that.
These minions are too precious. I don't want to lose them.
And now it's just... I successfully go through early game, and I feel like from now on, it's just going to get harder and harder, because I feel like this was the main window for you as Camille to be winning this lane.
Yeah.
And after this, it just started going downhill, because now I think with time, in isolation, you're going to be losing. Hey, don't fight me here. Oh. Finn, I can see why you're not on an LEC team anymore.
Hey, okay. My target champions only didn't work. I was going to hit you in that wave, but...
And yeah, now it's just slowly with time, it's going to go backwards. So maybe now, let's actually level up a little bit. Let's go put ourselves to level 13, get
right
2 items,
trade.
And have a little bit of a fight here.
Okay, how far are we leveling?
Level 13.
Level 13? How many items?
We could be doing 2 items.
2 items? Okay.
Yeah, because this is going to be fine. And now, maybe from this point on is the point where...
Where do we go? Mid or top?
Let's go top lane.
Top lane, yeah.
This would be the time where Carlson would be looking for a fight. And be possibly outscaling the Gnar. So come on, where are you?
I'm looking. You see, you get the Mega here coming up.
It's probably good for me now.
I didn't get to ult through his...
Oh, I lost my rock. I might lose this actually.
So that becomes all about side steps. Oh! Yeah, and at that point, it's just really easy for the Camille to win the matchup. I ate his ult, I ate stun, but I was still able to use stat check
him. And it's just hard because of how early game is going. We're never going to get to a point where I'm going to be equal items to the Camille, and he's always going to be 1 item ahead. Yeah. I guess congrats, Finn. I guess you get your job back on Rogue after all this time.
I think you can keep it. It's okay.
I mean, nowadays it's not that great to be on the Rogue time anymore, with Rogue time especially, but yeah, that was a great bit of fun. It was nice to show how the matchup would be going.
Yeah.
And I hope we got some insight from it.
We
because there's a lot
finally
to this
know
matchup.
who's a better rogue top laner now. We think through this matchup. Before we go into the game, any quick takes on what Heretics you think needs to do playing on blue side, maybe in the hope of winning the next game, or for it to go better?
Well, I want them to secure a strong bot lane matchup, because I feel like when Heretics is at their very best, it's when they can secure early drakes and create that win condition.
Yeah.
And I think that comes from having a strong bot lane.
Strong bot lane and maybe more agency in the early game for Sheo. Let's see if they can make it happen. Casters, take it away for game 2.
Yeah. So I'm still laughing because Finn versus Odo was just all about spray painting, you know, like how bad each other were, you know? Like, literally, like, Odo telling
True,
you...
we should have got... I know you're a top lane main. We actually should have got you down there to play with the boys.
Next.
And show them how it's done.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Renekton volley bear, bro.
Yeah, volley bear.
My volley is insane, by the way. Anyone below plat. Anyway, what's more important is getting into the second game because draft is about to kick off underway. And what I love about League of Legends, Dagda, if you know, is that when we have Fearless, we start getting a little bit crazy.
Oh.
And crazy for a game too, hell yeah, that's a good recipe, you know?
Yeah, and I want to see exactly what's going to happen. Because like, things like the Vi got through the entire draft last time. So we're going to see at least the Kalista and Gwen keeping to the respective teams, even if they swap sides. Zero's could banned away as well. So it was the Skarner that was let through. Maokai was banned away. So do we actually start to swap up the draft at all as we continue through this? It's pretty much the same. I'm trying to remember what the last one was for.
God, I just wish we could blast this music louder, you know what I mean? This is the banger big band music. This is the one like we're in a bit of a nightclub.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I had to turn it up.
Both you and I just smacked it up like, oh yeah, nice.
J-Ban, yes, that's what it was.
Okay, good.
So do you want to go for the Skarner ban now that you don't have things like the Zyra that can kind of do well into it? No? Okay, Yone, so... yeah,
Yone, because I feel like...
Ezra's gone, you got your Varus gone, so...
Watching
is it
this
Vi?
Watching this
Skarner
today,
Vi? Yeah.
Dagda, I was going to imply that the Yone ban kind of is a 2-for-1 because a lot of people picking Yone, Sedge, and later bits of Fearless, right? Such a good combo outside of the champion being good on his own. Also takes it away from something like the Skarner too, as that does get locked in. Your question now answered.
Yeah, the question now is what do G2 want to try and continue with? Do you just say, screw us, we're going to play heavily into dive regardless and go for the Vi, go for these kind of picks? Or do you go for, what has been, the classic counter, which is the Ivern. So I want to see on-hit carries kind of come through here like the Ashe now, perfect to facilitate this style. And now for Caps, there is an option to go for a AD mid laner to also have that. So you could go for Tristan in the mid lane. We saw Nuke play the Lucian earlier on. I think there are still a lot of options that you can try and play around with in that mid lane, and then have Broken Blade played something like the Rumble if you'd like to in that top side and try and mix it up a bit.
I'm just going to wait till they lock in though. Camilo has loved this pick. The Victor locked in early. Now just hold. They're going to hover some things, but again, Dagda, my biggest question is matching Eddie carry here surely, right? Because there's a lot of options that'll just be taken away from that Ashe.
Yeah. So the problem is that there's very little that can kind of match the range of her.
Yeah.
Misfortune can to a certain extent, just with the fact she can get the double up through the back creeps trying to hit on towards the Ashe, but you kind of need setup here. And at the moment, you don't have a huge amount of setup.
True.
Which makes me a little nervous. Sure, if you get a big Skarner ult, you 5-man it, the bullet time does work, but I think Stend needs to bring out something like, well, Alistair's gone, Rel's gone, Leona. But Nautilus is only one target, right? It's
correct,
not a big AoE one, which is what you're lacking here. So maybe they actually do look towards Carlson to go towards something like an Ornn to try and open up for that big play.
Yeah,
because the moment G2, that's a hell of a lot of range on their side. So you don't really have anyone to... we're not going to get big value out of the Skarner. It has to come from some other lane.
I mean, again, Caps in a good lane. We know how that story goes, and seeing him something with Prio is going to be kind of fun. Now, question's going to be answered because top laners are being taken away. Things like the Rumble again. Maybe Broken Blade wants something, a bit more team building this game, Dagda? Maybe like another fresh tank that has good engage?
Yeah, I mean, there's two options. Oh, they're actually going to ban away the Rumble. So I was going to say, I think you can either go with the Rumble or the Leona to try and counteract this MF. You can use the Leona Solar Eclipse to try and ult the MF every time she opens up with that bullet time. Or you could try and go for the Rumble and basically do the exact same thing with an Equalizer, force her off of her comfort zone, maybe even draw a line in the sand as to how Heretics going to operate. But with the Rumble gone, now the Rakan gone as well, I am kind of curious, excuse me, sorry, as to what Broken Blade wants to try and go from that top side. I imagine you still go with the Leona here for LeBron on the bottom side. And then I feel like BB's cooking something here.
I feel like he is too. We've said that so many times. I mean, red side for G2. He's also got that smile on. He's got the Warwick band away from him. Let's see if support gets taken away here, therefore pinching it, leaving BB with that counter pick.
So I wonder if Carlson actually goes for the Ambassador here, because you've got the War, which is what the Warwick ban would signal to me. Or they try and go for something like, hey, Broken Blade takes the Ambassador away, but I have a feeling like Broken Blade is going for something like a Swain or something funky in this top side at the moment. I'm just...
Bard
I
for
don't
the
know.
Misfortune Orb?
No, I think you take the Leona.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's basically the same idea, but you get that guaranteed, well, not guaranteed, but tanky engage tool. And then, yeah, I think Carlson's just trying to set up for the Ambessa with the Warwick ban. You're going to take the Nautilus then probably for Stend on the opposite side to just match into the Leona and try and play counter engage on that bottom side. And then it's just a question what BB wants to bring out here. There's just something niggling at me. I think he's got something spicy.
I wonder if Broken Blade plays Volibear. It is the best matchup, not just because I brought it up before, but because also Volibear slaps Ambessa. It's such an impressive matchup. And if he's going to cook, he better cook hard as Pike.
Ooh.
So not big team fight setup like the Leona would have given Dagda, or like something the Nautilus you said was his option. It's a Pike game for Stend.
This okay,
that's interesting.
Yeah, so Renekton kind of same idea as the Volibear. Hey, you win early against the Ambessa, but I have a feeling this Pike is going to spend a lot of time up on this top side of the map trying to help out Carlson. So I think Broken Blade going to need as many wards as physically humanly possible to cover where the hell this Pike is going to be, because I think the core part of Heretics' composition here is hope to God we can land that public execution and then have Stend follow up as this backline dive to threaten Caps, threaten on towards Ash. So, but if you don't have that survivability and that damage burst from Carlson, I think you're in a bad spot. So honestly, this kind of feels somewhat similar to the last game, where Heretics need to get the ball rolling early, or else G2 just have a very steady, long-range poke composition that, or at least poke aspects in the composition that they can look to play through.
Did you know that Pike gets 1 bonus movement speed in the river? 1.
It's the same with, well, I don't know if it's still there, but skins that wear sunglasses in the past used to take 1 less damage from Leona's passive because it's sunglasses.
Good. Everyone put on sunscreen. It's important. Just on that note as well, I do it every day and my skin hasn't looked better than this in 15 years. I look like I'm 18 again. I forgot what we're talking about. What's more important, about to get back into the game. Hell yeah, we are Pike onto the rift. And let's see if Stend can pull off a carry performance. Team Heretics needed here before G2 wipe through them for a 2-0 start to the split. They'll be up there with KC. And if they can do it in 2-0 fashion, they'll be up there in game score with KC as well.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of what this G2 journey is about for Spring. Trying to get back to be those top dogs. 6 titles in a row. 7th one broken by KC.
Yep.
And it's still a bit of a long journey for G2 to try and get all of their pieces aligned. They will face KC as the very last series that they play in Spring. So they've got all this time to ramp up to that major battle at the end.
And that'll be exciting as well. When they're at their true form going into playoffs, we get KC versus G2. And it's fun. It's stirred the pot a bit. I think that's as an external viewer for so long, and watching G2's reign come from, you know, 5, 6, 7 years ago, and then still feel ever so prevalent, to then having KC come in and again, not even just stir the pot, they've broken it apart. I'm excited to again see what the form is like getting towards playoffs. G2 showing a lot here and a lot in sense of what form they're in at the start of the split. As Broken Blade pulling out the Renekton, as you already set up, Dagda. It's another good matchup against the Ambessa. Ambessa hates 2 things, Renekton, Volley, and both
Jaces aren't great either.
Yeah. There's a couple of things that are really annoying, especially early when you don't have many cooldowns.
Yeah, you can see BD already going to be looking to bully this. So
come here. Come here.
Carson's just not going to have a good time forcing back. But I think this is where we will more than likely see some sort of activity from Shay. You can see him starting down on this bottom side of the map. I imagine he will clear top and try and go for some sort of gank where he comes in behind Broken Blade. So that's why, looking at Skewmont, I'm curious, or even maybe it's Broken Blade who will, but I think some sort of early vision control in that tri-brush is going to be crucial. That's tucked in behind Broken Blade, just to keep him safe as he looks to bully the matchup.
As he just gets on top of Carlson, 2 of course hit first as he zones Carlson away from the wave 3 to 7 while bot, meanwhile flashes are burnt. That's LeBron who has to get out. Send pop the ignite, and that's good news for Team Heretics when again we talked about this team being so focused towards their early dragons.
Yeah, Camilo as well in the mid lane doing a good job of abusing that early range. You got the Q that's very long range, gives you the shield, lets you go for the auto attack, makes it very difficult to trade back because Stend takes a little bit of damage. LeBron having that bone plating though makes that trade a little less even than Stend would have hoped for, but still, you can see Camilo doing a good job of pushing Caps back, and this is where it will get a little bit difficult for Caps. Eventually, he will be able to get just that very fast wave clear, but at the moment, just that range advantage Camilo has is fantastic for him.
Sten gets a deep ward, just spotting out or at least trying to get some information. Actually, ward wasn't placed down. It was just a bit of an adventure for the support. Well, of course, we've got to come back top. That's just how it is, isn't it? Oh, yeah, love this matchup, says Carlson. As the wave's not in the worst spot, but again, Carlson at half HP and Broken Blade just waiting for that rotation of spells to try and get kill threat.
Yeah, it's also... Oh, Sten forced to flash early. Get out of that scene of play, but yeah, it's also, as you can see there, just Broken Blade continuously looking for those trades. And as this wave starts to go, like, this is where Carlson would have liked to be healthier, so then when Shale, you can see here, just completed his top side clear, he's actually in a decent spot to help out, but I think Carlson has to go for an early reset, which opens up Skewmont to go bot. Will be spotted on a ward, though.
Yeah, but how quick can they go? I mean, LeBron might die in the process as well. Ghost Water Dive sets up a Phantom Undertow, but there is no Toad left standing, and Stend has no target, but might have to run for his life. He can't because his fight is down. It's a great root caller. Skewmont, though, the hook on the dying breath, double buff, so I'm sure the red buff had movement there and keeping Skewmont alive.
That was very close to Skewmont going down, but barely G2 were able to get that one down. Nice job kind of by Blackhead to stand in front of the root caller to prevent that lockup from Sten. Buys time for his hook to come back off of cooldown, but just unfortunate that they couldn't quite finish off the Ivern.
Kill to Han Summer as well is nice gold for G2, nevertheless. The Skewmont already on the board uses that to get back, and we'll go for round 2. Dragon's up in about 30 seconds. And a quick note, the painful thing about this for Team Heretics is Stend. He might punish his TP. Wait for the bone skewer. Timing is everything. Oh dear lord. Avert ye eyes. Not good.
Yeah.
What do you say about them apples, Dagda?
Good job at Caps to sidestep that one.
That was an insane TP timer. I would be thrown off by TP as well as a... Yeah, those trades are going to keep on happening, so I keep yapping about it. Caps, he remains fine for now because Skewmont is also here. There's no level 6 yet, but Gravity Field not going to take its mark. Claws are back, and Caps now with a HP lead massively. Severing Bolt almost connecting in the peaky toe of Camilo as well.
Yeah, nice try, but Carson still, yeah.
Wait.
Oh, wait.
Broken Blade's not 6, but he's going to flash. Tried to decimate. Culling the Mick once again. Lucky to be alive as Carlson.
Yeah, flash burn for flash, and now Stend looks for Hans Hammer, burns another flash on that bottom side. Everyone's getting antsy in this game. Heretics kind of realizing, look, we need to make plays happen on this bottom side of the map if we're hoping to make use of this pipe, but I was kind of saying I want to see a top side because Carlson. Wait, that's 6 for BB.
Yeah, because Carlson, he's not level 6 himself. Dominus was just used. TPing in the middle of the wave burst renekton as Carlson has the ulti, but if he goes back in, he'll die. Meanwhile, we're fighting elsewhere. Let's look towards the bottom lane. Sheo has got, again, a painter's mark on his head. The press, luckily, but LeBron goes popping the weasel. The Kailstorm is out. Not enough damage, but Bone Skewer to help out. That's great for Team Heretics. 1 on the board versus the other mark.
Still, look at the bottom side, though. Flack could have moved down to already push in that wave, so you will have Hansam in a position to try and get there, but I think they might try and attack Hansam as he gets to lane. Stend a little bit slow on the mark. They don't have the jungler here, though, so I think Hansam should be fine collecting this wave.
But if he does get Bone Skewered with that no flash available, there's an opportunity. Phantom Undertow doesn't connect. Hans Summer steps backwards on it. Blackett takes a turret shot. What the... Oh, hell yeah, turn that one up. Is that new Pike W music? That's... We're gonna do soundtrack.
Something, yeah.
Okay, I like it. Okay, someone's got no ad blocker.
Yeah.
Yo,
Silly
they got
Billy.
ads. Mods!
But yeah, Can't be giving out free advertisements like this, lads. What's happening over here? But either way, it's going to be the boy group started up here. G2 in a decent spot. Severn both going to be able to finish off one. Skewmond, no flash available, so Shale should at least be able to get the second one for themselves. Zabrov just going to stun up Stend. He's not really underneath the tower though, which means he should be okay, but... Yeah, Heretics, he's getting something back.
I'm not sure if everyone can hear that. We are getting like a spam of ads.
Yeah.
Something about university.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot going on in my head. Yes.
I really hope everyone can hear it.
It's going to be so much worse if it's just the voices in our head.
We've gone crazy.
It was going to take a while. Yeah, someone has turned on Spotify somewhere.
Yeah, we starting a jam. Let's get a QR code for that.
But look, back to the game. G2 setting up on this bottom side. You got Dragon that's still available. LeBron trying to clear out the vision control that Heretics had already set up. But I think at this stage, it's a case of can you get into River for G2? Because I think with Stend kind of controlling that space, and also the ability for Shao now at level 6 have been hit. If you can't already get push in lanes to move in towards River, I think for G2 you need to just abandon ship.
Okay, well, Broken Blade, so the trades are going backwards for him for the time being. Note that the pickaxe, the longsword, a little bit more movement for him, or rather more damage amplification. Skewmond's coming up top. Daisy is now available as well, but he's walked over a ward, so Carlson will know what's going on. He's trying to clear the way, but with Dominus, I mean, maybe he stepped too far forward. Ruth will spread it up, just waiting for that to pop on out as Broken Blade's got a full fury bar. That Rain of Anger won't hold itself, and Daisy now interrupts. Let's play a game of Candy Crush as Carlson set up against the wall. In reverse, it'll happen now bot side, but the ulti sends out. Skewmond under turret, flushes away. In the end, though, Broken Blade will find the kill. Bullet time, though, is unleashed. Under turret, the stun under from LeBron. Makes it a better trade for G2. Caught me off guard.
Yeah, the fact that you get that lockup from Shao into the combo from Blackett means Hans goes down, but Lebrov just able to eke his way out of that and get one back. Still a big wave lost for Hans Sama, but it's a big win for Broken Blade on the opposite side.
Gold is even though. So at the end of the day, I mean, it's not like Team Heretics are running out of fashion here, but top is a bit of an issue at the very least. It is an issue. Camilo looking for solo kill again here on the Victor, but he's been altered. He's in trouble. Root Caller almost found the Asherow. Help! He's okay. There's no Severing Bolt available for Cap.
Yeah, he'd already used it as he tried to make his way out. That could have been a disaster though. The execution, or the factor CC'd and isolated means you get that increased damage. So Severing Bolt might have been the end of Camilo, but able to walk away from that. Still though, Heretics again trying to get antsy in the mid lane, trying to make plays happen. They need to get a bit more going for themselves though.
Yeah.
Again, like Carlson kind of needs to be that backline access. He's now too far behind. He cannot kill people by himself. Stend has some kills, but isn't really going to be able to set up solos. So unless Heretics can continue to play this kind of pick and poke, pick style, they can try and find something. But you've always got to be careful because as you can see, like Hans Sama on this Ashe is great into that kind of style. One, because you get to spot out where people are with the hawk shot.
Yeah.
But two, as they are going for that pick, you can also respond with your own kind of pick thanks to that long range ultimates.
Well, at least for Team Heretics, what's going for them is some of this. 1k gold lead, 800 in bot. I mean, the dive helps out. It's a 30 CS lead, 20 through mid. So for Team Heretics, just coming out of the laning phase, you can say good things about this side of the map that they often tend to play towards. But that first Dragon, still not taken. 11 minutes into the game. Thoughts and maybe wishes as Shao starts moving down bot side for the clear. But you know, no matter what, that G2 are going to be the ones who are going to set up for the Crubs again. Considering how Broken Blade is got an Eclipse and he can do this under turret without taking much repercussion.
Yeah, it looks like Heretics going to go for Void Groups. G2 just going to look for Dragon.
Okay.
I don't think it's the end of the world, just because your side lanes are actually quite strong with Caps just being able to one-shot waves and BB having that advantage over Carlson. Only thing is, you may get dug now as Broken Blade as his wave starts to come in, so you can see him backing right the hell up. But there's a lot of people here, and I think he might be in a bit of trouble. Even Sten looking to cut off any sort of real retreat.
Well, there's good damage from the B team Misfortune as well. Sten might get more than that, maybe a pick, a Bone Skewer in, and he's looking for that execute with Halo Blades. Eclipse gets in the way for now, but Sten still holds on to that death from below as Dominus pops out. Broken Blade's going to 1v3 onto Sten. He gets away, he pops the ulti. It still comes through, so there's a reset handy, but Broken Blade's defense is for naught.
BB tried, but just wasn't enough in the tank. But you also brought LeBron up to that top side to try and help out too, so he's a bit of no man's land now as Hansama trying to get something back in the bot lane, but that's a ton of turret plates gone. And also now, you're giving that kill across.
Camilo, though, speaking of no man's land, he might be caught out. Spiraling Despair is going to AoE to Paradise. Impale used, but Camilo not there to lend a helping hand. Shut down over to Caps, and he needed that.
Yeah, nice turnaround by G2 to get another kill off the back, because it was looking a little dicey with how much gold Heretics had just got off that influx, but at least getting something there evens it out, but it's still a win in the grand scheme of things for Heretics. They got that extra plates on top side. They're getting more control on the map. So G2, it's kind of just entering into an even state. At least Carlson now getting some plates too, getting some time alone. So it's kind of both Ash, Fransama getting some alone time, and Carlson at least getting some gold back as well.
I mean, that's needed as well. For Team Heretics, that top lane matchup that was down almost 1,000 gold. Now only 300. Eclipse also picked up for Carlson, so a lot of the lane bullying thematics that we talked about have been minimized as well. Carlson in a much better spot, and you know, hell, is a much better early game from Team Heretics overall.
Yeah, it is a very messy early game, though. Like, we've seen a hell of a lot of trading. Everyone's burning flashes. Everyone's trying to fight. And it's kind of getting to a point where, for Heretics, that is beneficial. Like, again, kind of Stend having access to all these little skirmishes that are happening all over the map, he will help him out and kind of make this Pyke more valuable. But they haven't really broken this game open into a position where it's like, okay, now they can continue through that picks, but...
Holy.
Wait a second.
That's some ambassador damage. The only difference is Broken Blade can shred through the Eclipse, and now that shield bash is down for a little bit. We'll see Carlson pull back. Never mind, he's got Sheo with him, so he's going to go on him. But Skumon's there, interrupts, and that Ruthless Predator needed. But again, Sheo's in the way. A nice little heart seal come through from Sheo, but Broken Blade just looks for the original target. Sheo's in the way again, but to their success. You don't mess with the Candy Crush King for a double setup, and Camilo just a bystanding failure.
And Camilo's going to lose that wave in mid because he moved down to try and help. It is Ivern doing Ivern special things in that bot lane and catching out everyone as the Croc jumps out of the brush. And now Caps upside.
It's Solar Flare. It's an Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Sten can't move. Easy kill for Hansama. Let's flip the gold again in that last minute. 2,000 gold in the back pocket of G2.
Yeah, and it's the fact that you get those kills onto, again, Hansama, who is starting to fall behind. Caps got the assist with the Severing Bolt from a mile away too, so he's kind of happy that he actually got some value on the roam. Camilo looking for the bot tower. Broken Blade has nothing left in the tank. He might be able to just barely get this. Yeah, should do.
Expect the gravity field to go down though. There might be an E through minions. However, Skarner is nearby, so lucky he didn't as turret goes down. And that's first turret of the game over to Team Heretics. So if you are playing your bingo card at home, you can put that one off.
Yeah, you can see here, good read by Skumont. Sheo trying to come down to help out Carlson. Broken Blade playing in towards the bush, gets the shield. The Root Caller comes down to lock him up. And this is, again, where you just don't really have the damage as Skarner. Like, the shields are doing so much against them. The redemption already completed. And then the heals as well, thanks to the Call of Meek. So BB getting a ton of work done on the back of that. And then Camilo kind of walking down, unfortunately, means that he loses the wave bot, the wave mid, and two of his mates off the back of the play as well.
You know, Skumon in the series, yet again, a bit of the Jungle King. Called him Candy Crush King because, again, the skin just reminds me of it every single time I see it. But I think for Skumon, you have to say, he's making the jungle his own oyster, his own farm, his own mushroom place of, you know,
wealth?
I don't
really know where to go.
I just don't.
I'm trying so hard to go down the rabbit hole.
I don't touch grass often, so I don't really know what's out there. I don't really know what happens in the forest. Or Stend, good sidestep there from the Solar Flare. He flashes away and he needed to. Fear was coming out of Caps as Sheo is now here. He's shown. Broken Blade also in Fog of War all over Herald. Everyone wants top.
I don't really know if you're... Like, Heretics are shifting everyone up here to try and make this play happen, but if... So G2 end up giving it up. I think it goes Rift Herald into a top tier 1 take for Heretics, and then they can shift back with Dragon in 20 seconds to maybe look for a play on towards the mid tower if you want to gift a second Dragon over to G2. But yeah, I think that's just going to be the play. I think G2 may have stumbled a little bit here. So they're trying to run away.
But there's no stun, there's no field. Camilo doesn't find his mark. Hansama has to sidestep, and he does so well. The arrow came out as well. 3 members of Team Heretic commit. Did you share? I mean, Dragon, sorry, Herald is going to go down for it. but solo turret plate gold. What am I talking about? Solo turret. The Broken Blade in the end is Sten. Arlo, he wants a piece, and now with the setup of Engage, Lebrov wants another one on the way back. Skumont sets up, Root Call is good, Daisy comes out as well, Impale gets saved, fantastic, but Sheo just can't move. Range from Hansama, crucial here. Zone control ends up, but another Root Call up, and Sheo will drop to the ground. How easy does Skumont make it look?
Great turnaround by G2. The fact that, as you said, Asterix, there was no real lockdown as G2 were running away meant they got to clear out the majority of the wave. Broken Blade gets that tier 1 bot lane and now TP into mid lane to maybe look for a bit more.
Oh, they know he's there. I mean, Kimilo's just engaged on solo play. He won't have a chance. They thought G2 backed away. Heretics, you are under false assumptions.
Oh, it's a disaster. What was such a close game with that gold lead jumping back and forth is now rocketed to a 2k gold lead for G2, and this is what I was going to say. I think it's only going to get worse. Broken Blade TP towards mid, cleared out Raptors. I think they want to try and put pressure here now. Flack it here, can't just ult the wave, so I think G2 rightfully will back over towards the Dragon, but they're still coming out with these big leads in the golds.
G2 also started us off with the Dragons, and even though this game they're not finding the grubs, Broken Blade's pressure is being used wisely. 2 items now. Sterix Gage picked up. And Carlson, while he backs, he's still not completed his own second item. Oh, until now, Shojin actually just completed in the base. He's still down 1,000 gold, so expect to be half item difference as this Croc makes his way to his third.
Caps moving towards mid alongside 3 members of G2. Sten needs to be careful here. They don't want to, like, they have given up top tier. I thought we'd just see G2 kind of push mid and then lean back over towards the Dragon, but maybe a little nervous about Caps being vulnerable on a tier 2 play from Heretics. So it looks like G2 just going to try and control where Heretics can move on River.
Caps has just accepted that top wave, and he's going to take a safe path. So speaking of vulnerability, Caps making sure he's not caught out in rotation. Milu walks up to the top wave to receive. That handshaker wave's always important to know where the pressure is acting up for G2 as they start this Dragon. And for now, the inner turret might be a threat that Team Heretics can start punishing.
Yeah, you do have the wave clear from Caps plus Lebrov and Broken Blade to try and help out. So I think you should be relatively okay, but Lebrov, this is not the route you want to take. Oh, good work to spot them out.
Yeah, timing was everything there as well. Sheo and Sten just back away. And Broken Blade's now up here just to clear the wave. So Dragon goes down 2 for G2. In this second game as we approach 20-minute mark, mid still holds up. You can see that G2 keep moving members. Try and open up that mid lane.
Yeah, they're kind of on the back foot at the moment as Heretics have like given up Dragon to try and use a turn into this top side of the map, but they just weren't quite able to get it because it was nice. Again, this is kind of the value of Ashe and also having this wave clear is you can very quickly clear mid and then shift the support and Broken Blade up to that top side to cover Caps in case something goes wrong, and you've still got Hansama who's totally fine. There's no wave to play on in the mid lane, or in the mid lane. So G2 now trying to get back onto the map and get tempo in their favor, but Heretics just looking to keep all these waves pushed in and keep that pressure up.
Caps just accepting bot. You see Broken Blade saw the vision, saw Sten moving up and just had to back away and lose that cannon while Team Heretics hold Artican order themselves. So I guess we're just chilling for a bit. Dragon's up in 4 minutes. Maybe a more realistic expectation to see a fight there as Flackett has just found his way casually to mid lane tier 1. Arrow comes in, but he's out of it.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was saying, like Heretics are actually, even though they are behind in gold, skipping Dragon has given them a lot of control on the map.
Yeah.
So G2 using this moment to have Caps just farm up in that bottom side, and they're basically calling out Heretics saying, okay, what are you going to do? How are you going to try and break this mid lane turret? And they're moving multiple members now in to defend that play, but I think it should fall with this one.
Should indeed. I mean, misfortune damage big, but under the turret, Sten starts off the engage, getting solo play. Impales only a 1-man, but again, it's all onto Lebrov. Broken Blade comes in with a flank, and it looks like a horrendous fight for Team Heretics. While the turret may go down, all members are starting to drop like flies as well. Sheo, Kamilu, first off the list. Sten gets low, has to retreat, and G2 taking the fight over the objective. The hook comes in, but Sten can't stick around. Flackett just gets autoed, and with an Ivan, how easy is it? Sticking around might not be the right call, as Sten even finding a hook here. You never know what's going to come next. Turret in response for G2.
The response from G2 was perfect. basically the pressure was on Heretics. They're just hemorrhaging gold in that bot lane with Caps having that freeze in place. So they needed to try and make some sort of play in the map. But instead of pushing out top lane to force Broken Blade to respond to a top lane wave, they skip a step, try and play on that mid wave to get that tier 1 turret. And it means that everyone on G2 can collapse. Great engage from LeBron on towards end, shuts down that engage. You already said it again, they highlight so many of those ult uses onto LeBron. So when Broken Blade arrives, he's running the muck in the backline. They immediately get onto Camilo. Carlson can't get into the fight as Caps is able to zone him off. And G2, they get the turnaround that they need.
We come back to live. Herald will drop him in, by the way, but G2 are just going to accept that it gets no charge, no value. 2.5k gold lead just about for G2 in this second game, and Dragon's coming up in a couple of minutes. As G2 move closer to a Soul Point, you start thinking about their team fighting here and how strong they're going to be, because Moonstone Renewer for Skumond is going for the Dawn Core build. So, I mean, what am I saying? It's always Dawn Core. But third item, such a strong third item. Gives you AP plus more shield and heal power. And I feel like this is why when we see Ivan and we get to like mid to late game, those shields are like unbreakable unless you have insane burst or DPS.
Yeah, I may need an early Serpent's Fang coming out relatively soon from someone here, but we'll have to see if we get there. As G2, again, just defending their own base, making sure that they're going to be in an okay spot. Minute until Dragon is probably going to be the next main focus for G2. So let's try and hold on to mid-wave push so they can lean down towards this bottom side. Also focusing on moving Broken Blade to this bottom side to keep him as a strong point that they can leverage into river control and into getting vision where they need it on this bottom half.
Well, we count flies. 45 seconds. Because that's what you do. That's what you do in the downtime. You count flies. You think, oh, how many are coming in here? I have to say, in the summer last year, the flies were unbearable. There were flies here, weren't there? Yeah, it was here.
Yeah,
the flies. I need a Swagman's hat. It's like in Australia, yeah, you put like corks at the end.
Oh yeah.
Of the thing, and they get rid of the flies because it's like a, you know, it's like one of those things.
As you turn, they just hit them?
Yeah, yeah. Well, no, yeah. It's annoying for them.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So you just move your head and they're, you know, that kind of thing. And they're corks. They're all corks.
I think that might be one of the most Australian things you've said to me.
Yeah. I know about something, but I don't really know 100% what it does. I just assume what it does.
Yeah. No, it's more like Crocodile Dundee I grew up with, and he wore one of them. So now I just associate it with Aussie man.
That's right.
Yeah.
Whenever I see a knife, that's not a knife. That's in my head constantly as Daisy comes out. And at 8k, let's fight. Broken Blade and Carlson are going to deal with each other while this makes a 4v4 head-on collision. Bone Skewer comes out, finds Skumon, but a Root Caller sets up the arrow in backline as onto the Dragons. A new target for G2. Shayo gets unending despaired, or rather spiraling. And Dragon goes down. Okay, Lebrov gets Bone Skewered in. He gets a stun, he gets everything off, and maybe that would be okay. It's a bullet time. It's the response. Hansama tries to step forward onto Flacken, but it's dangerous territory. Root Caller's great as well. Shayo just Tokyo drifted to death. Pro fell off the building as G2 have won the fight, got the Dragon. It might look messy, but with only Lebrov dying, I guarantee you it's so much better. As Broken Blade going to take this 1v1. Carlson feels confident, but there's minions.
Carlson just didn't get to play that fight.
No.
He spent the entire time going, Broken Blade, can I? I mean, look, my team's over there. I'd really like if I go and join them. It'd be wonderful if I could, you know, take part in this. I'd really appreciate if I go see my friends over there, you know, in the corner. And he's not letting it happen. But as this fight continues, like, they end up getting the ult onto Camilo, but there's no follow-up right now. Caps is a little bit too far back. He throws out the ultimate, but can't get the Severing Bolt onto Camilo, which is why Heretics feel a little bit more confident to step up, especially as the Brav gets the stuff here. That's the real shutdown onto Camilo. But it's a great bullet time from Flack to try and turn around, but Hansama, you called it here, does his best ISO speed impression, immediately flashes over the car, says nothing, and then G2 able to turn around as Broken Blade moves.
Nice. Good job. What about Sam?
Doesn't compare to Carlson. I'm sorry, Caps, you know. Love Caps, but Carlson clears his voice check.
Problem is, though, I think G2 are about to clear Heretics in the series.
That is a problem too.
They stick 3 Dragons, your Ivern's starting to pop off, Caps is starting to move up towards his 3rd item, you have 3 items now completed for Hansama, and you're kind of waiting for something on Heretics to really pop off, but Carlson isn't there. G2 have control over a lot of this map, and Camilo is nowhere close to home, although actually it looks like G2 don't feel too comfortable in trying to go for the dive on the top side.
Shout out to the quick Magi's notice from Skewmond as well. 10 stacks, and sure that's to grow as Broken Blade versus Carlson. Let's have a look. Dominus going to be used. Flacket is down here though, so the perfect execution is nice, but Broken Blade has the Sterix gauge and wait for the Q. He flushes, takes it, Flacket gets arrowed! Hard Summer from downtown and Broken Blade is sitting on him! That's the League of Legends teabag if I've ever seen one, while a double kill drops to the ground, and G2 it's just so good when you're that good.
You can take a big old sip of that one. That was beautiful from G2. And now immediately moving over towards the Baron. Broken Blade's going to reset because he's got a plethora of wards that he can TP to, and I don't think Heretics are ready for it.
Lebrov's going to zone off. Sten walks in, and it's all he can do. Lebrov just walks away and beats a nuisance while Camilo sets up and sets a gravity field. Broken Blade is now TP'd in, ready to zone away. Baron down it goes. Sheo has to run for his life. Rest of G2 are ready to fight again.
Yeah, G2 pretty happy with the way this one's going. And again, that was such a sick combo from G2. And this is what we were talking about. Like, Heretics want to play pick, but this composition is so good from G2 in responding to that. The redemption, the long range arrow from Hans Sama, shutting down everything Heretics was trying to achieve. And now G2 have Baron. Heretics were already stumbling. They were on their last legs. And I think they've just been kicked out from underneath them, but you see it here, right? Like, this is all from the mid lane. Broken Blade goes for the all-in. The Sterix does a huge amount of buying the time that he needs here to keep him alive. But from mid lane, you've got the redemption comes through, then that arrow comes down, and it's just absolutely perfect. And we talked about the bromance between Broken Blade and Flacket. Well,
Our here, okay? Our here. Our MF.
Nailed him.
I want more for that. Give me more. I want to hear the night. Because there's no way that wasn't Scream. That was an insane arrow.
Maybe we just Broken Blade's perspective wasn't safe for the...
Yeah, maybe it wasn't. Okay, Broken Blade, I mean, he's going to jump in on turret, and Team Heretics, you look at this, like, how many times you get the bullet time? There's one, but it's not going to do too much. Chaostorm comes through it again. Sterix Gauge in the way while Carlson teleported into the middle of all. He gets Spiraling Despaired, and G2 6,000 gold up. I mean, both games now, while there has been some to and fro, G2, this is the version you wanted to see. This is the version that, again, is just playing with their hands diff a little bit, I feel.
It's also the map diff, because oftentimes it's, hey, Heretics are setting up to make our play.
Yep.
But G2 are like, oh, we've already responded to this. We already know that you are going to do this, so we move the pieces into position to cover for it. And even when they haven't, it's, well, the long-range Hail Marys from Hans Sama and Skewmond turning it around. So it feels like in this one, Heretics, every door they've tried to walk through has turned out to be the fake one into Tageshi's castle.
When do we finally get the real door? I mean, for Team Heretics, it's been a battle well fought, but where do you get the key from? 10k for the Dragon. G2 have started this off. This is their soul. Sheo needs a steal, but Team Heretics need a plan. 4k, 3k, Daisy out, Root Caller again, Lebrov in the way. Soul, even though it was a late smite, or at least it looked janky, it doesn't matter. Sheo flashed in for the intended steal, but with Infernal Soul, the chase begins. Camilo running, and that's all he can do. Skewmon running outside the outskirts of the Gravity Field while Lebrov keeps Team Heretics at bay. An arrow's going to fly and go nowhere, but Camilo on the spot will die right there. We put a marker down, and G2 continue their onslaught.
And they're going to continue marching this wave down the bottom side. There is a tier 2 tower, but I don't think it's going to be standing for very long. Flacket has ult. The Baron has worn off, so you can at least clear the wave if he's allowed to stand still, and Hans Sama doesn't want to let him.
I mean, there's so much damage that comes out with Redemption as well. Skewmon just tanks it up for the time being. Flacket almost dies to a Severing Bolt, and look at Broken Blade. Okay, you do not want him near you. We just keep rolling down that hill, don't we? 7k.
Yeah, there's very little Heretics can do to stop us. Carlson just isn't a big enough threat. Same when you look at the MF, to be honest, and she just doesn't have the hold you in place long enough to actually be a factor in.
Yeah.
Like, you're kind of looking at Sheo going, hey, you need to be that. But watch, like, Skarner in these fights. He doesn't get close to any of the carries. Like, Hans Sama and Caps able to constantly keep at bay. Sheo even flashed in there to try and make the play happen.
He got it really low. I was wondering where the health bar went.
But even then, it's like you can't do much. Carlson then hides inside. CD can get access to G2's backline, but there's just never really a good point. Camilo's tickling Broken Blade at this stage.
Yeah.
Like, there is zero that he can do.
I mean, with Infernal Soul, it's rough. Atakan's going to be started and probably taken by G2 at this point. Sten tries to get near, he'll get spotted out, and everyone's launching on him. Flashes away while Carlson now in the midst of it as well. Arrow flies out, Camillo's now caught out, and he doesn't have Merc Treads, so with a Solar Flare on top, he's just dead. Now Chaos Storm just going to tickle G2 while that thought of tickling Atakan comes up next.
The most threatening tickling of all time.
It's like tickling a Dementor. Like,
I don't think that's a good call.
Who's a good little weird spirit messed up dick?
The weirdest one's like Patronus of all time, just hands the tails.
The spirit comes out and like, oh, what's your Patronus? And there's some little gremlin yodel going, oh, Gucci.
Wow, what's that? It's Dobby's cousin.
That's Dave.
Classic Dave. If you're wondering who Dave is, it's just that name, especially in Australia. Like Dave's like that guy. Dave's someone you go down to the pub with. Dave's someone you go out, you know, for a burger with. Dave's some guy who wears a funny hat on Tuesdays. But that's just Dave. You know?
You gotta love Dave.
He's all right. He's all right once you get to know him. A little bit intimidating at first, but that's just Dave, isn't it? And he has a weird Patronus. It doesn't really fit character, but you know.
You always kind of knew it was going to be slightly weird when you first met him. I was like, no way.
But that's Dave. You know, that's a classic. Now, Team Heretics are probably going to lose this series. Shocker. It feels pretty obvious, but just if you didn't know, the way we're setting this up is that as that arrow flies through, there's a lot more tools that G2 can launch at, and Camillo cannot play the game. One of the problems with Victor is that he might look good walking, but when he stands still, he's through.
Looking like the end of Arcane after that one.
Yeah, I still haven't watched season 2, but I'll just say yeah.
What? It's been so long.
I'm watching Solo Leveling instead, but I will watch Arcane. I've also watched Severance, banger show.
Yeah, I haven't got that.
Yeah.
Partly through season.
Also Silo. Oh, let's just keep going. Have you seen the one where G2 go and go flawless in the split? Hysterics? No, I haven't actually. It's interesting. How would they do that, Jake? Well, I can answer that for you.
I'm waiting on you to answer,
Yeah. I mean, it's possible. They got 7 weeks, and if you're wondering, 7 weeks of BO3s. Big. Now, week 7, they versus SK and KC, and as Arrow finds it again, Carlson, he does have Merc Treads. That does make a difference as Red Bull Bound Power Play is ready to shepherd us into another 2-0. It's going home time soon. It's been a quick night.
Yeah, 25-8.
Yeah.
Well, G2 want to try and finish off LeBron. That's not exactly the way you want to try and finish this out, but Stend does end up overextending to try and make that play happen. And then G2 going to continue the push through on the top side.
It's just Ivan shields just when you think they're dead as the Impale comes in. I mean, Lebrov again, he'll just get a shield, he'll walk up. Redemption does a little bit of that magic as well. Camillo just gets autoed down by Han Sama. Look at the spacing from this guy. Ulti comes out from Carlson with the whole team's dead. Bullet time might look great, but Carlson has already dropped into the dirt. 2 members left standing in G2. When people question who the best team in Europe is, you just got to come back to the old faithful, the usual. G2 starting 2-0 at the beginning of week 2. As Flacker drops as well. They're just that good. When you doubt them in winter, when they don't make it to first stand, it doesn't matter, they come back, and in spring they're bloody good again.
G2 just needed time. And it looks like they are starting to ramp up with that time. Still a while though before they have to face off against KC where they can look for that revenge, but now joining them at 2-0 at the top of the table is definitely a good way to start off their spring campaign.
Easy to be a G2 fan, isn't it? Even in their slumps, you know you're always going to get a resurgence. It's not like their slumps last week, right? But it's just G2 that was cleaner than ever, and you can vote for your player of the series at LEC on X. Skumon, Han Sama, Lebrov deserve good mentions here.
Yeah.
That's hard.
You always have to give your opinion, so I'm just giving you the time and space to do so.
I think Lebrov, because Lebrov had a clean couple of games, and Lebrov has been under a lot of
moments a little bit in that last one, but they were so far ahead.
But
Game 1 was clean though. Game 1
was clean.
Definite MVP. He was sick.
Game 2, his engagement was still good. And the thing is, when you're that far ahead, like, it doesn't matter. I mean, at that point as G2, you're like, yeah, whatever.
But also, great series from Skewmont. Like the Mundo looks sick. I think again it was him and LeBron working really well together. And then in this one, predicting a lot of Arshea was going to be covering plays with the Ivern. I think it was great.
I mean, I agree. I think how they synced up was especially the best part today. A lot of controversy, when I say that, between us casters, between support and jungle and how this team looks on a good day versus a bad day. And I feel like Lebrov, Skewmont are a very big part of it. I think Lebrov especially. You know, Skewmont, I think, has individually been looking fantastic since his entrance into the league. It's just about getting that Lebrov bit working, and this is kind of what it looks like today, you know?
I don't know what that is, but yeah, it's been great.
You know when you get ice cream?
Okay.
And they go one flavor or two?
Yeah.
And of course you say two. You're not a maniac.
You're going to get 2 scoops.
But like they have to complement each other.
Okay.
Skewmont is the classic like mint choc that everyone loves. That tastes like real mint.
You're going to have to figure out something that chocolates to pair with.
No,
I don't really know.
Mint chocolate.
Mint chocolate and pairs with.
Lemon sorbet.
That sounds a bit grim.
Or red raspberry.
You could have just gone for something simple. I don't know why we made this complicated.
No. I think lemon sorbet, mint chocolate. I think that's good. Bit of tartness. What's
Maybe,
mint?
yeah.
Fresh.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It was clean.
Or
either way.
Vanilla and
anything.
Anything. Shocks. I think you need to ask Lebrov what his favorite ice cream flavor is.
We need to know.
We need to know.
Yeah. What is he? What is
he as an ice cream?
Okay, welcome to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in with Lebrov. And I always do what my casters say. Lebrov, what is your favorite flavor of ice cream?
Cookie probably.
Cookie?
Yeah.
You mean the cookie dough?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That slaps. That's amazing. Let's go. A man of great taste and of great support ability. Can you tell me how difficult this series was? Because a 2-0 doesn't always tell the full story. They did get a good early game, for instance, in game 1, but how did you experience it?
I think overall, game 2 was quite hard actually. I felt like game 1, I would say everything went according to plan, like in terms of draft and early game, we were quite ahead. And I felt like we were probably not going to lose this game. Game two was a bit spicy. I didn't expect the pike pick at all. And bot lane didn't go as planned, as we got dove and stuff. But yeah, once we managed to find some good picks, I knew we outscaled and we were going to win.
How do you feel generally for yourself, but also as a bot lane in situations where you do get put behind in the laning phase and in your ability to stay untilted, but also to trust that it's all going to come together? Do you feel like you've gotten better at that?
As a team or me?
You in the bot lane, Hans.
Yeah, me and Hans have been working very hard to basically like find timers to pressure enemy bot almost all the time. And I think we've been better at this than last split. But we are still working hard to become better and better.
Do you think people sometimes forget that you're really just learning it? And there's, the solo laners don't have to learn to play their role again. But when you get a new partner in the bot lane specifically, that's like a whole new life partner.
Yeah, bot lane can be quite exciting to play. Like you're 2 persons, and I feel like a lot of matchups can be quite, how do I say, like interesting, because especially in Fearless, you never played them before. You can see some exciting exotic picks like Pike and some others that might come out.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can really take over the lane in the game if you are on top of your game with your lane partner.
Yeah, you can be. It's cool though when you see the spicy picks. Now, taking a step back a little bit, we are in the spring split now, and can you tell me a little bit about how you reflected on kind of losing the final and how that recalibrated your aspirations? Skewmont is waiting in PGL, so I'm sure Laura will ask a similar thing, but you were, of course, the 2 new guys, right? So how did you deal with that?
Yeah, after the final, it didn't feel great, but the best thing to do is to just learn. We had a lot of things to learn to take out from that final, and just reset and move forward. We really want to lift the trophy, and we are working hard towards it. So I'm excited for the future.
Is there anyone within your team that you can lean on? They're of course all new teammates, kind of, right? Is there anyone you can lean on as a confidant?
Yeah, I think every single one of my teammates, Hans, Caps, Bibi, Skew, they're all amazing, and I'm really happy I'm playing with them.
Awesome. Congratulations, Lebrov. Another
Thank
W for G2, and we'll kick it over to PGL. We've got Oduwamne, Skewmont, and Lore.
so much, Shocks, and nice to hear from Lebrov. We don't often hear from him. Kumon, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
She was asking about the relationship that you can have with your AD carry and the fact that it's completely different when you change AD carry on the bot lane. I want to know how the relationship with you and Lebrov evolved, because I know that it was a point in winter.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think me and Lebrov came into G2 as, like obviously like new players, but there was a lot of pressure in our shoulders, obviously, because G2 literally won everything last year. And yeah, I mean, I think that Lebrov was more shy than me in the beginning. And it was like really interesting to talk with him and try to get along with each other. So for me, it was one of the biggest parts when I joined is actually to understand him and what he needs in game, outside of the game. And I think that we're doing a pretty good job so far. And I'm really looking forward to see how we will keep evolving.
Yeah, because today it was a great performance from both of you. I feel like you guys were a lot more linked up together than previously in winter. Given that you said that you've been working together with him, is it more of a one-on-one thing where you guys have been doing a lot more things together? Or is it more a team-wide effort to making sure that this is something that you guys are looking out for?
Kind of both, to be honest. I mean, we've done a lot of team talk, right? I mean, for example, after we lost the final, it was really important to know actually what happened there, because we definitely choked really hard, obviously, and it was definitely something to just to know what happened and what we can learn from this. And besides that, I mean, we've done actually so many one-on-ones with Lebrov, after scrims or like after official game to actually see how we played and how we can improve from that.
You were talking about finals, and I know that it's something we've discussed together last week, the aftermath, the learnings from you. Do you feel like you guys are going in the right direction with practice, shift in practice maybe, and how things have been going on the Rift so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're doing a pretty good job. I think like our official games, our stage games looked more in control.
Yeah.
And I think that we're not throwing as much as before, which is like a good sign, I guess. And I mean, I'm pretty happy with how we played, and just looking forward to for this best of threes and hopefully reach finals again.
I'm going to put you on the spot a bit here. What do you think was G2's problems? When
me on the spot?
Yeah, you. Looking them from the outside.
I mean, honestly, Lebrov was hinting a little bit, but I also feel like that's because you guys just weren't together every single time. It was either you alone or he was alone, and then you guys were just a little bit desynced on the proper timings to maybe walk into this river or walk into enemy jungle or do any sort of proactive play. And it's always, a good safety kit to just be together. So I feel like that was a big problem. I think obviously in the final you guys completely lost your minds with the draft, especially game 3. But that's just typical G2 cooking, where I feel like you guys are trying to reinvent the wheel. And a lot of times it works, right? And you guys become, these kind of like this messiah of League of Legends, where you guys are just so insane. And it backfires sometimes, but it's just growing pains. But I do think that this was the biggest problem for G2, was the fact that you two didn't really have a lot of synergy. But it is to be expected, given the fact that you guys were pretty much the two new rookies that come into a team with a lot of expectations on them to mesh or like match well with what was previously G2's identity. So that's kind of like what my take was on it.
Yeah. Do you feel like you overcomplicate things sometimes in the kitchen, in the G2 kitchen?
Sometimes, yeah. I think you said it pretty well, right? Like, I mean, sometimes it's really good to try to reinvent the meta and like try to find counter picks. For example, like with the Mundo, I think we found like a pretty great pick. But sometimes like the kitchen is burning. I mean, in the final, it wasn't the greatest, but I think that you have to do these mistakes to actually have good sample size and like just to actually see if your pick can work on stage games. And like it's best of 3, right? So like last week, if we lost that Mundo game, I'll be like, okay, maybe the champ is not really good on stage games. Maybe it's just a scrim champion. But yeah, I mean, you have to try, right? And I think that we're trying to find a balance, but sometimes we might in some drafts, for sure.
All right. Talking about some drafts, Mundo, Ivern, how fun is it to play those champions?
Yeah, I mean,
Mundo first, because I mean,
Mundo is like one of the best, to be honest. Like you just farm, and at some point, you're just unkillable. I don't know, like it's just crazy, right? And for Ivan, I mean, something that I've been practicing solo queue recently, like pretty chill. I'm just marking camps and shooting my teammates that are just going in for me. So yeah, I mean, pretty nice gameplay. But Mundo, like I think this champ is, something is wrong with this champ. And if Red doesn't nerf it, I'll just keep playing it.
Yeah. It's open. Just keep on
And
playing.
it's also free dopamine just because of heart steal every time. You just farm for 10 minutes, you get your heart steal, and you're like.
Sound animation.
It's so
I
good.
love it.
How many times did you int to get the sound animation? You have to get the stack.
I mean, in stage game,
Don't lie.
yeah, in scrims a lot, in solo queue even more. But as I said, you have to do this mistake, right? Like, and if it's worth it, maybe in late, like on late game I'll be unkillable, right? If I have like 500 health steals, like, so I need to see. But on stage game, I'm doing good.
You're doing good. You're doing so well that you got the Kia Player of the Series here. Almost 60%, 59% of the fans' votes going in your direction. Do you think it's deserved?
Come on, self-glaze is always the best.
Yeah, let's go.
I think I played well, but
Yeah.
I mean, I'm more happy with my second game than the first one. I think I kind of missed some timings on my Mundo game.
Mhm.
But on the Ivan game, yeah, I think I was kind of there when it was needed. So yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just happy.
Last week we did something with mid laners that I want to do again this week, but with junglers. We're going to do a tier list, Skewmont, and Odo is going to help you make it. Do you guys... I'll let you do it, actually.
Okay.
And we can comment.
Just because we're on the topic of self-glaze, come on, where would you put yourself?
Yeah, let's start with you.
I'll put myself on 8 here.
8 here?
All right.
Okay. Okay,
No comment,
okay. Now I'm curious, who would you put S tier? So let's go let's reverse engineer it. Who would you put on S tier here?
I'll put Yak and Razork, obviously.
Yak
I think,
and Razork?
They're probably, yeah, like, I mean, the most consistent jungler
Respect.
for the last years. And yeah, I mean, Yak won every final he played in LEC, so it's more than deserved. And Razork, I think, even though he didn't win.
Because I was about to say, you did replace Yak on G2, but I guess he did beat you. He did clap you in that final, you know, so he does deserve it.
Of course.
Okay,
yeah.
so maybe, what do you think about Shio, your today's opponent? Where would you put him?
Probably B tier.
B tier?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Elyoya. That's interesting, because he had pretty good splits, but I feel like now it's back and forth.
Probably 8 tier with me.
8 tier with you.
Yep.
Okay,
Let's
go for
do Malrang, your next matchup.
Oh, that's a good question.
that. Marang from this year, not 2022.
Yeah. I mean, okay. If you want some stress, I'll probably put him C tier, I guess.
Okay.
Ooh. Okay, okay. Let me see who's left. Bukara, he's been the newest entry on SK, and I feel like he's been having a good. I mean, sample size is quite low, but I do feel like he came in and fit in quite well with SK and what they needed.
For sure, I think. I mean, he showed already great stuff, even though he played 2 games. And I played against him like the whole last year, and I think he was always a great player. Just because he's rookie for now, I mean, I think I'll put him on C, but for sure, like he can go really high. And
You can put him in between if you want.
Yeah, I'll put him in between. Fair enough.
Okay.
Let's bend the rules.
Okay, that's
1-1-3 next.
1-1-3 on carries.
Yeah, probably B tier, I think.
B
Like,
tier,
he has some moments, like, let's be real, but I think he had really, really good games, like on Nidalee especially. Like, I think he played really, really insane. And yeah, I mean, I think it's just like kind of 50-50 sometimes, but when he's consistent, I think he's a really good player. Yeah.
Okay, but now 1-1-3 on tanks. Where do you put him?
C tier, probably.
Okay, that's fine with me. Who are we missing here? Isma.
Yeah.
What's your take on him? With the move from SK to GX? And maybe how he's been adapting, or maybe having a little bit of struggles with GX. GX is not doing too hot right now.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he's actually having not really good times recently, and GX is losing as well. So, like, it's for sure like on the not good side of history, I guess. I'll probably put him on C tier.
Okay.
Like around B or C tier, probably in between.
Okay.
I
Can't
think
really
like,
move him a little bit up, but
yeah.
that's perfectly fine. And I think the last one we have here is
Linsas.
Linsas. Kind of same trajectory as you. Super high from solo queue, comes into vitality, settles in.
Yeah,
And in hero as well.
I mean, even though they lost today, I think, I mean, they showed some great stuff, to be honest.
Okay.
I'll probably put him on B tier, I think.
B tier?
All right.
Okay. And that's how it looks.
I
Seems
like
pretty
it.
accurate. That's kind of what I would be going for as well. Obviously not the double Isma head, because that's just
Yeah,
me
it's
sleeping
fine.
a lot.
He counts twice. It's him, him on carries and him on not carries. Like, it depends. Him in the early game and him without. We'll ask other junglers throughout the weekend what they think. And let us know on Twitch, on X, on Reddit, on whatever platform you like to comment what you think about this jungle tier list. I had one last question about the formats.
Yeah.
Because You guys played one time last week, you played once this week as well. How different does that feel for you, the fact that you're not always going to prep for the same amount of official games every week?
I mean, yeah, it is pretty different, but I still think like it's fine, right? Like on the last format, you could probably like play 3 best of 3s per week and best of 1 per week, and I mean you can still do 3 games, right? But for us, like it's just a bit random because like some teams plays like 2. I'm not sure if they played 3 best of 3s on the week. It seems like a lot, but yeah,
No,
I mean
just 2.
Two. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I think it's like pretty fair. And I think that we'll have to play 2 best of 3s. It's going to be on stage games, so like, I think I'm really happy. I think it's going to be hype. And yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty okay.
Do you feel like it's maybe a disadvantage or an advantage given the fact that I feel like the back end of your split is just so loaded with you having 2 best of 3s? Because a lot of the teams have been getting, their double best of 3 weekends out of the way now, and the rest of the season is a little bit more chill.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But I think I'm fine with it, right? I think it's really hype, and I think that will play good no matter what. But for sure, like in the theory, right, like you will probably choke maybe if you're on stage, and it costs more. But I think that's the game, right? And I think I'm just excited to go there and show what we can do.
Yeah, it's going to be something to keep an eye on. Team's trajectory, strength of schedule, and everything. We're not going to see G2 for next week, sadly, but I want to know what you think about match of the week tomorrow, Fnatic versus KC.
Oh.
Fnatic was dropping houses here and there, let's say, last week. KC, I feel like they came back even stronger from first end. Yeah, what is going to be the key takeaway for this one?
I mean, for sure, like Fnatic kind of looked weak last week against SK, and KC is looking like really strong. I just feel like when it comes like to late games, I feel like they're really good. And for example, that game against BDS, the second game, I really thought that BDS will win the game, right? But they always manage to clutch it and find some insane team fights. Like KC is going favorite for sure, but if Fnatic has a wake-up call, maybe they can find some good games. But I'll probably put KC favorites, obviously.
To be honest, the most Fnatic thing would be
to beat KC.
Would be to come back and start smurfing again after they lost their minds against G2 all the way from last split. But it could be shaping up to be something unexpected, provided that Fnatic does show up.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I'm having K-Corp stonks all the way up.
I mean, I'm expecting that they had some serious discussion, and I hope that practice was effective after what happened last week against SK. All credit to SK again, of course, but yeah, what was that? We want to have a competitive series. That's what we want for match of the week, so we will continue this story tomorrow. Skimon, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for being with us. Odo, we'll see you tomorrow as well. And that's all for us here on the LEC studio. We will see you tomorrow back at the regular time. Game starting at 6? At 6, yeah. Ready check 15 minutes before that. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. 5.
Into the charm, Shayak still lives through the equalizer burn. The goat. Niski flashes the mystic shot, and Linces comes over the wall to take the 4th grab.
No! Not the goat. As Ronald.
That doesn't take away from the fact that there's still a ban buff on Rogue, and they're still in a winning position.
Oh, Larson! Oh, Larson, yes! Whew. Oh.
Actually, it's fine. Like, Rogue also won the first game against Heretics. They are game 1 merchants.
Game 1 merchants.
Absolutely coming there. Holy shit.
Okay.
Nice.
Nako dies to the tower! And Linces follows! He was there at the beginning. It's Adam! The first man, the only man!
The wall for the extra damage, kind of uncertain where to go. Lots of poke coming in from 113. Looks like it's going to be another finished kill here. While up there, another kill down for Irrelevant.
I'm thinking. Don't worry about it, guys. I'm thinking. I died for your penta.
No! I died for you guys.
Delusion, wait.
Oh, it was a penta! I'm dead. Good job, Kana. I'm happy that you... Kana! So good. I got the leg.
I got good combo.
Wait. Oh my god.
I'm the father.
Oh my god.
That's me.
Oh my combo! Holy shit.
Guys, it's called I'm their father.
Undertara, Magnusson pulls it back and he's waiting for the crash down here. Skewmon yet again. Would you like to buy this $5,000 policy? So the perfect execution is nice, but Broken Blade has the Sterex gauge and wait for the Q. He clutches, takes it, gets the road. Hard summer from downtown and Broken Blade is sitting on him.
the perfect